Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. And we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey!
Hey, welcome everyone. One moment. I wanted to do something a bit different today. So I was going to do this before, but I was still recovering from my surgery, but we're here now. So I did want to talk about some of the really problematic elements that are within the Harry Potter universe. And I mean, frankly, I wouldn't have cared enough to talk about it if it wasn't for the whole the cultural hot topic that's become, and the fact that now you have people playing this new game, possibly reinvigorating interest in the whole series. And I think the reason why this is important is because there's young children who are being uncritically exposed to this stuff. And the thing is that it's way too easy to just look at the series and be like, oh, because Voldemort is the villain and he's very clearly supposed to be like Hitler, then that means that there's no way that the person who wrote this could hate Jews or could have any, negative opinions about Jews. And I think, and also, I do want to state that this is just within the series. Outside of the series, you have all the stuff that the author has said about trans people, which is just it's abominable what she said, and what she's done with her money in order to actively try and suppress trans identity and to actively go after people who identify as a gender that they weren't identified at birth with. And it's like, it's so ridiculous, because you have this narrative that's supposed to be all about liberation and about freedom and throwing off the chains of oppression, but really the whole series is about justifying why it exists. And it only happens to be that when you have someone who steps too out of line and they endanger not just the people who are already being actively oppressed, but the people who are oppressing them, it's only then when you have an issue and that they're seen as evil. So it's like, for instance, it's completely seen as, morally okay in the wizarding world to have an entire race of beings that are basically enslaved, and that's fine. But the moment that you have someone who tries and create this separation between like the full-blood wizard, again, really, really sus language, but this whole idea of full-blood versus half-blood, or even people who aren't they don't come from wizarding families but they have magic potential. It's only then when you have this impacting humans. And the thing is, within the narrative, it's understood that wizards and humans are on different levels, whether or not they should be treated differently, that's, completely different thing. But it's not even considered that they're still both humans. Wizards and muggles are both humans, but the moment you're talking about, species or, races that are not human, all of a sudden it's okay to oppress them. And it's like, why is this? I mean, multiple videos I've been watching on this have kind of addressed it, that Hermione does end up actually trying to fight for the rights of the house elves, who are basically enslaved, but they've been so indoctrinated that they think that it's good that they're enslaved, which again, really suspect narrative. But what I think is interesting is how the organization she creates is called Spew. And it's like, within that, it's like, it almost seems like it's a mocking name. Like, why would you name an organization Spew? Like, it's just, it feels like it's a written in, almost like narrator laughing at, oh, silly Hermione, she's trying to free the house elves who don't want to be freed. But it's like, I don't know, it's like any redeeming qualities that series has, it's like, it's shown elsewhere that seeming redemption is really just kind of like, there's something that spits right in the face of it. And it's like, at the end of the day, I don't think that, and I think this is something that people really need to consider, that I don't think that J.K. Rowling is like, ooh, I'm going to write, goblins as Jews and centaurs as Native Americans. But the way that it came across, whether because of the movies or frankly because she was just ignorant to her own biases, she inevitably wrote a series that's just like really offensive when you actually look into it. And so, yeah. So currently I'm trying to get the update rolling, but there was a video that I saw that was made by this one guy who was like, oh, Harry Potter isn't racist, and here's why. And then he basically just shows this article from someone who happens to be Jewish. And it's like, I mean, first of all, just because someone who's Jewish says something doesn't mean it's the case. Like, that doesn't mean that all Jews believe that. But like, the more I listened to that, the more I was almost certain that that in this denial, it was actually a joke, like clearly saying like, oh, I don't know. It's hard to explain. But what I found really striking was the fact that that you have this one guy who, in the process, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but he talks about, in the process of saying how Harry Potter isn't anti-Semitic, he actually makes an anti-Semitic faux pas himself. And I mean, I'd be willing to talk with him. Because I don't think he's a bad guy. I think this just shows how encrusted some of these narratives are within our society, for better and for worse. I mean, largely for worse, almost exclusively for worse. But I mean, what happens when you have someone being anti-Semitic and they don't hate Jews? The thing is, are they willing to accept that what they said is offensive or is anti-Semitic, even though they themselves aren't? It's kind of like how you can have someone who's not a liar, but they can still lie. Like, is someone a liar by nature of them lying once, or are they a liar because that is in their nature? Given, I mean, this is getting way too obscure, but let's see. So the video was, let's see. I'm going to pull it up. I think I remember who it was from. Was it him? Yep. Okay, here. So I'm going to share my screen. Also, let's look at the comments. So no name is here. Let's see. You have issues like that plaguing Dungeons and Dragons. At least Wizards of the Coast took steps to remedy these issues. Oh yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear. And I mean, I honestly, so here's the thing. What one thing I really like about Elder Scrolls is they take this whole idea of using inspiration from real world cultures for fantasy races, but they do it in a tasteful way. And yeah, there is oppression that happens, but it's not like this. It's different. Like it's much more representative of how societies actually work and the interactions between them, versus Harry Potter is basically this top-down, the wizards are, like, basically it's almost like a universal caste system that's applied, but you don't have that when you have like warring factions within Elder Scrolls, for instance. So let's see. So So you're seeing Rowling's Anglo influences in her imagination. Are you? I'm not surprised by the Anglo influence. I guess what it more than anything, it's the fact that she uses this stuff uncritically, especially the stuff that's really offensive. Like, it would be one thing if she took inspiration, for instance, like, how do I explain it? There's nothing wrong with depicting a group of, anything. Basically, there's, like, for instance, I'll give you an example. So, well, here I'll look to some other comments first. So, many authors have actually equated their races to different Earth cultures, like Frank Herbert would do. Yeah, see, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think what the issue is when you start using things that kind of go above that line. So, was anti-Semitic because many times even the mention of obvious truths is considered racist? No, I think that's a completely different thing. I'll show you what I'm talking about. It is simply something someone got insulted over, then I don't buy. No, that's not what I mean. Like, this is the idea of dog whistles. And again, part of it could literally be that, again, not just because someone hears a dog, and this is the claim that this person that we're going to watch a video from, that he makes, that if you hear the dog whistle, you're a dog, and therefore you're the problem, rather than the person who's blowing the whistle, like, uncritically. So like, it's hard to explain, but we'll get into it. So Usal says, she doesn't challenge old tropes. Yeah, that's the primary issue. She uses them, but then she doesn't challenge them. She doesn't what's the word? Like, she doesn't remix them. She basically just she doesn't challenge the obvious truths. It's a good way of phrasing it. So here, I'm going to share my screen. Here. So, and again, I don't think this guy is anti-Semitic. But I do think that he said something that is. And I think, like, again, it's the same with J.K. Rowling. She's definitely a transphobe, but I don't think she's an anti-Semite. Not that that makes it any better. I just think that the offense that she caused, and it's not just offense, but like the narratives that she's encoding into the into the series, I don't think that she's doing it on purpose, but it doesn't absolve her of it, if that makes any sense.
All right, it's a two for today. 2 videos for the price of 1, the very low price of this shit's free, but you should subscribe. Yeah. All right. So today I wanted to talk about, again, Hogwarts Legacy. Earlier today, I posted a video about the idea that if you play Hogwarts Legacy, you can't be an ally to LGBTQ people. And I said, well, what about LGBTQ people who play Hogwarts Legacy? Are they like gender traders or like queer traders? What do you call them? Because they're not allies. They're actually LGBTQ. Can a trans person play Hogwarts Legacy without being like banished from the halls of trans acceptance? I mean, and I went into censorship and stuff. But this video, I want to talk about the other thing that people are always accusing J.K. Rowling and.
Right, so this is a good comment. I was going to talk about, but I got off track. What about the dwarves in Lord of the Rings? So that's actually a philo-Semitic depiction of, or like philo-Semitic inspiration. So the thing is, there still are some problematic elements in how they're depicted, but at the end of the day, they're not depicted as inferior. They're not depicted as subservient. They're not depicted as greedy. Their connection with their love of mineral, like their love of gold, the dwarves' love of gold is not separate from their love of other minerals. And so within that context, the idea, there's nothing wrong with, a fantasy race liking gold. The problem is that they're so like focused and kind of like, why is that even being used? Because I mean, there are cases where, you have a dragon where, a dragon hoards gold, but like, that's a very different context. But when it comes to like, I mean, you do have this like depiction of, well, obviously the dwarves, especially in Lord of the Rings, are, they're relatively short. They kind of have stubby noses. But the thing is, they're depicted in a good way, and they're not like, they're not viewed as evil or greedy or selfish. but those things are all applied to the goblins within the Harry Potter universe. And yeah, Neil said dwarves are mad cool in Lord of the Rings, but is there any evidence that they link to Jews? Never. Yeah, there actually is. So here, let me see. Let me see if I can pull up a quick video on this. Because this is like in fact, not only that, but Tolkien. Let's see, Tolkien and the Nazis, because this is really interesting. Tolkien versus Hitler and the Nazis here.
You ever heard someone accuse Tolkien of being racist or anti-Semitic? Maybe you've even heard someone claim that Tolkien was a Nazi sympathizer. Is there any truth to these claims? Are Tolkien's works some kind of Trojan horse for despicable and abhorrent ideas about race? Not a chance. In this video, we'll explore what Tolkien himself had to say on these issues. If you're a Tolkien lover like me, it pains you to hear people claim or imply that Tolkien was some kind of racist or bigot. But the good news is that these claims are all baseless and actually contradict several things that Tolkien wrote. In this video, I'm going to show you, in Tolkien's own words, that he was actually an avowed enemy of the Nazis well before most others were. Before we dive in, please click the subscribe button below.
Yeah, so here, I want to give this channel credit. So this is the Tolkien Road podcast. So if y'all like this content, subscribe to him, because I'm not trying to steal his airtime. Just thought it was super relevant and trying to save my voice for later.
In 1938, less than a year after the publication of The Hobbit and only a year before the start of World War II, Tolkien's publisher was contacted by a German publishing house with interest in publishing his works in Nazi Germany. However, due to the Nazi racial laws, the German publisher had to determine whether or not Tolkien was of Aryan origin. It's important to understand that this was before the start of World War II, and that Nazi Germany was a prosperous and growing economy. It seems that Tolkien had the opportunity to use his German roots for financial gain in this case. However, instead of taking the easy road and merely confirming his lack of Jewish ancestry, Tolkien expressed deep admiration for the Jewish people. But if I am correct in understanding that you were inquiring whether I am of Jewish origin, I can only reply that I regret that I appear to have no ancestors of that gifted people. This was an unmistakable poke in the eye to the Nazi racial policies of the time. Furthermore, Tolkien dared to put his disdain in writing, gambling not only with his future financial and literary success, but also perhaps with his own future physical safety. After all, by 1938, it was clear that the Nazis were hell-bent on conquest, and war was starting to seem inevitable. This one letter should be enough to remove all doubt that Tolkien had any sympathy for anti-Semitic or racialist ideology. But there's more evidence to demonstrate Tolkien's utter disdain for the Nazis. In his classic essay on fairy stories, originally delivered in 1939 just before the start of the war, Tolkien makes a disparaging reference to Hitler's Reich, arguing that anyone should want to escape from it. Just so, a party spokesman might have labeled departure from the misery of the Führers and any other Reich, and even criticism of it, as treachery. Tolkien goes out of his way to take a jab at Hitler and the Nazi Reich. Given the timing of this essay, it's clear that Tolkien was doubling down on his anti-Nazi views. Indeed, this was just months before Germany was to invade Poland, and less than a year after Germany's invasion of Czechoslovakia. Open war was on the horizon, but Tolkien wasn't checking his contempt for the Nazis. In 1941, with World War II fully underway and the invasion of the British Isles by Germany seemingly imminent, Tolkien once again committed his opinion of Hitler to writing in a letter to his son Michael. I have in this war a burning private grudge against that ruddy little ignoramus Adolf Hitler, ruining, perverting, misapplying, and making forever accursed that noble northern spirit, a supreme contribution to Europe, which I have ever loved and tried to present in its true light. Here, Tolkien goes even further to the root of his hatred for the Nazis, who had twisted aspects of Northern European culture and history to suit their evil ideology. Furthermore, he openly insults Hitler, who in June of 1941 seemed on the road to ruling all of Europe with an iron fist. In the end, it turns out that Tolkien was anything but a Nazi sympathizer. In fact, he was more like a real-life Indiana Jones, a university professor striving to rescue ancient truths and artifacts from the Nazis in order to prevent them from being abused and distorted for evil purposes.
Nazis. I hate these guys.
Thanks for watching this video. I hope you'll share it widely,
Yeah,
especially wherever you might see Tolkien accused of
That's really
anti-Semitism or racism. If you'd like a longer discussion of this topic, please check out episode 196 of the Tolkien Road podcast. You can find that episode linked to in the show notes below this video. Don't forget to click the subscribe button to be notified whenever I release new videos on this channel. If you enjoyed this video, please check out my podcast, The Tolkien Road, where we take a weekly deep dive into the lore of Middle-earth and Tolkien's worldview.
interesting. So, yeah, so let's see, real quick. So, yeah, the image behind me. So it's kind of hard to see because it's only, well, I could, here. So it's a AI generated image. I basically just told it, give me an image of Nazi Hogwarts. So, yeah. So Usal says, my grandfather was in Leipzig around, until around then. So crazy. He didn't come to the U.S. until 1939. Wow. Yeah, my grandfather got to the state, or not to the States, to Colombia in, I think it was in like 1935. This was before, but let's see. It's interesting how anyone who now looks at Aryan origins is blacklisted. See, that's just not true. That's not true at all. The thing is, when there's people who are trying to imply that the Germans are descended from the Aryans and that, or that white people are descended from the Aryans and use it for exclusionist terms, like the thing is, yeah, Aryan never was associated with the Nazis until the Nazis associated themselves with that theory. I mean, that's why we use the term Proto-Indo-European today, why we use PIE, PIE. But the point is that, like, plenty of people are looking into, I mean, like, literally, is Neil blacklisted? He's talking to so many freaking scholars about, not specifically this, but it is something that gets broached. You have, you have people like Cregan Ford. Usal says that he's looked into Aryan origins with Iranian. Like, yeah, the thing is that the people that are being blacklisted, it's not. Yeah, Robert Sefer is not a real scholar. Like, at some point, it would be great to do like this, like, some sort of like stream party with a bunch of the scholars that, people that, I mean, I don't have the connections that Neil does, but, basically people who have, and not just academics, but people who know their stuff, and to just completely rip Robert Sefer's argument apart because he doesn't have one. That's the thing. He's basically writing fiction and presenting it as truth. No, he doesn't have to be a scholar, but he presents himself as if he is one, and that's the problem. He claims he's an anthropologist, but like multiple people have looked into this, and his degree, it's. I don't want to misspeak because it's been so long since I've talked about this, but yeah, like, trust me, Robert Sefer, like, the reason why people like his content is because he's bringing up kernels of truth. He literally, like, someone's analyzed some of his videos, and he has an average of like 70% of the stuff that is actually in his videos is literally plagiarized from Wikipedia. So if you find his stuff interesting, you might find reading Wikipedia interesting. The problem is he's weaving it together with bullshit. Not just bullshit, but racism. And see, the thing is, not hatred explicitly, but implicitly, because the things that he says, I mean, he literally implies in so many of his videos that the Jews control the world. And, like, that's just, I mean, like, how can you listen to someone who says that and take them seriously in the other stuff they say? I mean, the thing is that I just, like, I mean, for instance, here's the biggest thing. If Jews controlled the world, how come there's so much anti-Semitism, especially like in, and this actually, so this is one of the things that we're going to address. So I do want to get back to that video, but yeah, it directly covers this because there's this misperception that people have that, that like talking about or like bringing up anti-Semitism is going to get you blacklisted. But that's just not the case. It all depends on how you do it and who you are. But let's see. Neil has ancestry in Rome, Italy, Black Forest, Germany, and Saxe, Poland, and Vienna. He's a mutt. Hey, honestly, mutt is the healthiest. I mean, you'll probably have the least health issues. And like, this is the thing, the idea of purity is actually the exact opposite. Like, this idea of purity is, it's antithetical to good health and because the thing is diversity, multiplicity, this idea of, basically the variety of existence is what is important, not this type of limit yourself to what is directly around you. But we can talk about the Indo-Aryan roots without being pseudo-historians that think that they are somehow superior. Neil's discussed the Indo-Aryan languages at length, and never does he get blacklisted. Robert Seffer is a pseudo-historian like Ralph Ellis, who loves Nazis. And then Usal said, and we have snake blood. I'm not sure about that, because if that were the case, then I think I'd be hissing or something. But, and actually, that, interestingly enough, so this is, we could talk about it later, but so one of the 4 houses in Hogwarts, Slytherin, they're descended from Salazar Slytherin. So, you just look at the name. Again, J.K. Rowling, not that creative of a person. She basically, she knows how to twist history in order to make a compelling fiction simply because it's based off of history. But she basically took inspiration from Salazar, the dictator of Portugal. But then, you also just look at the name, Salazar, it's like it has connections to Spain or even to North Africa potentially. And then, like, Slytherin does not sound like, basically, I was reading this one thing that was arguing that, like, he's supposed to maybe represent, like, almost like a Moorish immigrant to, someone from Iberia. And I always got that vibe from it, but it is kind of interesting how he's able to talk to snakes. This whole, kind of fits into this whole idea of like serpency theory. He's also the villain. And I don't know. It's very, for instance, also another thing that snakes are used as a symbol of evil or of like, not exclusively, but also just the essentialism. It's not a bioessentialism. Like, you don't have someone acting a certain way because of their race, but you do have people acting certain ways because of their houses, or rather being chosen because, so it's like you basically end up with this one group. Also, it's just, and that's like another thing that's never really addressed. Like, even after Slytherin, like the founder, leaves because everyone because he's pissed off that they're letting in people who aren't like magical born. He leaves. Why don't the other founders remedy the situation and stop the creation of essentially a white, or not essentially a supremacist cult within Slytherin by stopping this, all these people who are too ambitious? Like, it just seems like a bad idea. Like, anyone who's worked in group dynamics knows that you don't put people who have bad intentions together, because at the end of the day, it's kind of like you have this like, iron sharpens iron. But if you, like, what happens if you have nothing but fire? It's going to burn down a house. A little bit of fire can cook. Too much fire will burn down a house. All right, let's see. So Robert Seffer claims to be a PhD scholar. He will never show his degree for some reason. Yeah, that's a good point. Israel was a cosmopolitan land in the time of King David between trade routes of major empires. I feel like I'm missing context, but the Levant was originally a medium between 3 major empires, and tons of mixed heritages is most likely behind the idea of 12 tribes. Oh, 100%. I've even seen an argument that Hammurabi, like in Ugaritic, was referred to as Amurami or like Amurabi or something. And it's interesting because when you start to look at it in that context, it's entirely possible to view basically the entire history of the ancient Near East mythicized into the Hebrew Bible. Like, kind of looking back all this way and looking at this as like, basically that these are the families of Abraham, and that, Abraham came out of Sumer, but I don't know, it's, topic for another time. Let's see. So she could be dividing by soul paths rather than ethnicity. I feel like I'm missing something. because there isn't this element of division by ethnicity in Harry Potter. I mean, there is, but not human ethnicity. I mean, it's even stated that what's important in the context of the Harry Potter racists are, like blood purity, which again, it's like such a problematic term. Hammurabi Abraham. I mean, it's interesting, maybe, especially because you have this. Yeah, I think that's the one theory that kind of heard with me. Let's see. You never noticed a Jewish connection with Harry Potter. So that's the thing. It's not explicit, and I mean, also another reason why it's probably never brought up is because, and again, I don't think it's as simple as one group is good and one group is bad. I think there's good and bad within both groups of anti and it's basically Zionist and anti-Zionist. It's really complicated. Don't want to get into it, but because J.K. Rowling's because she's a Zionist, again, Zionist doesn't mean Jewish. It just means that you believe that Jews should have the right to their land. What happens in that land if people are excluded? That's not implicit to what Zionist means. But anyway, so because she supports Israel and because she's spoken out against people who've spoken out against Israel, but also happen to be anti-Semitic, like for other reasons, basically because she's aligned herself with that side, a lot of people, including Jews, don't want to call her anti-Semitic. And I don't think I don't think that she is an anti-Semite. I think she uses anti-Semitic parodies and imagery. But again, I think it's part of the problem is how implicit and how embedded it is within Western society. Let's see. Usal says, ooh. No mention of Hammurabi in the Old Testament yet. Abraham conquers the same lands as Hammurabi in a close time period, and they have the same eye for eye law codes given to Moses. I mean, probably something, because you also have this element of Abraham's referred to as like a king, like he keeps companies and does things as kings do, but he wasn't a king. But it wasn't Hammurabi kind of an emperor? Let's see, father of the nations, Hammurabi, the first globalist. Maybe. I mean, that's going to piss off some people who are anti-globalist. We should ask Josh Bowen if this has ever been suggested in the history of scholarship. I've definitely heard it suggested. I just don't know if it's been suggested by scholars. But let's see. Lots of people just want the temple rebuilt, so are happy with Zionism. But the problem is that if the temple gets rebuilt now, it's not going to actually get rebuilt like it should be, because the whole idea is not just physical but spiritual. Also, that would spark off a war that I don't even. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen. Also, the thing is, there doesn't have to be one temple, because there wasn't one temple during the First Temple period. First Temple period really just refers to the First Temples period, but again, subject for another time.
And the Harry Potter universe of being, which is anti-Semitic, hating Jewish people.
Again, anti-Semitic doesn't mean hating Jewish people. It literally just means against Jewish people. You can be against, and you can be against, or you can act against something without knowingly do it. It's kind of like you can act out and not mean to. It's like, does that mean that because you're acting out, you don't like the person you're acting out towards? No, it just means you're well, but again, you can, if you can, I mean, in that context, it's because you're angry, but no, in this context, it's literally, you can say something that has this, it's almost like a Trojan horse. You could be giving someone a horse. You didn't make it. You didn't put, you didn't put enemy soldiers in that. Maybe you just found it on the side of a road and you're like, here, I have a friend that likes horses. I'm going to give this horse to them. And then they open the horse and then it attacks them, or it feels attacking to them. It's not because you meant to hurt them, but you did hurt them indirectly. Have you read any Rene Girard? He writes about the scapegoat mechanism. Also asking Neil. Ooh, the name sounds really familiar, but no, I haven't read him. I wonder what if Neil has. But yeah, here, let's listen to this.
It's so curious to me, first of all, that Rowling is ever accused of this, because this began when the movies came out, and the goblins, who are the bankers of Gringotts, where people were like, these are just stand-ins for Jewish people. This is all very anti-Semitic, the Jewish bankers who control the world, and look at them with their hooked noses and fitting all these Jewish stereotypes, which I always thought was sort of anti-Semitic, right? Like,
no, I'm sorry, that's bullshit. That's like saying, no, you know what this is? This is he who smelt it dealt it. That's literally what this is. It's saying if you smell a fart and you say, I smell a fart, you're the one who farted. You're the farter. Like, no, that's so stupid, but that's literally the level of logic and I'm not saying that like this guy is stupid. He has a presupposition but like if you actually think about it and you still claim that the person who notices anti-Semitism, that they must be anti-Semitic for noticing it. No, that's like saying that all dogs are bad and therefore anyone who can hear a dog whistle is bad. No, not all dogs are bad. Some dogs are used in order to attack people. And so basically not everyone who is a dog in this case is bad. Not every dog attacks people. Most dogs are very loving. But the thing is, if you're able to hear something and it's only certain people that can hear it because only certain people know this code, basically, it's people who are familiar with it because they need to be, because they're essentially the ones who are being hunted with it. So it's almost like, imagine you have a cat whistle, and then you have mice. The mice need to learn the cat whistle in order to know when that's a cat call. Let's say a cat call. They need to know what a cat call sounds like in order to get the hell out of there when they see it. So by that note, if you hear an anti-Semitic dog whistle, that doesn't mean that you're an anti-Semite. Like, by this guy's argument, if a trans person plays Hogwarts Legacy, are they transphobic? Well, by that notion, given it's different, it's completely different. I want to acknowledge that. But what was it? Sorry, I got distracted by one of the comments. But what was I saying? Also, Neil, if you want to hop on here with me, feel free. I could always use the dialogue. But what was I saying? It's also because I forgot what I said. That like if someone recognizes, a dog, if a Jewish person, sees these things and they're saying that this is anti-Semitic, are they anti-Semitic for noticing that? No. Like, given Jewish people can be anti-Semitic, but this isn't an example of it. I'm not being anti-Semitic for acknowledging it's so many parallels to Jewish stereotypes, specifically those propagated by Nazis. But anyway.
Oh, you see these goblins and immediately you think they're Jewish people? Like, that's so anti-Semitic, right? Like the people making the accusations always struck me as the most anti-Semitic people out there because they're the ones seeing this stuff. Like, I never once thought of the goblins.
The ones who notice it are the most anti-Semitic. So he's basically saying that the people who put forth these stereotypes or these, dog whistles, that they're less guilty than the people who notice it. In a way, that's kind of like victim blaming. Oh, hey, 420, if you want to hop on, feel free. I just realized I don't think I actually posted here. Here's a link to join if anyone wants to join. But yeah, I'm telling you, there's like, I don't think this guy is anti-Semitic just because, who knows, he might be, but just because someone is not recognizing this stuff, just because someone even propagates some of this stuff, it doesn't make them an anti-Semite. It just means that they don't recognize it. Like, they don't recognize that what they're saying is anti-Semitic. It's kind of like in the same way that I think there are people who say racist things, but they themselves aren't racists. I'm not saying that people who say racist things aren't racist. I'm saying a very specific subset of people who ignorantly and very ignorantly, but not intentionally offend people. If they're made, aware of it, I'm talking about the type of people who, if they're made aware of it, will legitimately change. Because there are legitimately ignorant people who are only ignorant because they've never been made aware, or because it's never been made aware to them in a way that they're able to understand. And again, it shouldn't be on the people who are, facing these, facing this persecution or oppression to explain that to. But that's part of the reason why it's important that this stuff becomes common discussion, that it's not taboo to talk about, race in America, but like to have legitimate conversations about it, as opposed to just, using it as a way to weaponize against the other, regardless of who it is. But
This is Jewish until this was all became a thing. And so I found this article in Forward, a magazine, Jewish independent nonprofit magazine, Forward, by Elia Smith. And she writes some good stuff that really, I think, crystallizes what I've already been thinking about this issue. And since she's Jewish, obviously this carries more weight than...
Since she's... Okay, I mean, it does carry more weight, but it's just kind of interesting how he thinks that because she's Jewish, that what she says is law, or like that it's truth in terms of what Jews believe, and it just isn't.
And me, I'm not Jewish. I studied Judaism. I think Judaism is a really cool... it's more than just a religion, right? It's also like a people, but I think it's a really interesting religion. And I took some private classes from a woman here who was Jewish. And anyways, that's neither here nor there. I am not Jewish. I am not anything. But this article, she says, it's funny. Please everyone, for the love of God, shut up about the Jew goblins. I love Jew goblins. If I see one more person on the internet arguing the Jew goblins arguing the goblins are Jewish caricatures, I will personally combust. And as I do so, I will dramatically announce to anyone bearing witness that I have specifically elected to combust because of the Jew goblin discourse, making clear that said discourse has actually enacted real anti-Semitism by causing me, a Jewish woman, to combust.
Okay, now that is a very stupid argument. It's clearly a joke. But I don't think he actually recognizes that. Maybe he does, and maybe I'm just not recognizing maybe I'm not recognizing his recognition. But something that really sticks out to me is violence against Jews is not inherently anti-Semitic. Violence against Jews because they're Jews is anti-Semitic. So in this case, obviously, it's a joke. Someone talking about something is not going to cause someone else to actually spontaneously combust. But even if they did, even if that happened, it wouldn't be anti-Semitic, because the reason that that person combusted was because they were irritated about the discourse, not because they were Jewish or because, and that's the thing. Obviously, we're operating so far into speculative, never going to happen territory, but that's the thing. It's a joke. And I don't think that, there's clearly comedy within how this person's writing, but, when I don't know, I think that it's also really difficult to tell someone's tone just based off of a writing, especially when there has a potential for sarcasm.
Which is way more anti-Semitic than the goblins, and also rude to me, someone who does not wish to combust, and would be especially embarrassed to have my combustion result from Harry Potter discourse.
Let's see, what's this? So, let's see, what's this? People are saying this is, here. Shoot, how am I going now? Can you text that? Or actually, wait, I'm trying to think, how would I? Oh, wait, I have to look at I'm going to have to copy the comments from, 1 second. See, it's, here, 1 second. Here, I'll just look at the comments. So, here. Yeah, I mean, it's very unclear. I can't say either way. Let's see, where is this? wait, where are we? Here. See. See. ChatGPT, hi Sobek. What's your universe? Ever so slightly Gnostic. One dude sounds like Adoni. Interesting. So here.
Of course. That is a lovely paragraph, I have to say. I wish I'd written that. The Jew Goblin argument, which has been made ad nauseum on social media and in various think pieces, and has been highlighted in the news cycle recently following a viral Jon Stewart soundbite, is effectively this.
Here,
the Goblin
and-
characters in the Harry Potter series...
For context, let's go watch that real quick, because I do, like, here's the problem. Comedians doing social commentary, it's good as comedy, like as comedy with a spice of social commentary. But the problem is you inevitably have, when they make good points, people will just dismiss them as like, oh, they're just a comedian. And I mean, that shouldn't diminish what they're saying, but it does. So for instance, when Jon Stewart's the one that gets big for pointing it out about Harry Potter, then inevitably people are like, oh, well, you can't take it seriously. He's clearly joking. He's not.
Have you been to bar
I
mitzvahs?
found the two Jewish people in Miss John. Every time we talk, you know I've been to bar mitzvahs.
Have you been to bar
I
mitzvahs?
found the two Jewish people in Mississippi, and I befriended them.
I think it's a wise choice. What was a bar
Can you hear it now? Oh, I thought you meant the video. Okay, you guys can hear the video. Sorry, I got nervous. Let's see here.
mitzvah in Mississippi? Just out of curiosity.
It was fun. A lot of fried food.
See, back in the day, before bar mitzvahs became a thing, you just did them in the back of the synagogue. Like you did your thing, you had to read from the Torah, and then everybody would have like pound cake, and you go in the back room. But now today, it's
Nicki Minaj goes to that.
It's a
Yeah.
prom.
It's a
Now-
shame,
it's not-
honestly. Like, American culture has ruined bar mitzvahs. I'm sorry, but it's true. Bar and bat mitzvahs have been ruined by American culture. It's now all about the party. It's not actually about, and I mean, again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the party, but like, so many bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs I've gone to, you literally cannot talk to people at the party because the music is like just so freaking loud. And like, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a celebration of this, like, and I guess that's the thing. Coming of age in America is a very different thing than coming of age in Jewish tradition. And so when there's this Americanization of it, it means that, like, you know, obviously it's not actually at a club or whatever, but you basically have, you know, people like, you know, dancing to club music or whatever, as opposed to, you know, how it used to be, which was like, you would have a reception after, like, you know, and I don't know. It's just, it's interesting. There's a lot that, let's see. So to be a pest, can you recap how goblins are supposed to be Jewish for those who came a little late, or like me who live under a rock? So yeah, that's actually what this video is on right now.
not even a prom. It's more like a demonstration of Gatsby. It's basically like saying, the Jews have arrived, and we are going to dazzle you with the access.
Oh my god. Okay. Dang it. Another tangent, but it's too perfect. There's actually a series called The Jews Have Arrived. Hayehudim Habaim literally means the Jews have come, or the Jews have arrived. Actually, I don't know if this is let's see.
רבותיי, דמיינו סיטואציה. אתם בבית, יום חם, אתם בפנים עם המשפחה, פתאום דפיקה בדלת.
שלום.
שלום לכם.
אנחנו באמת מתנצלים על ההטרדה, פשוט תהינו אם נוכל להתארח אצלך כאן. אנחנו פה תקועים בחוץ.
אתם לבד?
כן.
בחוץ?
כן.
בשכונה הזאת? בואו.
רבה לך, תודה.
In this neighborhood.
יופי, רבותיי, כזאת הכנסת אורחים, מה תגידו? צדיק הלוט הזה או לא צדיק? אבל רגע, המבחן עוד לא נגמר, בואו נראה מה יקרה כשיבואו אליו עוד כמה אורחים מפתיעים. שלום.
טוב, אתה יודע איך זה הולך. קדימה, תוציא את האורחים שלך, אנחנו רוצים לאנוס אותם.
לא, אבל אני...
אין אבל! אתה לא מכיר את החוקים, זקנצ'יק. אם אתה הולך לאנוס מישהו בעיר
No,
הזאת,
but
פשוט
that's what they want.
בא אלינו.
כן, זה אני יודע, אבל אני לא הולך לאנוס אותם.
באמת?
כן, להתראות.
טוב, אז מישהו צריך לאנוס אותם. קדימה, החוצה.
איזו תפנית בעלילה, רבותיי, נראה שהדילמות פשוט לא נגמרות עבור הזקן החביב שלנו, ועכשיו נשאלת השאלה, יוציא אותם לאנס או לא יוציא אותם לאנס? זאת ביתי הבתולה. קחו אותה.
בסדר. צ'ופ, צ'ופ, צ'ופ. תשמע, אנחנו נאנוס את בתך הבתולה, אבל אנחנו עדיין רוצים את שני הבחורים האלה שם. קדימה!
נראה שהזקן שלנו קצת נלחץ לפינה. זאת הבכורה, הרבה יותר מנוסה.
טוב, קדימה, נו. בסדר, אנחנו נאנוס גם את הגדולה, אבל זה לא פותר אותך משני החבר'ה האלה שם.
So horrible, but it's literally what's in the Bible.
זה בשבילך. נו. איש מתוקי שחור כזה חמודי.
Oh dear Lord.
Oh
no, his mother?
איזה ליידי. זאת שלי. זאת שלך.
טוב, רבותיי, נראה לי שכבר עבדנו מספיק על הזקן החביב, הגיע הזמן שאכיר אותו באופן אישי. לוטי, חביבי, אל תבכה, אתה היית בסדר גמור, חביבי. רגע, זה אתה מהתוכנית הזאת. וגם שני האורחים שלך הם בסך הכל שחקנים. גם הם? אני לא מאמין. ממש עמדו עליי. אוי, זה הקלה עם כל הסיפור הזה של האונס. לא, האונס בכלל לא קשור אלינו.
ואנחנו עדיין רוצים לאנוס אותם. אתה משגע אותי, אתה מטריף אותי. אני רוצה לאכול אותך.
אז יש לי הצעה בשבילך.
כן.
לא, רבותיי, אני לא בעניין, אני רק צופה.
תעשה סיבוב. אני לא אסתובב, חמודי, תסתובב, אל תתבייש.
אני לא קשור, אני לא...
אני אוהב את מה שאני רואה.
מה?
בוא, יאללה.
רגע, לא, חברים, בעדינות.
אחלה.
תודה רבה.
אחלה.
זה לא הפעם האחרונה שראית אותי.
שחקנים אנחנו, תירגע.
Oh, that's hilarious. So the angels were actors, but the rapists were actually rapists. Yeah, so I mean, that's just what came up when he said, or when he said the Jews are coming, because it's literally Hayehudim Habayim, the Jews are coming. That's literally a direct translation.
Have arrived. What chapter?
The Jews have arrived, and we are going to dazzle you with the access.
The Jews have arrived. What chapter of Harry Potter is that in? That's one of. That's when they get to Gringotts, right?
Can I tell you something about
That is
Harry
a
Potter?
wild thing.
Here's how you know, and this is the whole thing, and you don't have to use this, but this is true. Here's how you know, like Jews are still where they are, talking to people. What I say is, have you ever seen a Harry Potter movie? And people are all like, I love the Harry Potter movies. Like, you ever see the scenes in Gringotts Bank? And they're like, I love the scenes in Gringotts Bank. He's like, do you know what those folks that run the bank are? And they're like, what? And they're like, Jews.
And then
I remember,
and then that person says, no, goblins. And then you go,
you're like,
you hear yourself?
Let me show you this from it's the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. I just want to show you a caricature. And they're like, oh, look at that. That's from Harry Potter. And you're like, no,
Yeah.
that's a caricature of a Jew from an anti-Semitic piece of literature. J.K. Rowling was like, can we get these guys to run our bank? And you're like, it's a wizarding world. It's a world where it's
You
like
can imagine anything.
the train station has a half a thing and no one can see it. And we can ride dragons and you've got a pet owl.
And who runs the bank?
Who should run the bank? Jews.
And not only
Like,
that,
no, it's
I feel like she was like, why'd you make it so subtle?
yeah. I mean, it's real. Like, yeah, they look like Jews. What if the teeth were sharper? And you're like, oh, okay.
I truly,
Yeah.
I was like 11 or 12
Yeah.
and was like, I love Harry Potter. And I remember like being in the theater and being like, this kind of fucked up.
That's
It might have been the first time I said the F word.
11-year-old Henrik does not swear.
I was like, ooh.
That was one of those
that's
things
not
where
good.
you expect. It reminded me of those horror movies where like everybody's been taken over by the thing, but you haven't. So you're looking around, and every time someone sees you, they go. "Ah!" It was one of those things where I saw it on the screen, and I was expecting the crowd to be like, "Holy shit, she did not in a wizarding world just throw Jews in there to run the fucking underground bank." And everybody was just like, wizards.
It's
It was
crazy.
so weird. Even Dobby was like, that's fucked up. Those are Jews. Dobby's like, Dobby doesn't have anything against
my
Jews.
Lord. Oh,
Dobby
wow, wow,
doesn't
wow.
understand.
Yeah, Dobby Tubman, the first freed slave, right?
Dobby doesn't know
This
what
is
Jews-
what gets Jay in trouble if I say Dobby Tubman leading us to freedom. Y'all ain't
All right.
celebrating Elf History Month?
Elf history.
It's
Here we go.
February.
Harry Potter and the Reichstag fire.
No.
All right.
This is going to be a choppy edit.
So, I mean, yeah. 420 said, "Wish we could see the." Let's see. Here with.
This shit is big time.
Who is Randy?
Don't bring anyone mother into this. Yo, mom in the fucking stage.
So I wanted to bring this up to Nadav, if you wouldn't mind Googling Booba.
Huh?
Booba. It's a cartoon our kid watches. Booba. Do an image search.
Nope. That's not it.
No. Boo.
There
There
it
he
is.
is. Now, I'd like you to look at the features of this animated show we watch every morning, and I'm wondering, is this anti-Semitic? Nadav?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Well, I think when in doubt, it is.
Which,
if you have to ask,
why?
right? It's like,
how is
ooh,
that
I don't know if I could
anti-Semitic?
say
That's
that.
ridiculous.
Like whenever you preface, like, "Oh, I'm not racist, I'm not anti-Semitic," like you are. What you're about to do is.
Oh, right.
So if you even have to wonder,
Hey, man, no offense, but yeah, it's always
Yeah.
something's going to say something that really hurts you.
but yeah, this guy looks really Jewy.
He
Right?
does?
Mhm.
Now,
I
there's
mean,
nothing quite
He does look like he could be Jewish, but not because he's a stereotype.
like, I don't know if this was brought up big time and I just didn't catch it, but in the Harry Potter series, when they go
Green
to
Gots.
the, what is it?
It's called Gringotts, the bank.
Green Gots?
Gringotts, Grin. Nam, Gringotts. It's like you haven't even read a Harry Potter book.
I haven't.
Nam, as Nam Gringotts.
Green.
Grin.
Oh, yeah, because Booba means doll, but like that's just a false friend. Oh, no, it's not anti-Semitic because of that. It's not anti-Semitic at all. But the reason I say that he looks a bit Jewish is because he kind of looks like one of my uncles. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. It's like there's nothing Jewish about that character, if that makes any sense, at least explicitly or even implicitly. But if he was Jewish for some reason, say he was created by an Israeli person or whatever, that could explain it. But alternatively, Booba, I'm pretty sure that Booba probably is connected to the word for doll in Latin, pupa. Booba pupa. I'll bet you almost anything that's the case. Because pupil, so like, for instance, the word for doll might, I mean, yeah, but unless it's a doll, why, like, Booba literally could just be some weird name, ooh, let's think of a funky, children's character. Let's name him Booba. I mean, like, it literally, Booba, those are sounds that a baby can make. Booba, like, yeah, if it comes from Yiddish, then it's probably connected to pupa, because interestingly, pupa, like, so pupil comes from pupa. So pupil means like basically a doll. It's like someone that you can essentially shape like a doll, or you can, you can shape their behavior like you can make a doll do whatever you want. So there's that context. But so the word in Hebrew would be ishon probably, but I wonder what the Hebrew word for doll would be. But the Booba caricature isn't a doll; he's a creature. So yeah, I tend to think that, wait, caricature or caricature? Character. Anyway.
N. Gringotts. Yes.
Okay.
Gringotts
Bank. There it is.
The goblin.
Okay. But then, okay. But wait, now
this is anti-Semitic.
Wait. Now, type in goblin. Like switch out bank for goblin. Like, because you're watching this and you're like, this is where all the money is kept. Right? All the money is kept here, and then these guys are in charge of the money.
Can you see
so
it?
Like, sort of feels stereotype, right?
Yeah, this feels like propaganda from the late 30s, 40s.
In a certain region or country, if you would.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't feel like American propaganda to me.
It kind of feels like Deutschland.
A little bit.
But then, like, you watch, you're like, so wait, they go into this place, and then there's a bunch of these dudes who are like, we've got the money, and then they give you access. They count and give you access to the money.
Yeah.
Nobody ever.
And they're mean and stuff, and they're shrewd, and they carry the keys.
Doesn't it feel a little?
Feels a lot.
Yeah, it almost feels like, I don't know if Warwick Davis is Jewish, but I feel like maybe they should have had a Jewish little person maybe play this role.
Maybe. Is there any? Was that? Was there controversy about?
Well, I'll tell you what. So J.K. Rowling,
she's had a number of controversies.
The author of these books has gone through so many rounds of stuff. They accuse her of being anti-trans, whatever. All goblins. Are the goblins in J.K.
Let's see.
Anti-Semitic?
But are we just contributing to white veganism by reading this article?
Point of personal privilege, Tom. I mean, they certainly look that way.
What does it say? I can't really tell.
I can't read it either.
Does it say anything?
Right now, it's just going through all the problematic stuff that's with Harry Potter.
I got you. Yeah, she's been accused of a lot. I mean, people got really upset with it. She got really dragged for some trans commentary.
Well, I think it was that period thing where like it led to that Tampax.
Well, yeah, because like scroll up a little bit. It says, "Why did you give the money goblins hooked noses, Joanne?" Right? By J.K. Rowling. Oh yeah, the goblins, the greedy hook-nosed monsters are bankers. I mean, it just seems strange, right?
I know, because we were watching it the day that you gave us all COVID, actually, with our son. Remember? And you and I turned to each other. We're like, "Damn, that's pretty blatant."
Yeah, it just seems like, I don't know. But anyway.
But Booba just looks a little Jewish.
Yeah, Booba and this are quite different. I think. Little cartoon guy.
But
those monsters.
All right, sorry about that. The fire alarm just went off because somebody forgot a pizza pan. That somebody was not me. But what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so see, this is the thing. Let's see, where is this? Let's see. But it gives a sense of bankers more than G Suite. And see, this is the thing. This is what a lot of people miss, and it's not like a moral failing. In fact, if you miss this, it proves that, well, maybe it doesn't prove, but it shows, it at least supports an argument that you're not anti-Semitic. Again, not saying that anyone is unless they, explicitly are, but basically the fact that you don't associate bankers with Jews shows that you're not thinking within these realms, like within this, paradigm. But the thing is, that's exactly how Nazis think. To them, bankers are Jews. Despite the fact that a majority of bankers aren't Jewish, and I think really you only have it's kind of like, say you live in an all-white neighborhood, and all of a sudden a black family moves in. Relative to everyone else, they're probably less than 1% of the population if it's an all-white town. But all of a sudden, that one black person or that one black family is going to stick out to everyone else, despite the fact that they're disproportionate, they're disproportionately represented. And you have that same thing with Jews. So the moment someone sees a Jewish banker, that sticks out to them. But nobody thinks about all the bankers who aren't Jewish. And it really has a lot to do with anti-Semitic propaganda that was pushed out by the Nazis more than anything. But yeah. See, so the clothing, yeah, that's definitely like banker clothing. But then you also have goblins that aren't like that. Like they're not all bankers, but they all are very closely represented to how Jews are. Let's see. So, let's see. I saw evil bankers didn't even pick up on the Jew thing till right now. Yeah, I mean it's pretty clear with these two pictures. But let's see. Local flood or global flood. 420 said both strokes. Yeah, I tend to think both, but probably the global was way exaggerated. I mean, not literally covering everything, but let's see. Booba Zedal. Let's see. Oh, hey, Jeremy. Yeah, Jews are not monsters. Yeah, and neither are the goblins. And I mean, this is one of the things when you look into how the goblins are portrayed, it's literally so on point. Like literally, even the whole idea of like pogroms or like violence against goblins, like it's really eerie. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Also, thanks for watching, Jeremy. Always glad to have some. And if you want to hop on at some point, I'm just going to post the invite again. But it's up to you. But here's a link to join the stream if anyone wants to join. So let's see. Well, if it was global, it was local, but not the other way around. What? That doesn't make sense. The pic on the screen has anti-Semitic like sentiments written all over it. It's clearing now. I see it. I believe there were multiple global floods and even more local flood stokes. Let's see. Dol ze buba bivri. I didn't know if those are Arabic at first. It's also interesting. Literally, Hebrew and Arabic and Hebrew are spelled just by switching the letters. Aravit, avrit. Because Ivrit is avarit. And then Aravit is potentially Irvit. Or it's the same shorish, just mixed up a bit. Meant in the Moses account. Not sure. I'm confused. Why are we talking about the flood? Yeah, me too. Yeah. So. Oh God, my nose. I see.
Are bankers. I mean, it just seems strange.
I know, because we were watching it the day that you gave us all COVID, actually, with our son. Remember? And you and I turned to each other. We're like, "Damn, that's pretty blatant."
Yeah, it just seems like I don't know. But anyway.
But Booba just looks a little Jewish.
Yeah, Booba and this are quite different. I think. Little cartoon guy being like, "Hi."
He's cute. Yeah.
And these guys like, "We have the money, and we count it all day."
Keepers of the money.
Yeah, I mean, you could have gone with any look.
I know. Any look. The goblins.
Wait, the vote is yes for you.
Yeah.
What about in there?
The other J. No, Chris is a goyim.
That's okay. He can still vote.
Yeah, it seems pretty anti-Semitic. I'm gonna guess that it has more to do with medieval fantasy in general, though, than J.K. Rowling specifically.
See, Chris is an expert on nerd stuff.
Explain that. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, goblins in medieval fantasy tend to be money greedy, like type of monsters, and so they were probably just making goblins.
Oh,
and then
chicken or the egg, though, Larson.
Yeah. So, I mean, it could be that J.K. Rowling was just like, what do goblins do in wizarding world? Oh, they'd be bankers, and so she just made them bankers. And then,
but do you think when they had like the prototype of the design, she goes, "Can you Jew it up a little bit?"
I think because I think goblins sort of had that kind of appearance beforehand, and she's like, yeah, that looks like a goblin.
Yeah.
And that might have more roots from medieval fantasy.
Looks like a goblin, or Ira, the guy that counts my money back in fucking Scotland, wherever she's from.
But that's but did medieval? I'm saying that. Well, Shakespeare has
like the people who came up with like goblins and stuff.
Okay.
Might have also been a bit anti-Semitic.
Yes, because Shakespeare was anti-Semitic, right? The Shylock is a Jew. I forget which play it's in. There's a Shylock and he's a Jew. Merchant of Venice. See, see, in your Jewish history, who knows that?
Jeez, I mean, it looks like the dog knows his history.
Yeah,
I know my anti-Semitic problem.
What is Zolo's thought on this?
Zoli.
You got an opinion?
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah. He's like, I've been studying for a while. That's
definitely
okay.
Oh, you just watched a highlight from your mom's house. And if you want to see more, just watch one of these videos or highlights here and definitely subscribe.
Known mostly for their role in running the Wizarding Bank Gringotts, are anti-Semitic because they look like Jewish caricatures and perpetuate anti-Semitic stereotypes. I disagree. The Potter Goblins are diminutive, hook-nosed saurian creatures with creepy long fingers and crafty natures. They have exceptional financial skills and stop at nothing to acquire or protect money and precious objects. It is anti-Semitic that anyone would encounter such a character and think, aha, a Jew. See? That's what I've been saying. It's anti-Semitic to see this and think, oh, it's is a Jew. To illustrate my point, I have constructed the following analogy. You and I are walking down the street. The setting is not strictly necessary to the pedagogy of this scenario, but I thought it would be nice to dress up the visuals. You and I are walking down the street, and we see, crumpled on the ground, a shaky child's drawing of a disgusting evil.
Here, I just want to stop to say, hey, Jeremy.
Hey, what's up? Good to see you, Ariel.
Good to see you too. We definitely have to hang out sometime soon. I'm still recovering from surgery, but after that.
Oh shit.
But yeah, so here, let's finish this video, and then I'd like to hear some of your thoughts on this. So let's see back here.
Evil rat. I say, oh look, it's a picture of you. I am offended on your behalf by the choice of this artist to depict you as disgusting and evil. In fact, the genuine offense here is not the picture, which was in fact simply a drawing of a rat,
But see, here's the thing. This is not anti-Semitic, because what here implies that the rat is a Jew? Nothing. In this case that's being presented by, this article, is that you're walking with a Jewish person, you see this picture, and you say, hey, that looks like you. But really what you're doing is you're calling them a rat. You're the one that's anti-Semitic in that case, not the picture. The picture has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. But the thing is, in the case of the goblins, there's it's the pattern. It's like you check one thing, you check two things, you check three things, you check four things. At a certain point, you have to wonder, is it deliberate? And the thing is, I'm not even saying that J.K. Rowling did it deliberately, but the problem is she's too ignorant to realize what she did.
evil rat. I say, oh look, it's a picture of you. I am offended on your behalf by the choice of this artist to depict you as disgusting and evil. In fact, the genuine offense here is not the picture, which was in fact simply a drawing of a rat, but in my looking at a drawing of a rat and thinking it reminded me of you. The analogy is obviously not perfect because it doesn't account for the dangerous legacy of caricature depictions of Jews that some have argued the goblins fall into. Cartoons of Jews in Western media have historically connected stereotypical physical and cultural traits to genetic degeneracy. I do not mean to make light of the potential for these depictions to do real insidious damage, or to argue that the contemporary nature of the series exempts it from perpetuating harm. Offensive Jewish characters persist today, cropping up in far-right corners of the internet and less fringe news cycles, actively goading hatred toward Jewish people. But these are deliberate caricatures of Jews. Sometimes a sinister money-grubbing goblin is simply a sinister money-grubbing goblin. Jews do not run the economy, do not have a cultural disposition toward prioritizing monetary gain over human emotion, and also, and I would really like to emphasize this point, do not look like goblins. This depiction of goblins is offensive to bankers, not to Jews. The reason it is offensive to bankers is because the goblins in the Potter world are synonymous with bankers, and Jews in the actual real world are not. Are all fictionalized bankers supposed to be cheerful, generous, and definitively Anglo-Saxon in order to avoid potentially dipping into anti-Semitic caricature? I defend the right of the minor set-dressing fairy tale characters in this invented world to be gross and good at money. I defend mostly my right to peruse the internet without encountering more people complaining that the goblins in a children's series I cared about a decade ago are anti-Semitic. Please complain about something else. And frankly, if the goblins do represent Jews, the resemblance is a humbling one. They seem to be doing a much better job of controlling their media than Jews do in our non-magical world, given there is no trace of organized anti-goblin efforts in any Harry Potter novel or movie. So, I mean, there's Hogwarts Legacy does have like conflict with the goblins, but it's not.
So, well, before I address that, welcome, Sammy. Wait, were you commenting before, or?
Oh, but not.
All right. Well, welcome. Let's see. Hey, Mateus. Let's see. I think the artists went out of their way to humanize those goblins. What do you mean by humanize? Do you mean like to depict them as human-like?
Well, the tie and bow tie, like, I would picture more that dude up front as a traditional goblin than to be wearing a suit. Or is that just my lack of goblin knowledge?
Wait, Sammy, are you 420?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Fortunately,
Yeah, so I'm bad with. I mean, I figured it'd be as the voice, but yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it. Let's see. Wait, Mateus, what do you mean? You're a Harry Potter fan, but they're literally goblins and not wizards. I feel like I'm missing the context of what you mean. Like, yes, they're goblins, but the thing is, there's also these anti-Semitic tropes. Are you contesting that, or I'm like, I feel like I might be missing something, at least in what you're saying. And then let's see. Yes, this sounds like some backwards engineering to make it suit an argument. I think you're referring to the rat picture thing. Oh, let's see. Someone said she was humanizing goblin. I think maybe what they meant was that they're depicted as human-like as opposed to like here, for instance, here, let me let's see. Google wow goblins. And so the interesting thing here is so the way that goblins in World of Warcraft are depicted is actually as like New York Italians. And it's really interesting because they're like you have the stereotyping of like the mob and this idea of like they like to make money off of people, but the goblins who are making money off of people who have the same type of ears and the same stature, like here they have big noses, but again, not exclusively a Jewish trait. Like you have a lot of Sicilians with some pretty big noses, and that's not an insult by any means, but the whole point is this is a depiction of goblins that if they were like if you tweaked a few things, it would be anti-Semitic. But the thing is, they're explicitly understood as New York Italian, like as Italian mob. And so I would push back on the idea that goblins are or I don't even. Yeah. Mateus, did you see the frame for? Let's see. Human-like isn't human though. So yeah, they're just they just meant that they're made to look more human than they are in. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so Mateus didn't see. You just got here, so yeah. So right now we're talking about the anti-Semitic elements, but I do have to say, like World of Warcraft, there's maybe there's some problematic depictions there, but it's pretty close to Elder Scrolls in that it's a tasteful depiction that like uses inspiration, but doesn't like it's not nailed down to what you can't nail down any of the races to one specific group, and that's one of the reasons why like you definitely see inspiration. For instance, the Dark Elves in Elder Scrolls, they escape from like they basically have an exodus. They follow this leader. There's a lot of parallels to the Exodus story, but there's also a lot of parallels to the Indian civilization, or to the Indian subcontinent. And so in that, are they Jews or are they Indians? Yes, I mean they're inspired by both, but it's like it's in a way where like I mean yeah, there's probably a few offensive things you could find, but the point is that it's done in a tasteful way. That is something that you don't see in. I mean you literally have a black character in Harry Potter named Kingsley Shacklebolt. Like, that's just so tone deaf. And I'm not saying that she's a racist. I mean, she might be, but I'm not going to make that claim. Just that she's so tone deaf, she doesn't realize the stuff she's saying is racist. And again, like, I don't think it's as simple as someone is like really, if you want to go rip at her for her, comments on trans people like that. She's actively funded efforts to try and like, diminish people's identities like in so many ways. But like that's what she has actively done. The thing is the way that she writes it, like, I mean, you're also just another thing, I really have been having to like read up a lot on Harry Potter lately because I don't remember that much from my childhood, like of Harry Potter. But the whole idea of like the dark mark, which all the Death Eaters have. Also, the Death Eaters have these black conical hats. Like they're literally just a ripped off version of the Ku Klux Klan. And then you have now there's people who, I don't know how common it is, but you have people who literally use the dark mark as a tattoo, and it's like, what is that signaling? Like at the end of the day, it's kind of like, imagine imagine World War II happened in a movie, and like it didn't happen in reality, but like, all these stories are, everything that happened is just as developed, but like, or let's say it happened in a different universe for whatever reason. And then you have someone who decides to get like, a Nazi swastika tattooed on them. Are they obviously they didn't, like, unless they literally, reenact what happened in World War II, like, assuming like it's a weird analogy, but basically what I'm saying is, if you have someone that, like, even something like the Empire in Star Wars, it's a bit more complicated because you're dealing with an entire, government and everyone under it. So like, and also it's different because it's much more cartoonish. But like, once you're dealing with stories that take place, in real life, that take place in a time that's so close to us, and then you have these elements, that's what makes it so troublesome. But yeah, which came first, the movie or the book? Hollywood has been known to change the books, making movies. Yeah, but J.K. Rowling had a lot of creative liberty in how the movie was made. And then, yeah, the Asian character is Cho Chang. Both of those names are last names, they're surnames. So also, it's just it really, like, it sounds like a phrase that people use to make fun of how certain Southeast Asian languages sound to them, given it's extremely offensive, it's extremely exaggerated, but like, the thing is, at a certain point, you have to wonder, did she really not see how that's offensive, like, or how it could be so close to something that is extremely offensive? And it's like, at a certain level, like, I've never written a full book, but or even like a short book, like short stories. But the point is, if I did, when I choose names, especially from cultures I'm not a part of, I work really hard into trying to find names that are appropriate and that aren't just like, like, for instance, one of the characters, Fleur Delacour, she's like the pretty girl that falls in love with one of the side characters, and her name literally translates to flower of the court. It's like, yeah, maybe someone would name their kid that, but it's kind of like, at a certain point, when you have names that are just so, let's see, I find more effort goes into finding offense than was put into adding. But see, like, the thing is that effort or intention, I don't think really matter when it comes to, like, because it's not simply finding offense, it's something that is offensive. It's kind of like, you could argue that the smell of something might be offensive to someone, but that doesn't make it explicitly offensive. But in this case, this is more like something that, like, this is more like a pile of shit and someone saying this smells good to me, or it doesn't smell bad to me. Like, I think there's a difference between simply finding offense and something actually being offensive.
And if you made it, I always like to make the same argument, but to a more extreme end. It often makes the point clearer. If someone, say, and this basically could never happen, but if someone grew up and had no idea what Nazis were, right? And they watched this documentary about the German army, and there's no real mention about Nazism or Jews or anything like that, and they see the ingenuity of the German army and they think it's great, and they start putting swastikas everywhere and saying, Nazis are good. Yes, you could say, okay, that person is unaware of the offense they're causing, but you wouldn't allow them to continue the offense and just say nothing, would you? You'd try and point out, hey, this is offensive, what you're doing. Well, understand it may not have been your intention, but it is still offensive.
Exactly. Like I think that's a great way of summing it up. But let's see. So
It's not like an organized oppression of the
oh, and that's
goblins.
another thing. He's talking about how they aren't oppressed in the books, but the thing is that that's like basically the books take place in a period that's basically the equivalent to after the like after so long of oppression, finally there's a little period of not necessarily having freedom of like, you know, basically goblins in Harry Potter are kind of like Jews right after the Holocaust just starting to gain status in America. And the thing is that, like, the implication is that, well, maybe, you know, if things get better, that they'll be free. But the thing is that the problem is it's not as simple as Voldemort is a bad guy and getting rid of him gets rid of all the evil, because it's so ingrained into society that people can think of themselves as good and still be doing evil. And, like, I think that's kind of maybe one of the whole points of this, especially, you know, doing this on Valentine's Day. How can, like, you know, for instance, how there was love that happened during that happened during, you know, World War II, for instance. You know, Nazis fell in love. That love was true, but they were still horrible, evil people. And it's kind of like this idea that, you know, love isn't exclusive to good and hatred isn't exclusive to evil. I don't know if that resonates with anyone, but let's see.
Yeah, it does. Well, I mean, even the idea that where did Voldemort come from? You know, evil was already there in society.
Wait. You guys remember how, like, with World War I and II, like, Germany kind of got the shit beaten out of it, and there was, like, a lot of nationalism?
In Germany, or you mean against it?
Calling them evil, but they were in a really tough place, and they got out of that tough place. And then because of World War I, everyone tried to, like, pretty much penalize them and put them back in the bad place, and then they did bad things again.
So, I mean, the thing is that it's not like, for instance, Germany in World War One. It's not as like World War One was much more complicated because it was sparked, and then kind of people had to rush to defend these loyalties. It was less so about, you know, it wasn't about killing. It was more so about winning. Whereas World War II was explicitly about killing a specific group of people and conquering all of Europe. So, like, Germany was wronged by the Nuremberg, what was it, the Treaty of Versailles, but that doesn't justify what they did in response. Like, they could have, like, everything, like, all that success that they had, you know, in the lead up to the war, that had nothing to do with persecuting Jews. I mean, at a certain point it did, because they were confiscating things from them because they were running out of capital, because they were waging a war that was unwinnable. But at the end of the day, they were industrializing in a way that was, like, unprecedented. They just happened to use that for industrialized slaughter rather than, you know, industrializing like the US did. And I mean, in the end, they ended up paying for it, but thanks to efforts of, you know, the Allies, well, at least, you know, the non-Soviets, they managed to. And again, it's not as simple as one side was good or one side was bad, but wait, what? What? Shoot, what was I saying? That West Germany managed to modernize, and that saved them from falling back into, like, what happened with East Germany. But when they reunified, then you had the, you know, technology and the government being shared between the two. So basically, it kind of re-equalized. But the point being is that I mean, I don't know. It's interesting because you could argue that, and it's a good argument to be made that because of what happened in World War I and the Treaty of Versailles, that allowed the German people to be more easily radicalized into hating Jews. But it's not like a direct pair, or like you can't say for certain. Let's see. I think she's partly dumbing down these things for children, but also showing her ass a little bit in regards to her thought process. I think you're right, but that's kind of part of the problem. There's certain things you just shouldn't include if you're writing a children's book. There's a difference between offense and hate. Think hard before trying to redirect people's thoughts to align with your own. You could well become the oppressor. What?
Oh.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but I really no one's being oppressed by saying there's these themes in Harry Potter. I'm not even saying that I'm going out of my way to say she probably didn't do this stuff intentionally. She might have, but I'm not making that claim. I'm simply saying there's these things that are like, it's not a deliberate, but a continuous pattern throughout her work. And it's like, you can't just ignore it. But I also think it's wrong to pretend like, oh, she wants to kill Jews. And the thing is, she does basically want to get rid of trans people. So like that's what to really focus on. But in terms of her writing, like, you can be offensive and you can be really you can say things that are really fucked up and not mean them to be fucked up. That's part of the nature of language. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't apologize because that's not what you meant.
I mean, we already conceded that, she could very well have no idea that she's being that offensive. So that's not the point. It's not like we're oppressing her.
Yeah, poor oppressed billionaire. Let's see. Is it true that I'm Sephardi? No, I'm Ashkenazi. And then let's see, that was fire. So they basically are claiming that Sephardis are goblins and Ashkenazis are no. What? No. I'm saying that both goblins in Harry Potter and dwarfs in Lord of the Rings are inspired off of Jews, whether knowingly or unknowingly. I mean, I tend to think that some of it's probably subconscious, but yeah, you cannot buy her books. Yeah, I know. At the end of the day, I'm personally less concerned with her making money because she's going to make money no matter what I say. What I'm more concerned about is doing a critique of that work because it's now becoming really popular again, especially with the younger generation, people that don't have the same, context in which to understand this. And this new game, you're literally stopping a goblin rebellion, and it's just explained that, oh, the goblins are evil, and so you need to fight them, and also that they're aligned with dark wizards. Like it's let's see. What I'm saying is that you keep saying people need to be taught things that are clearly against their belief. What do you mean? What am I saying that people need to be?
Yeah, I didn't say you need to do that.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this.
There's like a bad goblin and whatever. I won't get into that. I just liked this article. I thought it was really good. And I wanted to bring up this point because it just seems like there's just a never-ending attempt to take down everything Harry Potter these days, whether it's this Jew goblin argument, or whether it's the trans argument or whatever it is. To the point, people have said that they put Star of David on the floor of Gringotts in the movies, and there is a star on the floor of Gringotts, but that's because that's where they shot the bank, the set, the real building that it was shot in. That's just what the floor is there. It's an unfortunate coincidence, but I sincerely doubt that.
But see, here's the thing. They could have edited it out. They could have covered it up with a rug. Literally. Like, at a certain point, she chose the location. Actually, I need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure she did.
It's just what the spirits wanted, Ariel.
What?
It's just what the spirits wanted.
Yeah, which spirits, though? But yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you have to wonder, okay, literally, you can cover this little part up with a rug and it would not stand out because it would look like it would be the centerpiece, because it is the centerpiece. But the centerpiece is the Star of David, and it just so happens that this is in a bank run by Jews with hooked noses, goblins. Wow, that's how ingrained it is, and by goblins with hooked noses and that are greedy and that are also the other thing. Apparently, there's this motif in Harry Potter that the goblins, everything they make, once they sell it to someone, it's the person who they sold it to's. But after, I'm not becoming more politically correct. Like, you just don't know me then. Like the thing is that I'm going to speak out when I see stuff that's wrong. And the thing is, like, it doesn't matter if it's on the right or on the left. It just so happens that right now. Also, that's the thing that's weird. Like, this should be universal. Like, people should be able to see this and see that, yeah, you know, that is offensive. But for some reason, there's people who feel a need to defend the fact that these aren't caricatures of Jews. And it's like, you might not think that it is, but it's kind of like, what? Let's see. Oh, what was this? I'm addressing the idea that people are ignorant and simply don't know, rather than people are sensitive and want the world to form to their own needs. No, because here's the thing. No one's saying she shouldn't be allowed to write, or that, you know, no one, I mean, there are people who are saying, you know, don't support her. But at the end of the day, this is just a manner of saying that this is offensive. And if you're like, it seems like there's certain people who are almost offended that that's being pointed out. Like that's kind of what I'm getting. I mean, at the end of the day, what's so wrong with admitting that this is an offensive representation? No one's saying that the movie should be taken down, or that, like, frankly, I think it should be used to educate. But I really don't understand, like, where you're getting this perception of me from.
Floors looks like there. It's an unfortunate coincidence, but I sincerely doubt that this requires not so much a critique of Rowling, but of the filmmakers, the people who decided on the set locations, the cinematographers, the costume designers, that the whole production of Harry Potter, the films, mind you, was an attempt to make the goblins appear to be money-grubbing caricatures of Jewish people. That's like a pretty wild conspiracy theory, especially when it's designed to take down Rowling, who didn't make the fucking movies in the first place. She wrote the books, and in the books, there's
no one's saying it's a universal law. But the thing is, like, I mean, emotions are not objective. So by that notion, like, for instance, tell me why in certain, you know, parts of the world pornography is banned. It's because it offends people. But the thing is, we're just like you might not personally think that you know, porn is wrong, but there are people who do, and they use the power of the government to ban it in certain countries. So how, like, at the end of the day, I'm not saying her book should be banned. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm not saying that, you know, it's universally offensive to everyone. I'm not making that claim. But this is taking anti-Jewish stereotypes and literally just replacing the word Jew with goblin, and like, and that's the thing. This isn't simply a manner of someone's being offended. This is a manner of people trying to outright deny reality, because it's not a manner of this, like, the reality isn't whether this is offensive or not. The reality is whether these are Jewish caricatures or not. And frankly, they are. And after this video, we'll watch a quick video and then we'll get into the
there's
game.
None of that stuff, right? They're just the goblins. You picture them in your head however you want to picture a goblin. I remember when I was reading the books, I pictured them more like the goblins out of like The Hobbit or something, you know, like goblins out of D&D, like the Pathfinder goblins with the big ears and shit, right? Not, you know, and sure, I mean, this is, I can see why people made this link, but it requires such a stretch to suggest that it was an intentional attempt to make the goblins appear to be Jewish.
That's the thing. I don't think it was inherently intentional. Might have been, easily could have been. I'm simply saying it's a tone deaf usage of these caricatures.
To have this anti-Semitic thread, to me that seems pretty preposterous.
See, and that's the thing. You're in order to make that statement, you also have to ignore the traditional association of Jews with bankers, especially amongst anti-Semitic stereotypes. let's see. Okay, so Jesus said, Save said, is she a Nazi or no? Is she a Nazi to you? No, I don't. I mean, well, in certain regards, like she wants to get rid of trans rights, so that's one aspect. But I don't think she hates Jews or wants to kill Jews. I simply think that she's tone deaf, and it could be more than that. But oh, what happened to Jeremy? But let's see. It's true with the context of Carthage and Spain as Semitic regions. I don't follow what you're saying, but hey, bro, this may be off topic, but I want to ask you: is this if the different names of the Jewish god, like Adonai, Tetragrammaton, are the Most High experiencing itself in different forms? I think, yeah, in some regard, though that might be a topic for another time. But yeah, it's basically like this idea that just to get into that really quick, that you have so Elohim is Ela and me, or Ela and Yim, and basically you flip Yim into Im, or I mean into me, and so you get who and them. And basically you have the idea that who is the one that, like the one who is the one, and then you have Ela, which are the many, and you could actually view that basically as kind of like the mirrored reflection of God, not as like not mere material, but like material with kind of like the fusion of material and consciousness, or like material and spirit. And then you get Elohim, which is, you know, that combination. And that's what allows for this interaction and eventually the creation of the world. But let's see. Instead of Jew, oh no, we read that. Let's see. So no, she's not a Nazi. J.K. Rowling is a kind of a narcissist, and she's not trying to acknowledge the problematic elements of her work. That's basically where I'm at. Chthonius, one of them is Most High, like Saturn, highest circle in the heavens. Yeah. But a part of the same thing, like the monad experiencing itself in many different ways. I was thinking about this because it's kind of the same as the Greek gods. Oh yeah, definitely. That's just look at some of the work of the Jewish Hellenists that were associating God with, you know, different elements of the Greek pantheon. Even Chthonius, you into magic, bro? But like, are the part of the Most High? Are the a part of the Most High powers? Though they essentially, like Dionysus always coming back. What? That's nonsense, bro. Elohim is just plural for gods. You added a new spin. No, I didn't add a new spin. This is a Jewish mystic understanding. I didn't make this up. And then Chthonius was saying yes to Jesus Saves. Being ignorant about perpetrating very old and nasty stereotypes about a group of people, some of which have been used to persecute and kill them. Chthonius, I practice Christian magic rites. All right, cool. So yeah, let's get back to this.
For something to come out of Hollywood.
Oh wait, listen to this.
To be a takedown. To me, that seems pretty preposterous. For something to come out of Hollywood to be a takedown of Jewish people, like that's not really in the trend of Western cinema.
You see what he's implying there, right? He's basically implying that Jews run Hollywood. And the thing is, I don't even think he means that in an offensive way. I think he just believes that. And again, I'm like, I'll extend an invite to him to talk sometime about this, because I don't want to just misrepresent his point, but I mean, to me, it's very clear that, like, again, I don't think that he's necessarily doing that intentionally. In fact, I think he's probably not doing it intentionally, because he claims to, feel some affinity with Judaism, even though he isn't Jewish. But the point being is that, what is it? Oh yeah, the point being is that you can be anti-Semitic without meaning to offend people, and yeah, I mean, let's see, the gays run Hollywood too, but somehow the homophobia seeps through. Yeah, because that's the thing. At the end of the day, Jews don't run Hollywood. Gay people don't run Hollywood. Black people don't run Hollywood. Even white people don't run Hollywood. They have a lot of influence, but at the end of the day, what runs Hollywood is money. And the thing is, everybody loves money. But then you have people like Joe Rogan saying that Jews love money especially. And it's like, what the hell? But, and see, I think when it gets to something like Joe Rogan, it doesn't matter what your intention is. And that's kind of the same thing with someone like J.K. Rowling, because you're producing content for millions, if not, hundreds of millions of people. And like to just have these uncritically offensive, or even like not just offensive, but like they're harmful narratives that are just uncritically left there. And like, I mean, hopefully in the first, little bit of playing the game, we can see some, but it's really blatant. And like, it's not merely being offensive. It's a manner of, this isn't a game that was rated M. It was rated T for teens. And once you rate something that low, you're basically saying, oh, parents, you can buy this for your kids that are, basically not toddlers. I mean, frankly, there's even kids who even parents who let their kids play Grand Theft Auto when they're like, really young. So it's like, how young will someone be allowed to play Hogwarts Legacy? And at the end of the day, it seems like a fun game. I haven't played it yet, but the problem is, more than anything, because I think it's like the money that J.K. Rowling makes, she uses, for like anti-trans purposes. But at the end of the day, she's not using this money to go after Jewish people. What is happening in terms of a negative, you have this being used in meme culture. It's especially like, memes are basically, imagine someone makes a meme about the Jew goblins that you have to massacre in this game. Again, they're not referred to as Jew goblins, but it's implicit. So let's say that you have these goblins, basically an army of goblins that you have to massacre in this game. How long is it going to be until someone memes that? And because this game is popular, how long is it going to be until that meme becomes popular? And if that's the case, like, just imagine how things could go from there. And the point being is, this is I am, because that's the only way I can get footage in order to comment on it. It's a catch-22, but I mean, at the end of the day, I'm more concerned about what those narratives are going to do than what the $60 that, and that money doesn't even go to her. Like, she got a sum total when the game was released. Like, Cat Falls, who's a trans streamer, was covering this, that like she got a lump sum, and she doesn't get like royalties from the game. What she will get royalties from is the attention that this sends towards her other content. So at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's such a part of our cultural milieu that you can't just, you can avoid it, but at the end of the day, all that's going to do is not, funding it. At the end of the day, I think that I can, do more by actually looking into the nooks and crannies and attacking every individual thing. And I mean, given it's not like I'm going to have some huge impact, but at least that's something, using the game itself in order to, critically look through the entire thing. But don't give people your info online, Cathonius. But let's see. I once heard the boy incident mentioned by a Mason associating it with their own hoodwinking initiation. Interesting. Let's see. You are trapped inside a prison, but with the rising of Pisces and Jupiter and Moon, which will occur in 3 months, you will be free from whatever prison you are feeling or bound to. Interesting. Anyway.
Of American cinema specifically, there's not a lot of like blatant anti-Semitism going on. So yes, that's crazy. And I will link to this article. I think it's quite well written. I'm going to go see what else this author has written, because anyone who so eloquently expresses their malcontent with the complaining online is somebody that I should be following. So kudos to Elia Smith. I hope you don't spontaneously combust because of all this Jew goblin complaining. And I will also try not to. We should all try not to spontaneously combust, if possible, for any reason. Okay, I'm going to finish editing this video, and then I'm going to play some Hogwarts Legacy. And damn it, I'm going to have fun. You have fun too. Peace.
Jews will not replace us!
Jews will not replace us! Since the Middle Ages, drawings haven't been so nice to... Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Since the Middle Ages, drawings haven't been so nice to a group of people unfairly slighted once or twice. They were made to look like bad guys and that message carried over, but it shouldn't really come as a surprise. Find out why. Before the time that pictures moved, cartoons lampooned and knocked the Jews, depicted big-nosed, hunchbacked, and crude. To be Jewish became taboo. So when those pictures moved, bad guys got these nasty features through and through. Children drank this poison juice. It's no wonder that kids think that we're the bad guys when we're portrayed as a costume for a murder-driven wolf. That's subtext. It's not only our features. Not sure if you heard, but we got hate for something else. Money, 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 yummy money. We just can't get enough. Cha-ching, cha-ching, oh yeah, mouth up of money, root of evil. A lesson taught to all the people. Intention here is pretty freaking clear. Around the globe in the past, propaganda traveled fast. Posters painting us as greedy sneaks made us outcast. Those images became a fixture shown to kids in motion pictures. Messages put in young minds designed to last and last. Even in the 1980s, a Smurf villain loved his monies. His name was Gargamel, and he came straight from a poster. He's greedy and hunchback, and check out the nose. A sneaky character in magazines dominates those racist memes. Copycats make it the most viewed and time-cinematic image throughout Earth history. It gets so much cinematic image throughout Earth.
Given this is a green-skinned goblin, but still it's a goblin. And it's like, I'm telling you, this is not something that's just being pulled out of thin air. It's not just because they have a big no. Well, I mean, in this case, this is specifically an anti-Semitic meme, but.
History! It gets so much meaner than people draw us as creatures from down below. It's not just about money. It is suggesting that we feed on human souls. I'm sure we eat chopped liver, but that's chicken! Since 1225, horned little demons, 250,000 size. Troll-like creatures being normalized again, portraying Jews as the bad guys. Harry Potter goblins are evil as hell. J.K. didn't mean to make the bigotry swell, but early cartoons have a lingering smell, keeping unintended subtext alive and well. Replace us. Trust me, nobody try to replace ya. You read the same old poster with the same dumb stuff. You don't even realize someone programmed ya. Cartoon slander needs a rewrite. Painting false pictures, oh what a fright. They've got Tommy Pickles, show kids the light. And a young Adam Sandler had a crazy night. Don't make someone a bad guy because of their race. Make them a bad guy because they can manipulate metal and want to force a mutant uprising. Complex characters. Magneto, baby!
I mean, that's a really good point. Magneto's a bad guy, and he's Jewish, but he's not bad because he's Jewish. To be fair, the ADL's really dropped the ball lately. They've been turned so politicized, like on both sides. Like, I mean, not really both sides, but basically it's hard to explain. But let's see. So, here, let me figure out what we're. Oh, right. So, let's see. Let's see. There was a really good video that covered it. I just need to remember where it was from. It was wait, was that the? Well, do you have any thoughts, 420? Let's see. J.K. Rowling does have a lot of pre-framing as a privileged, seemingly moral integer entity. She is Karen version of naivete in literature. 100%. Kathoni says, I hate how they associate Jews with money and shit, man. It's like the world wants a scapegoat, and I hate discrimination in any form. From what I've learned from you, I have a high respect for Judaism. Thanks, man. I mean, like, at the end of the day, that really is the idea, the scapegoat. So in Ukraine, are they against Jews? Because I've seen their soldiers. So there is a neo-Nazi element in Ukraine, but it's actually less influential in Ukraine than the neo-Nazi element is within America. I mean, furthermore, I don't think a Jewish president would ever get elected in America. I mean, maybe before things got bad again, but no, like now, I mean, even then, I just don't think it would have happened. But in Ukraine, a Jewish president was able to get elected, and it's because it's interesting because you do have tensions with Jews, mainly between the Cossacks and them. But the thing is, the Cossacks are also kind of, so the Cossacks were Ukrainian, but it's kind of like that element really merged into Russia. And that's the like anti-Semitism that really seeded Russian anti-Semitism. And so basically there was violence against Jews in Ukraine, but it was generally committed by Russian populations. And so it's like you had you also had Ukrainian farmers who were rallied into it. So it's like, I don't want to sanitize what Ukrainians have done, but the modern Ukrainians are probably one of the least anti-Semitic populations. Also, Ariel, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jewish people have a very strong sense of family and community, and they commit to that. They're taught to uphold these values, to give back, and to be helpful to, let's see. Kathleen agrees with the LSIC, and then Jody said, people are people, judge them individually, not by ethnicity. 100%, but unfortunately, that's not how our society tends to operate, because it's like, in order to get to that point, you really do have to break past a bunch of these preconceived notions, regardless of whether you're a racist person or whether you're just ignorant. And let's see, one another, maybe if other people weren't so busy being bitter about the Jews holding it down for each other and started doing that for themselves, they wouldn't have so many issues. Well, that's exactly the point that Kanye made, except he didn't make it in a way that was like, oh, we should maybe, take some cues. It's more like, why aren't we like them? And it's like, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's a survival mechanism. Dude, you are doing the same thing that he's complaining about. Those are what are you even talking about? So you're admitting that that is a Jewish trope, that those goblins fit a Jewish trope? Or like, what are you saying? Because it's not really clear. But let's see. Here, I'm going to try to find the video. Let's see. Oh, right. It was, let's see. Let's see. Should be here. It's one of the top ones I saw before. Oh, it was one day. Wait, what? Okay. Wait. Let's see. Yeah, that one above there looked. Okay, wait, is it this one? No. Yeah, I think it was further up. Cortical. Wait, what was this down here? I just saw it. Let's see. Yeah, here. This one above should be good. I mean, I'm going to disagree with it, but no, I don't want to answer. I'm like. Oh wait, no. So, see, this is the thing. This is so strange. Wait, where is this? Let's see. Where was it? Oh yeah. So, dude, you're complaining about the same tropes. He's saying he likes Jews for a generic reason of ethnicity. That is not what Chthonius said. And the fact that you equate Jews and Judaism is honestly kind of strange. I mean, well, not that it's strange, but that you assume that what he says about Judaism, he's talking about Jews. Chthonius said, I hate how they associate Jews with money and shit, man. It's like the world wants a scapegoat. I hate discrimination in any form. From what I've learned from you, I have a high respect for Judaism. He's not saying anything about Jews because they're Jews. He's talking about the tradition. You're picking positive tropes as he showing negative ones. That are still tropes. I really don't understand what you're saying, but and see. So Yellow Six said, so instead of making sure the Jews can't thrive and failing miserably through all of history, maybe spend that time and effort reinforcing those things within your own community. Well, but see, that's the thing. All that potential that was being done, like people were basically being controlled by the monarchy, and the monarchy was also controlling the court Jews, and so using the court Jews in order to collect taxes for the monarchy. And given this was not all Jews, not even a majority by any means, like a significant minority, but because those were the Jews that most non-Jewish Europeans interacted with, that's what they saw Jews as. And so as a result, you have this perception that Jews are moneylenders or that Jews are bankers. And that's the reason why you can't just, dismiss the fact that, oh, well, the goblins are just bankers, because it's encoded within that trope, like you're saying. And again, not all Jews are bankers. Most Jews aren't bankers. But you can't just say because of that means that this stereotype or this caricature has nothing to do with Jewish caricatures, because it's just so clear. I mean, to say that would be denying reality. You could say, well, she's not trying to be offensive. That might be true, but that doesn't make it better.
So let's address this right off the bat. There has been a thing going around about Hogwarts Legacy and J.K. Rowling being transphobic or whatever. But now, because people don't seem to be listening to that, what they're now doing is going back on this old thing where goblins in Harry Potter are obviously Jewish people because they look like a stereotypical Jewish person.
Yeah, no.
Now, my wife and I are modern Orthodox Jewish. So the reason we're talking about this is because we are sick and tired of seeing this narrative around.
Oh, wait, this
and
was
so
interesting.
it was
Wait.
my.
I'm sorry. What? Gothic therapy? Like, I mean, not that you can't have an Orthodox Jew who's Gothic, but it just kind of. I don't know. It just. Again, not saying it can't happen. It just seems a bit out of the ordinary. But, nothing wrong with breaking perceptions.
Easy Wheels started as my college project.
Wait, what?
And
Hold on. Control.
Because we are sick and tired of seeing this narrative around. And so it was my decision to make this image, which debunks every single one of their claims, and we are going to go through it piece by piece and explain exactly why all of their arguments that say that, oh, it's obviously Jewish people, are false or incorrect.
given to you by actual Jews.
Thank you. So, honey, what does the first thing they like to say?
The star.
So, as you can see, there is a star on the floor of the Gringotts Bank in Harry Potter where the goblins are. And people have said, well, look, it's a Magen David star, and that means the Star of David, so that means Jewish people. Now, honey, do you want to explain why that is not the case?
Certainly. One, it is actually part of the Australian flag where that scene was filmed, in the building where that scene was filmed.
What? That doesn't make any sense. There is no flag there. No. If they're trying to say because it's in the flag, the Australian flag, that's also bullshit, because anyone who studied their history knows that the British Commonwealth has a lot. Literally. Ever wonder why they named the British Empire, not the British Empire, but why they named the British Isles, like the government that rules over that, why it's called the United Kingdom? Because this is something that always kind of fascinated me, but check this out. United Kingdom. First thing that shows up, England, right? That must be what it's talking about, right? United Kingdom. Let's look at disambiguation. The United Kingdom is a country located off the northwestern coast of continental Europe. It may also refer to political entities. The original United Kingdom, look at this. So 1801, 1815, 1951, 1815, Denmark, so it's still going to be after 1523, 1814, 1320. Now let's go back to 1050 BCE, the United Kingdoms of Israel and Judah. The choice to name the United Kingdom is deliberate. Like, seriously, you cannot ignore the pull and the influence of British Israelism, especially around the time that Australia was being colonized. So that's literally just such a false argument. I mean, again, it could have nothing to do with it. It might have just been kind of within the milieu. Maybe it wasn't like a direct choice to do it because of that. But even then, like, one thing in and of itself, that's not enough. So just a Star of David, yeah, that wouldn't be enough. But it's more than that. It's that in conjunction with everything. Let's see. So let's go back here. So yeah, I just proved that wrong. They're basically trying to find a reason why the Star of David isn't anti-Semitic rather than a reason why it could be. And even the reason why they think it can't be is still a reason why it could be. Because there's this implication with British Israelism that they're the real Israelites, that they need to replace Judah.
That was already in the architecture.
Exactly. It is actually the Commonwealth Star. Now, this was changed later on, but when the floor was made in 1908, it was not changed. Therefore, the floor had the Commonwealth Star and was not a Star of David.
Okay, but the bank wasn't made for the movie. So their point doesn't stand. It'd be one thing if it was the Australian Star when it was then, but it's not. So their point is completely moot. This is just a 6-pointed star, which nowadays is most commonly associated with Jews. Like the fact that it's on the Australian flag, most people probably don't even know. And even if they do, it's probably not the first association that people think of when they hear the 6-pointed star. It's just... like, I have a feeling they're probably just Harry Potter fans that want so desperately for Harry Potter not to be anti-Semitic. And again, I don't think that J.K. Rowling necessarily intended this, but it doesn't absolve it of being anti-Semitic.
And if I may add, the hexagram is not unique to Judaism. It can be found in...
Yeah, it's not unique. It also wasn't even really a Jewishly used symbol that much until around the 1600s or so. But it doesn't change the fact that it is one now. So, moot point.
In occult, in Wicca, in Hinduism, as above, so below, alchemy. Just because it's more prominent in
someone's angry.
Jewish culture doesn't mean it does not mean that it is exclusive to Jewish culture.
I think we've now thoroughly debunked this whole, well, the star is obviously Jewish. It's not.
Yeah,
we've proven it multiple different ways. So if you use that argument, expect to just get laughed at.
Indeed.
Now to move on to the next one.
The next one is the horn.
So as you can see on the right, there is an image of a horn. It's a goblin artifact.
Which is...
I'm not going to lie, I kind of feel like I'm being lectured to by Ben Shapiro. I don't know why, like a Harry Potter fan, Ben Shapiro.
In the game.
Hogwarts Legacy. They're saying that this is what is called a shofar in Jewish culture, which is a horn that is blown at certain times.
So this is another poor argument. So here, I'm going to pull up the tweet because they don't show the actual, let's see, goblin shofar. Search this tab instead. So let's see. So let's see, where is it? So here, this is an artifact in the game. Can you all see it all right? I'm going to see if I can zoom in. Wait, can I? No. So whatever, I'll just read it. So horns like this were used by goblins during the 1612 Goblin Rebellion to rally troops and generally annoy... Okay, listen. So during the 1612 Goblin Rebellion to rally troops and generally annoy witches and wizards, the horn was discovered in the aftermath of the rebellion inside the Hogshead Inn with a wedge of gorgonzola stuffed inside, presumably to mute it. So some people were going around and saying, oh, gorgonzola is a non-kosher type of cheese. It's... no. Like... it can be made kosher. Any cheese can potentially be made kosher, except for maybe like casu marzu. But the point is that gorgonzola, well, it definitely, I mean, whatever cheese would have been used would have been unkosher is kind of the point, unless it was specifically kosher cheese. But the fact that you have gorgonzola, an Italian cheese, in England already in 1600s, like it's basically I don't know. I think it's a poor argument to try and rely on this to be like, oh, they used an unkosher cheese to mute it. But still, you have this idea of muting the goblin music or the goblin sound. And it is connected with this idea of, let's see, where was it? Well, and then also basically some people are saying it's like a shofar. I mean, to be fair, like it is ornamented in such a way that a shofar wouldn't be. But I don't think that's reason enough to say that it's not a shofar, especially when you have 1612 Goblin Rebellion, and then you had during that same year in you had the what was it the Fett Milk uprising in Frankfurt, I think. Let's see. Let's look at some of the comments. Let's see. I'm a Harry Potter fan and I see it. It's literally a fucking book series from the 90s. I enjoy the movies and the books, but I don't enjoy bullshit like Cho Chang. Yeah, me neither. Question, has J.K. Rowling addressed any of this or is she not saying anything on it? I'm just curious. I'm not actually sure. As a millennial and as a Harry Potter fan, I literally fucking hate Harry Potter fans or the fandom in general. It's so true. Anyone that knows a little something about something knows how powerful a symbol the Star of David is. I never knew, though, it was supposed to represent Hermetic. So, I mean, it is connected. It's this idea of God and man, or above and below, or like heaven and earth. But within a like Hermetic context, it's understood as male and female as well. Let's see. People are so fucking stupid and way too invested in this shit. So you do see the anti-Semitism with the goblins in the bank now? Yellow site. I'm a fan of Harry Potter too. I pre-ordered the last book before it came out. I hate the Dumbledore movies. Chinese Nagini didn't make sense. Nagini is Hindu myth. I think she was. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But let's see. She was too lazy to change the year. Actually, like the Dumbledore movies, I think there's some interesting stuff going on. Oh, I mean, I haven't actually seen the newer stuff. I basically haven't seen anything past the last movies that were, like the. Okay, let's see. So, okay, what was I looking for? Right. Here, let's see. What was it? Oh yeah. Goblin shofar muting annoying music. Let's see. Wait, no. Sorry. But the point is really important because there's an academic article that relates to this. It's let's see. Goblins annoying wizards. Let's see. Huh. Oh wait, here. Let's see. Is it this one? Okay. Let's see. So, let's see. Yeah, so I mean, there are people who are covering for the franchise, but at the end of the day, even if you take out one of the things, you still have everything else. I just wish I could find. Okay, it's let's see. Jewish music annoying Christians. Harry Potter. Dang it. Jewish, maybe not music. I'm not sure. Sorry about this. It's an important point. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking so hard for it. Okay. Goblins, maybe. Okay, here. Dang it. This is. Yeah. So this person writes, well, the original depictions of goblins are a Jewish character. Not all, but some. Big nose, greedy bankers. Like she doubles down on it in the game. Well, J.K. Rowling didn't make the game, but still. Goblin artifacts that resemble shofars, type of horn used in Jewish practices, down to the bands on the sides. Some, not all. Being used to annoy wizards. Apparently, there was a weird anti-Semitic notion that those were. Okay, maybe it's something about. Let's see. Shofar annoying, maybe. Okay, here. Let me see if I can find it here. Dang it. Yeah, if I don't find it. Okay, wait, here's it. Yeah, I'm just going to move on because it's. Wait, is this? All right. Here, this is a good point. So, so someone said, I will say the horn doesn't actually look like anything like a shofar, but it's still among us sus. Someone else said it resembles a Yemeni shofar to an extent, which tend to be more elongated and less curved that match up to the appearance of the goblin horn. Still, even if it doesn't exactly resemble a shofar, giving the Jewishly coded creatures an annoying horn sure is, as you say, sus. And so, like, okay, let's see if there's any. See, I'm sorry, that's a BS argument. Because you're saying, well, no offense, but I think dissecting things in order to take offense is just part of the problem. People think everyone else is responsible for their own pain. Alchemy is the path of recognizing. If alchemy is the path of recognizing, how come you're unable to recognize when there's something that's very clearly emblematic of something else? Like, the thing is, we're only going through this in order to prove the point that this isn't merely just someone saying, oh, those are Jews. That it's a like multiple things. Even if it's not deliberate, it's multiple things. Yes, our pain comes from ourselves because all of our pain is generated by our minds. That doesn't mean that other people aren't responsible for when they hurt us. That's bullshit. If you think that, I'm sorry, but it is. I had the Gryffindor scarf and almost went to the movie premiere in Hogwarts school uniform. Read on, Matt. Like, I seriously do not understand how you can think that, like, yes, we are responsible for, like, are you responsible for your actions? And what happens if your actions cause someone else to feel a certain way? Are you responsible for that? Like, at the end of the day, we're not responsible for how we feel. We're responsible for how we act. That's different. And how you act impacts how others feel. And like, to deny that is just denying reality. You don't have to believe that, you don't have to believe that you have to apologize when you offend people or when you do something that hurts people. But like, just know that people are going to look at you in a certain way. And if you're fine with that, that's fine. But it's just like, it feels very victim blamey. Jody Thrush just said, sorry you feel that way. And if this says, yeah, you're right, Ariel. Jody, the art of being a victim is being refined these days. I'm not talking about victim culture. I'm literally talking about recognizing when there's a problem. I'm not saying, oh, it's such a problem. Like, no one should buy this. Like, I mean, I'd be a hypocrite if I said that. But the point is that honestly, it kind of sounds like there's certain people who feel victimized by people talking about this. That's what it feels like. Because, like, I don't know what your thoughts are on Harry Potter. Maybe you just don't even care about Harry Potter. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not acting like a victim here. Amethyst said, I don't believe in a lot of things, but I don't need to act on that. I just need to tolerate it and live my life peacefully. Exactly. So let's see. Let's get back to here.
This is the year to ask for repentance from God for our sins.
And in the days of kings, they were sounded in battle.
Yes. Now, this is a goblin horn, and they're saying, oh, it says 1612, which is a year of a goblin rebellion, which is supposedly a year of something bad that happened in Judaism. No.
Mm-mm.
And that it's stuffed with gorgonzola cheese, and behind the hog's head, which the hog's head is obviously referring to pigs, which means pigs are not kosher, and the gorgonzola cheese is not kosher. Therefore, it's obviously a reference to Jewish people.
That's quite the leap.
Yes. So I want to read, from what I found, one of the earliest recorded stories that bring up goblins as these mythical creatures. The Benevolent Goblin is a folk story written by an unknown author that was compiled in British Gestia Romanorium between the 13th and 14th.
The Benevolent Goblin. But are the goblins in Harry Potter benevolent? See, that's the interesting thing. Goblins weren't originally anti-Semitic. They were turned into anti-Semitic caricatures. Like, they got fused. What if J.K. Rowling took it on the chin and said, well, I was intentional, the goblins in my works do reflect certain negative stereotypes about Jewish people that have been permeating in I'm guessing, European continent. Yeah, that would be good. And not only that, she could go as far and in her further work, given still a transphobe, still a terrible person in that regard. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, not saying so, given, I mean, what the implication is yeah, but basically, if you are actively using your money and your power in order to diminish other people's identities, specifically trans people, like, I have no sympathy for you. But the point is that, yeah, if she did this and furthermore wrote it where in the future that the goblin world or that the wizarding world started to realize what they had done to the goblins and that the numerous goblin rebellions were revealed to actually be attacks by the wizarding world upon them, well, that would be interesting because then she could actually redeem the fact that she used goblins as a as this motif. But she's been silent. And that's the thing. Actions speak louder than words, and inaction is action. It's the lack of action, the deliberate choice not to act. It took me a while to notice a lot of hidden messages and brainwashing in a lot of ads and movies, but when I do realize it, it makes me rethink the world in a different way. 100%. AI worldview for a long time. European worldview for a long time. Well, I thought making them non-human and magical would soften the blow. It doesn't change the facts. Unfortunately, please understand this is what's happening. Yeah, I think that would be the responsible thing. But frankly, I think in a lot of ways, J.K. Rowling has kind of turned into Dolores Umbridge. Like, she's literally turned into a character that she wrote as someone that she hated, but she doesn't see it. Okay, well, that's on you. But the thing, like, I bet you have an issue with certain things. You might not refer to it as problematic because you have an issue with that word. But you do have problems with certain things. And, you know, you might not be willing to say it here because then it'll prove my point. But nobody finds that they go about their life and that they have no problem. If you believe that when you have a problem with something that's on you, then that's on you. But the thing is that you shouldn't expect the rest of society to conform to that idea. Okay, good. Just as long as you recognize that. But you shouldn't be forcing other people to conform to your idea that, you know, that everyone has to, like if I'm sad, then I have to find out how I can become happy. Well, what if you're sad because someone just killed your dad? You know, how are you going to make yourself happy in that case? Like, yeah, it's ultimately on you to be happy, but like, you're not responsible for feeling sad. You're responsible for getting better. And that's the key thing. You're not responsible for what happens to you. You're responsible with how you deal with it. But the thing is, how something causes you to feel is something that happens to you. And you can't pretend like it isn't. Anyway, let's get back on track.
Centuries. The plot was as follows. In a wooden hill in England, there once had lived an unusually friendly, helpful goblin. This goblin wore a red robe, and he would help the local knights by offering a mysterious drinking horn that was encrusted with gold and jewels. When the knights drank the unknown liquid from the mysterious horn, they would become miraculously cooled and refreshed.
And so they're claiming that this horn represents a shofar, which a shofar is a trumpet horn, not a drinking horn. They are two very different things.
This just thoroughly debunked what you...
No, it doesn't, you idiots. Pardon my language, but like, that's a really idiotic argument. Yeah, so they're not idiots. They made an idiotic argument. The horn is literally a sounding, like it's literally a horn that you blow out of, not that you drink out of, the one that's referenced in the Hogsmeade Inn. So they're full of crap if they're trying to say that debunks it. Also, I have no clue what you mean by that. That is a life issue you got to get through after Buddy goes to... Who's Buddy? I have no clue what the hell you're talking about. Like, honestly, it really sounds like you're the sensitive one here. I'm not saying, oh, I'm so upset that J.K. Rowling used these stereotypes. I don't know how I'm going to live with myself. I can't, watching Harry Potter, it makes me so triggered. I'm not doing any of those things. I'm pointing them out. You're the one who seems to be triggered by me pointing them out. And that's an interesting point.
You just claimed. Not only is it probably not a shofar, it might have been like a war horn, but it's actually probably referencing this.
What's the weak point? But here, I'll continue in the meantime.
this, which is where the idea of goblins and horns came from. Surprise! It wasn't Jewish people. It's not a chauffeur. Go cry yourself to sleep over it.
Not to mention, this whole game takes place in the United Kingdom.
Another one of their arguments.
What? How does that make it any better? Jews were expelled from the United Kingdom until the 1700s. Like, Jews were literally persecuted in England. Like, if you were a Jew found in England, you think they would just send you back over the aisle? No, they'd probably just kill you. This is insane. Like, they're carrying water not only for the anti-Semitic British, or the the British crown, but they're also carrying water for Harry Potter. I mean, at the end of the day, not saying you have to not like Harry Potter. I think it's possible to separate art from the artist. But at the end of the day, like, let's see. That's the thing, Ariel. It's them getting mad. You're calling out the chosen one, Harry Potter. Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, that reminds me of. Oh, I need to find this. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this. Come on. Dang it. I'm gonna have to. Maybe. How am I going to do this? Let's see, memes. I posted in the meme chat. 1 second. This is just too perfect. Memes. Let's see. 1 moment. Okay, wait, is it? Oh, let's see. Here it is. Let's see. Open link. Will that work? Yeah, here. The Zionists support Harry Potter because he is the promised Messiah. Honestly, I don't know if this is like a joke or not, but the thing is, I could actually see how, like, I could actually see Salafists making this claim, like obviously not normal Muslims, but like Salafists. But on the other hand, it could easily just be a meme. No, I mean, I've watched his stuff sometimes, but I think also, wasn't he like accused of like sexual harassment or assault or something? I'm not 100% sure, but no, I'm not a Vaushite. Honestly, like, the only person who I like really consistently watch is Neil, and even then, I'm starting to get too busy to watch all of his videos. But yeah, I don't. Let's see, the horns for drinking instead to make ritual sound. Wait, what's this? No, but see, that's the thing. The horn for drinking is in the story that they're referencing, not in Harry Potter. The horn in the tavern is a war horn. It's not a drinking horn. So that doesn't stand. Let's see. Ariel, is Harry what? Ariel Petros, Ariel the Rock, what? You're saying Potter is Petros? What? I do not follow.
Arguments thoroughly debunked. And now for the last one.
That goblins look like stereotypical Jews.
As you can see, I have found the earliest image, and it's from
1233 AD.
1233 AD. The only problem is, when were Jews expelled from England? And this is the key thing they're ignoring. Jewish expulsion from England. Oh, 1233. So, wait, when did Jews arrive in England? So the Edict of Expulsion was in 1290. So like 60... or a little under 60 something year. Okay, Jewish admittance to England. 1070. The first written record of Jewish settlement in England dates back to 1070. Now, I'm sorry, but it's kind of ridiculous to expect a British depiction of goblins, assuming what context are you saying this in? Are you saying that the depiction is being used to stereotype them, or are you actually trying to make that claim? Because one's going to get you kicked from my channel, and the other is going to let you stay. Though I kind of have a feeling which one it is. let's see, what was I talking about? So 1070. So 1233. So there's, let's see, 1 second. 1233 minus 1070. 163 years. 163 years is kind of short for caricatures to get connected. The thing is, the connections were they weren't drawn by English people. They were drawn largely by Germans. The thing is that I don't know exactly where they're getting this from. Okay, they're saying by A. Pickering, and this is, wait, no, wait, what? Oh no, this is the 1233. Okay, I was reading the wrong one, but still. So 1233. So which one are they saying is the goblin?
Yes. And as you can see, if you look on the left, there's these 3 men. They are Jewish people.
Ah, these are caricatures of Jews, and you love it? Yeah, go fuck yourself. Anyway, so here.
And as you can see, they have the long nose trope. But otherwise, what do you notice, honey? Do they look like goblins?
No.
And what I looked for was to try and find the earliest available image of goblins that were mentioned. And I found a goblin drawing by Olive Crockrell from The Queen of Goblins by A. Pickering from 1892.
Way after 1233.
But
so, again, to raise my point, let's see, A. Pickering. A. Pickering. William A. Pickering, British. So, look at this. 1840 to 1907. Wait, is this? Shoot, I'm not sure. A. Pickering Goblin. Queen of the Goblins by Cockrell, it's saying. By A. Pickering. Okay, I guess 1892. I mean, it matches, and that guy certainly had influences. Wait, it would be A. Pickering. I mean, I guess it still could be him, but anyway, let's assume it's a British person. When were Jews readmitted to England? Jews did not return to England until the 1650s when they were invited to resettle by Oliver Cromwell. That's weird. I thought it was even later, but no. So 1650s. So 1650 to 1650 to 1892. That would be, let's see. Sorry, I'm not the greatest at math. Okay, 1892 minus 1650. 240 years. Again, very short in order for caricatures to develop. The thing is, like I was saying, most of these depictions of goblins as, connected with stereotypes or like caricatures of Jews go back to Germany, not to England, because Jews didn't live that long in England in the grand scheme of things.
Look at it. Even then, honey, do you see a Jewish person?
No, I see a goblin.
So, in other words, the most earliest depiction of stereotypical Jews was not goblin-esque, and therefore, if anything, you want to make the argument that it is a stereotype of Jewish people, it meant that people much later on took and made a caricature based off of goblins, which there's very little, if any, proof for. Again, another one thoroughly debunked, and you could say, again, maybe there's some sort of threads of evidence that may, but I think we thoroughly debunked all these claims, and I think that if you're not a Jewish person, you shouldn't speak for all Jewish people, and if you are a Jewish person and you're finding reasons to be offended, hopefully this video puts those to rest. If it doesn't, I would seriously question why you're looking to be offended so badly.
Seriously. Brought to you by...
See, that's the thing. At the end of the day, I'm not that offended. What offends me is when people try and tell me that what I'm seeing isn't real. Because at the end of the day, like, it would be one thing if I knew that J.K. Rowling was inherently trying to be anti-Semitic. But I don't know that. The thing is, when people are trying to say that looking into it is anti-Semitic or saying that it is anti-Semitic, like, that's just insane talk. I mean, that's like saying that if you say fire, that somehow you must be the one that started the fire. It's insane.
2 real Jews.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
Wow, it's just so bizarre. Here, I think the game's almost finished loading up. Let me see if I can just find. Let's see. Oh, that would be it. Racial caricatures in Harry Potter. And the thing is, it might be easy to deny the goblins, but you can't deny it once you look at things in a greater context. Is it this one? Is it this one? Let me see.
For metaphysical explanations of reality, amount of diversity that it
Wait, no, I think it's this one. Oh, right here.
Is it water with the sheep in the box?
A while ago, I made a video exploring the political and philosophical implications of the world of Harry Potter. I did briefly cover race and some of the missteps made over the years in that video, but there's something that's been playing on my mind since then, and I need to share it so I can get it out of my brain. In my opinion, some of the law about international wizards, and specifically wizard schools, seems kind of racist. Is this a hot take? I don't know. It's certainly not timely or relevant, but as J.K. Rowling has recently published a book that goes out of its way to claim that actually caring about harmful stereotypes and offensive representations in media is dumb and cringe, and actually the real victims in all this are the billionaire authors who are victimized by the woke left canceling them for the things they said and did. Well,
wow, sounds like someone in chat. If you're offended, you're the problem.
I thought perhaps it was worth a revisit. Looking at it from a purely objective standpoint, without any prior knowledge of its author or the discourse around her, J.K. Rowling's body of work has some rather concerning issues with and portrayals of minority groups. I mean, this is obvious, right? The single prominent black character is called Kingsley Shacklebolt, and the one Asian character is called Cho Chang. Fuck's sake. Oh, and let's not forget that the person who played the character of Lavender Brown was black until she was supposed to be dating Ron, a ginger white guy, and was recast and race swapped for what I'm sure are totally legit and not at all concerning reasons. But yeah, whatever, cold take, I get it. I made a whole feature-length video about this ages ago, but this is different. See, in that video, I talk mostly about the lore of the actual books and movies, but today I actually want to talk a little bit about the additional lore added to the series by J.K. Rowling since the books and movies stopped being released. That's right, we're going to be taking a little look at some of the absolutely wild shit on what used to be called Pottermore but is now called Wizarding World to tie in with those dogshit Fantastic Beasts movies. Specifically in this video, we'll be talking about portrayals of non-white wizards and wizard culture, for lack of a better term. I mean, what, you think that the sort of person who signed off on, doubled down on, and has thus far refused to condemn shit like this, and included similar, though less egregious, descriptions and depictions in her books, and further mocks people who criticizes it, could be in any way prejudiced towards racial and ethnic groups? No, that's impossible. I mean, it's not like there was a literal Star of David on the floor of Gringotts Bank, right? That would be absurdly on the nose, not to mention offensive, especially if you contributed to the massive media blitz against the center-left political figure, helping to smear him as anti-Semitic, in part because he probably would have taxed you on your literal billions of pounds, or stopped you attempting to claim vast parts of Scottish countryside as your personal exclusive property. But alright, let's talk about African wizards. According to J.K. Rowling, shall we? Taken from her writing on the same website that once asked the important question of whether or not slavery is bad and came down in the middle somehow. This should be fun. First off, we have to talk about the ways in which Rowling actively plays into lazy but sadly prevalent stereotypes surrounding the African continent and its people, in much the same way as her goblins played into anti-Semitic stereotypes about avaricious, ugly, hook-nosed creatures obsessed with money and who exist parallel to, but in opposition to, the mainstream. So how does she do that? Well, in a number of ways, but let's focus on two main ones. One, Africa as a monolith. The moronic, stupid idea that all of Africa, one of, if not the most culturally diverse places in the world, is somehow a single, simple, monolithic culture, unlike, say...
This is the key thing. She's not saying African people, people from Africa, she's not saying they can't be wizards. She's merely tone deaf to the way she represents them. And that's the problem. And again, you could believe that there's no problem with it. But if you think that people who have a problem with it, if you think that they're the problem, then why do you have a problem with people raising the issue? Because it sounds like you have just as much of a problem as they do, which raises the question, if you don't think you have a problem, then why do they have a problem? Because there is a problem, and it has to do with the way it's written. Not saying that it should be rewritten, but merely that it should be acknowledged and used as a means to educate people. Because at the end of the day, trying to ban something only makes it more popular. So what you have to do is you have to contextualize it. You have to make sure that people... again, you can't force people to view something in a certain way, but you have to force that conversation. Otherwise, it's just going to get uncritically absorbed. And that's the danger.
Britain and France, which are culturally distinct because, well, I don't want to make any accusations, but I mean, it seems pretty clear, right? 2, the myth of the Dark Continent, the racist and ignorant idea that Africa and its inhabitants were and continue to be uncivilized and, if anything, benefited from colonialism due to this. The classic colonial civilization to the savages, talking point beloved of British Empire apologists like Boris Johnson, or the multiple times PragerU did it, being a prime example of this. The second point first then, let's read, shall we? Although Africa has a number of smaller wizarding schools, there is only one that has stood the test of time, at least 1,000 years, and achieved an enviable international reputation, Ouagadougou. The largest of all wizarding schools, it welcomes students from all over the enormous continent. The only address ever given is Mountains of the Moon. Visitors speak of a stunning edifice carved out of the mountainside and shrouded in mist, so that it sometimes appears to simply float in midair. Much, some would say all, magic originated in Africa, and Ouagadougou graduates are especially well versed in astronomy, alchemy, and self-transfiguration. The wand is a European invention, and while African witches and wizards have adopted it as a useful tool in the last century, many spells are cast simply by pointing the finger or through hand gestures. To me, this is pretty telling. For a start, we have the magic began in...
Hey, Snappy. Invitation's open for you to join if you want at all. Right now, we're just talking about, was debating with some people in the comments of, well, just one person really, about, whether the, depictions of, oh, no worries. If you want to hop back in, you can. I'll just post the link again for anyone who wants to join. But yeah, basically, we were looking at, the connection. Also, I literally debunked point by point the debunking that this one Jewish couple was trying to use in order to say that, the goblins aren't anti-Semitic stereotypes. But she really wants to travel the world if she wants. Wait, she really needs to travel the world if she wants to include other continents as part of her wizarding world. Yeah, but even if she did that, she would still colonize traditions in a way that would be really disrespectful. I mean, yeah, it would probably help her writing, but at the end of the day, she's already done so much damage that I think more than anything, it's about trying to, teach the next generation, what narratives are actually necessary to because at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with having a Jewishly coded group. The problem is when you portray them in such a way, and then when they are actually mistreated in the world, and you just normalize within the world that they're treated that way, and yet there's supposedly good people who are treating them this way. And it's kind of this idea of if you create a good versus evil dichotomy of Voldemort versus Harry Potter, then all of a sudden everyone who likes Harry Potter, they must be good. But what about all the people who like Harry Potter who are fine with the enslavement of house elves and the basically the forced positioning of goblins in banking positions and other stuff? At the end of the day, it kind of it breaks apart. I think it's a good way, this type of analysis and this criticism is good in order to view. Yeah, there's someone who's trying to join that. Their name is Jews Suck Hitler's COCK. Yeah, go fuck off. I'm banning you from. Oh, well, I can't do that because he already left. Yeah, go fuck yourself. So, anyway, let's see. So, what are we saying? So, No Name said, yeah, Amethyst, I think she's a well-traveled, but I could be wrong. But yeah, so Snappy, what we're basically talking about is how, these representations could be used in a positive way, but ultimately they aren't. She could any day be like, well, I'm actually going to retroactively change something, which I don't even think would be the best thing. I think what would be better, given she's not going to do it because she's not interested in actually changing. She's only interested in looking a certain way. But when it comes down to it, she could write in an explanation like that, the wizarding world eventually has to come to terms with the fact that they committed pogroms against the goblins and that all these goblin rebellions were actually just massacres of goblins because every time it's blamed on the goblins. Oh, wow. She's done Brazil pretty well. Oh, I thought you were saying she's doing pretty well in Brazil so far. Yeah, I'm sorry as well, but more for them. It's what a waste of a life to literally just spend your life spreading hate. Literally, it's such a waste. We only have so much time in our lives, and to just waste it trying to make someone else feel bad. What must happen to someone in order to cause them to do that? But let's see. I don't know if she was the one who did it so far, but oh, you mean in the movie? Probably. I don't know. I haven't seen any of the new movies, but Anyway, here.
In Africa part, which I suppose is supposed to be a clever reference to the cradle of civilization, paralleling the fact that humanity, by and large, evolved and originated in Africa. Yeah, pretty cute, I guess, but this does raise a few questions, including, well, what the fuck does that even mean? Was magic invented by who? Why is it seemingly genetic? And so on. Likewise, we have to ask what the fuck is meant exactly by the wandless magic stuff. Now, the way magic and its lore works in what is apparently called the wizarding world now has always been inconsistent and just made up on the fly. Elements like silent spellcasting, for example, just get dropped into the story in the second to last book for little to no reason, and actually don't make much sense when you think about it, and zombies get mentioned offhand in book 1, and then actually they're called inferi, not zombies, by book 5, and they're only coming about now. But something about this wandless magic stuff just really rubs me up the wrong way. The fact that in the wizarding world, something as basic and fundamental to the world of Harry Potter as a magic wand wasn't some kind of universal or basic tool, but instead a Western invention and was brought over during colonialism. There are so many questions this raises, including what the wizards were doing during colonialism, what effects it had on them, and
Wow. And see, that's the thing. She might have not even intended it that way. But literally, you're saying the African wizards, they don't need wands. It's something that the European wizards brought to them. Like, hey, ChatGPT, I forget. What did you go by before?
A Nanny Mouse and none of your business.
Oh, yeah, no, I meant just like, in chat, anonymous.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know. Oh, you also went by none of your business. I thought you were saying that your name was none of my business.
No. I got it. It's cool. That's the reason why I chose those names. I was trying to be cheeky. So, hi, Ariel.
Hey. Also, so Snappy, I mean, it's so strange. So Snappy said rape. She's suffering from PTSD. Doesn't excuse, but it helps understand. She sees trans women as men wanting to infiltrate women's spaces in order to commit rape. But she's literally supported a rapist, like in the process. I forget. This is like relatively new, I think, but basically, like, because they're like anti-trans, she's supporting them, and I think I forget the specifics, but the thing that really sticks out to me is, like, I mean, there's literally an implied, like when Dolores Umbridge gets abducted in the Dark Forest by centaurs, who are also in the Harry Potter world a really poor. I mean, like, literally, she could take the inspiration from the more Scythian types, but she basically focuses on this, like. There's some people who have said that, like, the caricatures of the centaurs are almost like Native American-esque. I don't know if that's as much of an argument, but the point is, she literally has it written that Dolores Umbridge, who's a bad character, by the way, but still gets abducted, and the implication is that she's sexually assaulted by the centaurs. Like, that's not okay, especially if that's something that's happened to you. Like, that's just, again, trauma manifests in very weird ways, but it just still strikes me as odd. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Lesbian turf activist. Sean has a video on it. Interesting. That's the claim. Or that's her claim. Okay.
So on. But the main takeaway, in my opinion, is quite simply that this seems to very closely mirror, if not directly represent, the at best racially insensitive and ignorant idea that the colonizers brought civilization to the savages, as I mentioned, with the indigenous people, if anything, actually benefiting from centuries of brutal imperialism, exploitation, slavery, and so on. And then there's the Africa as a monolith thing, which I did make an unscripted ranty video about ages ago, but it's disappointing to see it's still being used just a few years ago now. Within the wizarding world, the UK, France, and Russia each get their own magic school in comparison to Africa. All of Africa gets one school, a single school for the entire continent. The second.
I mean, okay, so, I mean, to be fair, there's, like, basically, well, actually, no. There's, like, a bunch for Europe, so she's very focused on Europe, obviously. I think there's only one in North America. There's only one in South America. But then, again, you could argue that North and South America are about the size of Africa together. What were you going to say, something?
It's really weird that, I've only read the first book and seen the movies, so I'm going to miss a lot of the references that you're making, just because so many of these seem to have come from the text, like where the schools were.
Oh, yeah, most of that is stuff that she wrote after all the books were finished anyway, so we're basically on the same. Yeah, so there's like Uwagado or something, which is the African school. Then there's, I think, Ilvermorny, which is like one in America somewhere, and then the houses are basically taken from different like indigenous like mythical animals like the thunderbird or I forget which is actually which is kind of offensive to like it's an appropriation of their tradition like in a way that it's not just like, oh, you're taking this character from this myth. It's more to it than just that. But then you have was it Castel Brujo or something, which is in like Brazil, which is what I think Mateus was mentioning. And then you have Durmstrang, which is like somewhere in the far north of Europe. You have Hogwarts, which is in England. You have Beauxbatons, which is in France. You have I forget what the Japanese one is called, but there's one on Iwo Jima. There's so I think there's two. Then there's like this one Russian one, which you could argue some people in Asia might go there, but generally there's one for Asia, there's one for Africa, holy crap! Wow, that's really screwed up if you think about it, because it's basically saying all the minorities only get one school per continent, but us Europeans, we get multiple. And then the places where the Europeans settled, well, they get one per, tiny continent. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading that much too much into it. But the point is, it just shows that it's like some of the stuff isn't that well thought out. Okay, let's see. So she also sees trans men as just abused women who have been made to hate themselves. That's horrible for someone to actually think that. It's like, it's just like don't stick your nose in other people's business. But she wrote a woman character who got taken by a centaur for punishment. One of the minister who replaced Dumbledore. Yeah, it's Umbridge. Sounds like she needs to educate herself. Phoenix, I don't know what that's in context to. She's in the turf cult now. JK only receives closed-minded info now. It's beyond sad. Oh, really? I don't follow her much or know much about her. I think you kind of are at this point. What?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'm missing. Let's see. Thailand should. Oh, maybe I'm overreaching. Thailand should be representing Asia, to be honest, because they still have the biggest black magic user. Interesting. But, I'm not. I mean, yeah.
I totally missed that. I don't know what that's about.
I think Amethyst. Amethyst is from. Was it Malaysia? Right. I think so. Amethyst knows a bit about Southeast Asia.
Largest continents by both population and landmass, by the way. A continent made up of 54 separate countries, each with their own individual cultures, languages, and traditions. Indeed, the continent of Africa is one of the most linguistically diverse places in the world, and up to 2,000 languages are spoken there. Seems like a few issues of communication might arise in a place like a school that caters to all these people, but that's just me. And of course, each country contains multiple varying cultures on top of that, in part because a lot of the borders in Africa were arbitrarily drawn by the colonizing powers in complete ignorance of or apathy towards the existing peoples and cultures, and the lands they held sacred, or even just who lived there. Hence why a few of the borders are straight lines, of course. In Europe, borders are messy and complicated because, for the most part, they formed over hundreds of years of conflict and compromise. A straight line on a map is often a sign of violent repression. See also the state borders over in the US. And then there's the origin of the name Ouagadougou itself, which, oh boy. So we're told that the name is pronounced Ouagadougou, as I've been pronouncing it, which just so happens to be identical to the Kingdom of Ouagadougou, the name given for the ancient Ghanaian Empire covering what is now modern-day Mali, Mauritania, and Senegal, which for those non-geography heads out there is an area nowhere near modern-day Uganda, but it's African, I guess. Alternatively, it could originate from.
That's horrible.
Boy, that is like several thousands of miles away. Wow. Yeah, and like culturally, you couldn't get more different. East Africa is totally different from West Africa.
Let's see. So that's oh my god. Let's see. Google Maps.
Wow. Okay.
That is, I mean, and like I have to admit, that's easily a mistake that I could make if I tried to write a book about Africa. But that's precisely why I wouldn't do it without researching properly. Let's see. So Mali. So
the thing I don't get about Rowling is she wades into conflict she doesn't need to. Like, if she would have just kept her opinions on trans folk to herself, she wouldn't be in nearly as much hot water as she's in. Like, why did she have to pick that fight? What was the point?
It's because, I mean, honestly, I think that at a certain point, some people, like, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has it, but at a certain point, you have to realize it's not good to show everyone your asshole.
You're right. I mean, it's a good idea to actually wear pants on occasion. I wonder why it is that she doesn't.
Right. So here, let's see. So there's a bunch of places called Ouagadougou within this region. So let's just say from Hotel Ouagadougou, directions from here to Uganda.
Yeah, or Kampala is the name of the capital of Uganda. It's
I was
spelled
just going to.
Kampala.
I was just going to specifically Uganda, or I guess narrowly Uganda. Okay, so this is holy shit. Okay, wait, this is so a 114-hour car drive.
Oh yeah.
This is how many? This is here I want it to tell me. Let's see, options. Tell me in miles. Okay,
And in
so
Mali.
so this is 4,500 miles. Let's see what that mileage will get us here.
That's like the east coast of the United States to about Montana.
Add stop. So from here, so France to, well, let's say Beauxbatons.
Oh, you're talking in Europe. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be almost the entire continent.
Okay,
Like Europe's tiny.
Here. So let's say somewhere in Russia. Maybe that's where, or I don't know. Like let's say, I don't know, Finland or Sweden. That might be where Durmstrang would be or something. So let's see. Add destination. Let's see. Maybe Estonia. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
okay. So look at this. So now let's get rid of here. Let's see how long this is. Wait, what? Oh, wait, it's still loading. Enter. Okay, so this is, holy crap. You see this? Look at this.
Show
this
me.
is like, you could, like the distance that you have between, like, let's say Durmstrang and France, or let's say it's over, well, I mean, that's much closer. Let's say, okay, so France, there's Beauxbatons, there's Durmstrang. Okay, let's just say it's somewhere in, like over here by Russia. Even if it's there, it's still not even close to half, or it's a little over half the distance from Burkina Faso to Uganda. It's like, and it has to do with how, like, because the perspective is shifted by the fact that it's a globe, that we perceive it to be, like, oh, it must be, like, it looks the same, but it's actually twice. You know?
Yeah. And culturally, it's even further apart. I mean, Uganda was a British colony. Mali, Mauritania, in that general area where your other arrow is, those were all French colonies. And, you couldn't get more distinct. Like, they pretty much have nothing in common with each other than the fact that they're both on the same continent.
Yeah, but it's like even that idea of Africa as a continent, who came up with that?
Colonialists. Like, yeah, it's, a lot of it, the British came up with this idea called divide and conquer, and they pretty much used it everywhere that they established a colony. And in Africa, the way that it manifested is they went around to a lot of the tribal chiefs who previously would act sort of like moderators and group discussions almost, kind of keep the peace, but not much authority beyond that, and gave them taxing authority. And that caused a lot of division, and that division is what allowed them to put just a few colonial overlords in a given British colony in various parts of Africa and managed to control the entire population within it. And it has been the source of a great deal of human misery ever since.
So sad.
It is.
Like, that's one of the things, that colonization can't succeed without a level of self-colonization, given it's almost always done under duress, but you can't deny it.
No doubt, no doubt.
But yeah, it's like just really striking that, like, I mean, like, it really shows just such a, you know, Eurocentric perspective to think that the distance between them, oh, you know, like, I mean, well, we're not even talking about in this case, we're not talking about the distance between two schools in Africa. We're literally talking about the distance between this location and the place that is inspired by the name in a completely different culture. But yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And another thing that was notable, you mentioned earlier, something that I didn't know, was that you mentioned that Thunderbird was one of the characters that was used for one of the schools, I think, right?
Yeah.
And that's a god in coastal Salish cultures. So imagine somebody taking, let's say, Yahweh and making him the school mascot. Probably kind of offensive.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit offensive there, you know?
Just a little, just a smidge.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, modern day Uganda, but you know, it's African, I guess. Alternatively, it could originate from Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso. But again, Burkina Faso is not Uganda and again is situated quite some distance away from it. It could also be a reference to the hit song Agadoo, but I find that unlikely. You can really see why people accuse Rowling of being a little bit ignorant when she decided to add this bit of lore, can't you?
These illustrations are over the top.
Yeah.
If there's one thing Rowling used to be good at before she started writing exclusively self-insert cringe fanfiction where she is the innocent victim of LGBTQ plus people existing in public, it's making surface-level hints at real-world European mythology and folklore, like Dobby, for example, being a reference to ancient Celtic legends about household spirits, a theme that applies to many of the magical creatures that make an appearance throughout the books, to the point where it does genuinely seem like this is an interest of hers, though admittedly she does change or misunderstand a lot of the myths and legends surrounding these creatures. The problem with this isn't really evident within the main 7 books for a number of reasons, the main one being that British these creatures. The problem with this isn't really, admittedly she does change or misunderstand a lot of the myths and legends surrounding these creatures. The problem with this isn't really evident within the main 7 books for a number of reasons, the main one being that British and Northern European folklore seems to be something Rowling is relatively knowledgeable about, so outside of a couple of easily made mistakes, it's for the most part pretty harmless. However, the problem comes in when she tries to add lore to her stories, easily made mistakes. European folklore seems to be something Rowling is relatively knowledgeable about, so outside of a couple of easily made mistakes, it's for the most part pretty harmless. However, the problem comes in when she tries to add lore to her stories covering non-European folklore. It tends to not go well, shall we say. Indeed, it does actually seem like she was a little bit lost when it came to African mythology specifically, and Native American folklore. Well, we'll get into that in a minute. As a case study, let's look at the simple matter of the location of Ouagadougou, shall we? Ouagadougou is situated in the Mountains of the Moon, which seems like an indigenous story based in ancient, presumably African legend at first glance. You may be shocked to discover, in fact, that it is not. In fact, the Mountains of the Moon is an ancient Greek term referring to a legendary mountain or mountain range in East Africa at the source of the Nile River. Of course,
No. Oh, come on.
Okay. Wow.
East Africa is not West Africa or Central Africa.
the ancient Egyptians were a huge part of the ancient political age, and a lot of people of the ancient...
Also, the fact that it's the Mountains of the Moon is a term applied by given...
The Greeks.
Yeah, not in this case, not necessarily colonialist, because, I mean, how much influence they actually had on there, but they definitely, explored there. So it's still like, it's an edict term. It's not an emic term.
Okay.
Oh my God. She got a lot transvestigated from right-wing evangelists in the early 2000s could cause a trauma. Oh, so it's kind of like, look, this is how much not trans I am. See, I hate trans people. Therefore, and by the way, I'm not saying this as myself. I'm like speaking for her.
I got you.
So like, maybe it started like, because I mean, like, imagine if all of a sudden Michelle Obama started coming out as anti-trans, and it's like,
that would be odd.
Yeah, it would. But then, like, at the end of the day, the only thing that would really make sense would be because of that. I'm given it's a stretch to say. I don't think we could ever really know. But so no name. So transvestigation. It's a really, really weird, like almost like a cult that you'll find online. They're obsessed with looking at people's genitals and trying to determine whether they were born male or female.
God, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And that's why I brought up Michelle Obama, because people make the same claims about Michelle Obama, and it's literally just because she's a black woman who was married to a black president.
Wow. It's a weird thing because, like, I'll grant that I'm not trans, but there is sort of a neighboring community, I'm the G in the LGBT, they're the T in the LGBT, and it's a weird thing being somebody else's insult. Like, if somebody wants to make fun of a guy, they call him gay, and they use that word as if that were an insult, just the word gay was an insult. And they do the same thing with the trans community too, like with this transvestigation thing you're describing. And it's just the weirdest feeling in the world, just overhearing people
People do
use
this.
those.
People do the same thing with Jews. They're like, "Oh, I think this person's a Jew."
Yeah,
Or,
they do. They do.
Like it's so weird. Like,
Or the weird bracketing thing they do online. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Yeah.
the echoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so interesting how now you actually have Christians and even Jews, basically fundamentalists on all sides, except for maybe like definitely not in Islam. Not going to find many Muslim fundamentalists supporting her. But basically this idea of, well, she's being attacked by the liberal media and basically like Ben Shapiro was defending her, whereas it used to be that Orthodox Jews no, like seriously, it used to be that Orthodox Jews would keep their kids from reading Harry Potter. And now whether they read it or not, they'll defend it.
Yeah, I remember like back when the movies first started coming out, like all the Christian like fundy freaks were just going bug nuts. They're like, "Oh my god, it's witchcraft!" Oh!
It's also just so funny because of the connections to early Christianity. That it was basically witchcraft.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, now the conservatives who hated her for witchcraft love her for bigotry. It's so gross.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it's not even like they're approve. It's not like they even approve of the whole witchcraft thing now. They just think that she's a good witch.
Totally. Snappy's right on point with this one. Yeah, it's so bizarre.
Yeah. Sorry for your friend. Can't imagine what that's like. Yeah, it's. What's this? The transvestigation stuff is like 3-hour-long videos being made. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Chris Hemsworth demigod men who aren't ugly with man boobs and they just body shame people like Giselle. Interesting. Why? Because honestly, it's probably because they feel bad about it. Honestly, I think this is it. They probably feel bad about their own bodies, and so they make fun of other people in order to try and make themselves feel better.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to minimize anybody else's pain, and please feel free to step in and correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm saying something that is even remotely offensive by saying this, but get a life, man. We're all like unhappy with our bodies in some form or fashion. Like, I don't think I've ever met anybody that looked in the mirror and thought, "Hey, I'm a hot fucking stud." Everybody like, or I suppose there's a few people out there that do that, but I've never met anybody who does,
I think that's the point, though. No one like looks to themselves and says, "I'm unhappy with my body. I'm going to go make fun of people for being
right."
Like it's subconscious.
Yeah, no doubt. But one of the things I like about today's show, I just want to tell you, is it's a running theme that I've noticed for a long time in Hollywood. Like, I remember when the Star Wars prequels came out, and there was a group of merchants who all looked pretty Japanese, and they were cast as the bad guys. And, also with the Avatar movies, it sort of looked like, a weird appropriation / ripoff of Native American pastiche, like not even a Native American actual culture, but just like this sort of whatever the word would be for Orientalism if you applied it to Native American cultures,
Definitely.
And, yeah, and it's been an ongoing thing. It's, and I really wish they'd knock it off. It's so blatantly offensive. I don't know why people do this. Would it be so hard to just like make up an entirely fictitious group of people that doesn't resemble real people? Would that be hard?
Honestly, that might be one of the things that like AI helps with, because it's going to make it where plots aren't necessarily so redundant. And obviously, it's not like you're going to have the AI writing the whole thing, but you could at least develop a story. And it's like, oh, these are the characters. Like, it's going to have more complexity because, frankly, we're not as complex as we think we are. Like,
No,
I think
we're
there was
not.
actually a study done, something like I forget exactly what it was, but like theoretically that we only have a certain amount of like not program, but like inert or like innate things that we'll say. So like obviously it's learned over time, but say like, you know, like, oh shit, like, you know, there's a certain amount of phrases that we're capable of saying without having to like think them up, if that makes any sense.
It does. It does. I personally think that we're complete idiots as a species. You know, my whole life, everybody has been telling me, you know, human beings are the most intelligent animal. Bullshit. My cat is more intelligent than human beings. My cat would not invent the atomic bomb. You know, my cat has more sense than this. Come on, we're dumb fucks.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, we think we're smarter because we're able to speak, but we don't even recognize, you know, collectively that other animals do speak. We're just not able of hearing them. And it's like, does that make us dumb? I mean,
not only that, sure, we can speak, but most people don't have anything to say. So
true.
What good is it?
There's a reason we have 2 ears and only one mouth.
Yeah.
World were curious about the source of the mighty river that gave it its prominence and power, the Nile. Most of the early speculation was on the part of ancient Greek geographers, and indeed, according to some reports, it is speculated that a number of expeditions up the Nile failed to find the source. Eventually, a merchant named Diogenes claimed that he had found it and that it flowed from a group of massive mountains into a series of large lakes, a common belief about rivers for an extremely long time, as you may have seen on old maps. He reported the natives called this mountain range the Mountains of the Moon. These reports were accepted as true by most Greek and Roman geographers, most notably by Ptolemy, who produced maps that indicated the reported location of the mountains. Later Arab geographers, despite having far more knowledge of Africa, also presumed the report was fact and included the mountains in the same location given by Ptolemy. It was not until modern times that Europeans resumed their search for the source of the Nile. The Scottish explorer James Bruce, who travelled to Gojam, Ethiopia in 1770, investigated the source of the Nile there. He identified the Mountains of the Moon with Mount Amadamit, which he described surrounded the source of the Lesser Abbe in two semicircles like a new moon, and seemed by their shape to deserve the name of the Mountains of the Moon, such as was given by antiquity to mountains in the neighborhood of which the Nile was supposed to rise. James Grant and John Speke in 1862 sought the source of the Nile in the Great Lakes region. Henry Morton Stanley finally found glacier-capped mountains, possibly fitting Diogenes' description, in 1889. They had eluded European explorers for so long due to often being shrouded in mist. Today known as the Rwenzori Mountains, covering an area in both Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, the peaks are the source of some of the Nile's waters, but only a small fraction, and Diogenes would have had to cross the Nile to reach them, which seems unlikely. Many modern scholars doubt that these were the Mountains of the Moon described by Diogenes, some holding that his reports were wholly fabricated. G.W.B. Huntingford suggested in 1940 that the Mountain of the Moon should be identified with Mount Kilimanjaro, despite Kilimanjaro being a solitary mountain rather than a mountain range and not feeding the Nile at all, and was absolutely ridiculed in J. Oliver Thompson's History of Ancient Geography, published in 1948. Academics posting drama reaction content for decades now. You'll love to see it. Huntingford later noted that he was not alone in this theory, citing Sir Harry Johnson in 1911 and Dr. Gervais Matthew later in 1963 having made the same identification. O.G.S. Crawford identified this range with the Mount Abuna Yosef area in the Amhara region of Ethiopia. So, what are we to make of this? Well, for a start, it makes very little sense. According to Rowling, Wagadu is in Uganda, though this was only revealed after people accused her of being deliberately vague in order to paint Africa as a homogeneous monoculture, and is shrouded in cloud and mist, which pretty much places it in the Rwenzori Mountains, on the Uganda side, obviously, but as we just established, this is generally considered unlikely by most modern scholars. Now, obviously, the immediate response to this will be something along the lines of, well, it's just made up, much like other fictional places in the Harry Potter universe, like Hogsmeade or whatever. And that's fine, but it is a little weird that it's widely speculated to be a very real place in the same kind of area, but somehow is right next to it or something. If anything, keeping it vague would actually have been better as far as lore is concerned, but this is just fandom pedantry, in my opinion, and whilst funny and kind of dumb on Rowling's part, doesn't actually make a huge difference. No, what is actually pretty disgusting, in my opinion, is the way that this mythological place, that is the continent of Africa's only significant contribution to the lore of the wizarding world, isn't even an indigenous African story or paying respects to literally any mythology or folklore originating in Africa, of which there is a lot, but is instead based on a Greek legend that persisted throughout the ages and was exploited by so-called explorers and colonizers in order to...
Yeah, this would be kind of like, because, you know, like Plato had all kinds of flatly wrong geography. Like he described Atlantis as existing just beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and as we know today, there's nothing there but a whole bunch of water. And he also believed in something called Ultima Thule, which was like supposed to be what he thought the far north would be like. So it'd be kind of like if you were to do that and to say that Spain was Atlantis, or to say that Norway was Ultima Thule, instead of using a Spanish or Norwegian, character.
Sorry, I was muted. Isn't Thule thought to be Iceland?
Could be. I know that it's something in the Arctic, but I thought it was Scandinavia, but maybe it's Iceland. I don't know.
So Iceland was settled by Scandinavians, so could be that. And then also, I mean, with Atlantis, one theory that Neil's kind of put forward is that I don't think he's the first one to do it, but basically that Atlantis might be this like basically island empire. So it's not like you have like one city, but it's literally like an empire that's. I mean, it could basically just be describing the Phoenicians for all we know, or like whatever pre-existed the Sea Peoples, but. But yeah, the other thing is that you do have the Azores, or was it the the Canary Islands.
Yeah, but Plato described it as a continent, and the Azores, it's definitely. I mean, they're pretty, but it's definitely not a continent.
Yeah. And then also the flying snakes that get killed and eaten by the ibises in Egypt.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like at the end of the day, she wants to take myth and make it into the history of a fictional universe. But the only problem is she doesn't even know the myth well enough to be able to make a good story. Like it,
right.
The only reason, like really, I think at this point, probably most of what makes Harry Potter good is the stuff that people have contributed, like the people outside of her. Because at the end of the day, like I think in a certain way, and honestly, this might be a better way of looking at fiction. I think in a lot of ways, fiction is something that is channeled. I mean, even nonfiction, but specifically fiction. You're literally trying to create something out of nothing, and you're getting inspiration. What is inspiration? It literally means, like breathing in, but not just breathing in, but this idea of being imbued with spirit. So, like, at the end of the day, I think that that's one of the reasons why it's possible to, given it gets more difficult when you're dealing with like financial support, but like when you're just talking about enjoying something separate from any, support assigned to it, I don't think that you're inherently like, you're not letting necessarily, like the thing is where like the part where you, like she got the idea, a magical wizarding school, but she decided that wizarding school had to be a certain way. The thing is, the reason why, like people aren't in love with Harry Potter because of Slytherin being bad guys. It's just part of the magic school that everybody wants to go to. Yeah, 100%. Harry Potter tapped in. Snuppy said Harry Potter tapped into childhood whimsy, school, and magic. Ariel, you said it before. If it wasn't her, someone else would have hit the combo. It was inevitable in a sense. Like the series that I really like is The Magicians. It's basically like Harry Potter, but in college, and it's just so much better done, and like it has true awareness of other cultures.
I guess like one other thing that I don't really get about not just Harry Potter, but a lot of different fiction is that it seems to portray high school as the high point of everybody's life, and how utterly sad and pathetic that would be. If it really was, like, if everything after that was just like, waiting to die,
I mean, I really think in a way that is part of the reason why you see so much radicalization that happens due to people being dissatisfied or thinking that they didn't get what they deserved in life. And that has a lot to do with portrayals in media.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you look at media, I mean, when I lived in Europe, I would tell people where I was from, from the United States, and they'd be like, "Oh, you guys must all live in mansions, like, have Cadillacs," and I'm like, "No, no, I've got a shitty little apartment, a cat. That's it."
It's wild how much our perceptions are shaped by, or how much our realities are shaped by our perceptions. But
Totally.
so Snappy said she stole the wizard school idea from Ursula K. Le Guin, and she stole from everywhere. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So here, let's see.
Justified their invasion and trespass into African land during the scramble for Africa in the 18th and 19th centuries. In essence, in the one opportunity Rowling had, or chose to have, I guess, to represent the diversity and fascinating mythology and folklore of an oft overlooked or dismissed entire continent containing countless peoples and cultures, and she just chose instead to celebrate a European story about Africa rather than looking for actually legit pre-existing local folklore after centuries of Africans being erased from their own history. And that's just sad, but in my opinion, rather illustrative of the way she views other cultures. For example, whilst we're here, it's worth pointing out that Joanne Karen Rowling also managed to massively misrepresent and offend Native Americans and their culture as well, which is actually kind of impressive, to be honest. For a start, much like Africa, she smashes the cultures of multiple native tribes, many of which actively contradict and have histories of conflict with one another, together, because, I mean, they're pretty much all the same, right? For example, she got into a lot of hot water over basically saying that the tradition of the skinwalker was actually just stupid muggle people not in...
Wait, what? Hold on, sorry, I missed that. I went to get some.
Okay, so back up. What's a skinwalker?
The skinwalker is like someone who's capable of changing shape into different. So she's probably trying to say that the skinwalkers are actually animagus or something, and that. Oh God, that's cringy. Okay. I have to sneeze. Shit. Silver Morny is the American school.
Okay.
Or North American.
Whilst we're here, it's worth pointing out that Joanne Karen Rowling also managed to massively misrepresent and offend Native Americans and their culture as well, which is actually kind of impressive, to be honest. For a start, much like Africa, she smashes the cultures of multiple native tribes, many of which actively contradict and have histories of conflict with one another, together, because, I mean, they're pretty much all the same, right? For example, she got into a lot of hot water over basically saying that the tradition of the skinwalker was actually just stupid muggle people not understanding animagi, or, in Rowling's own words, a legend grew up around the Native American animagi that they had sacrificed close family members.
I called it.
Wow.
That's literally what I said.
To gain their powers of transformation. In fact, the majority of animagi assumed animal forms to escape persecution or to hunt for the tribe. Such derogatory rumors often originated with no-mage medicine men who were sometimes faking magical powers themselves and fearful of exposure. Literally just saying that Native American traditions and beliefs are full of shit. Honestly, just incredible stuff. Hilariously ignorant. And of course, Rowling has apparently used the term Native American culture in a serious manner before, basically showing her to be completely ignorant of the complexity and diversity of cultures throughout the indigenous peoples of the Americas. For reference, there are 574 different Native American tribes recognized by the US government, each of which has its own unique tradition.
Mateus is hanging out. Take care. It was good. Good seeing you. Have a good one.
Have a good
Culture,
night.
and in many cases.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I was saying have a good night to the dude.
Language. Native American culture probably covers them all, though, right? Just like Africa, those people are basically all the same, unlike France and the UK, which are totally unique and deserve their own schools. Oh yeah, did I mention that just like Africa, the entirety of North America has a single wizard school? She heavily stereotypes the Native Americans, claiming that the Native American wizarding community was particularly gifted in animal and plant magic, which some have claimed perpetrates the misrepresentative stereotype of the spiritual Native American being...
Take care, Amethyst.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, wow. Like, and also the stuff that, I mean, at the end of the day, when you're dealing with mystical traditions or really any religious tradition, you have to be so careful about how you represent it.
Yes.
Like, if you're trying to be respectful, that is.
Yes, especially if it's not one of your own. I mean, it's one thing like I can talk. I feel like I can go to town on Catholicism because I grew up Catholic, so I know a little bit about it, but I would keep my mouth shut about like Native American like religions. I'd be like, okay, I don't know anything about this, and anything I say is likely to be based on a stereotype. So why not just shut up?
Oh, by the way, you know about how she wrote lycanthropy in her story is essentially a parallel to AIDS?
She did? What?
Yeah. Here, I'll show you that after this.
What? Oh,
at one with nature. And of course,
basically, don't let a werewolf bite you, otherwise you'll get turned into one.
Okay. Oh,
It's
wow.
really stupid and really offensive.
Wow.
or she repeats her wandless magic trick because I guess indigenous peoples were all fucking useless before the good old Europeans came in and gave them technology, eh? Rowling claims that the absence of a wand is the most glaring difference between magic practiced by Native Americans and the wizards of Europe, although apparently Native American wizards were all capable of complexity with their aforementioned innate natural power. Rowling explains they lack the sophisticated ability permitted by a wand, which originated in Europe. Those savages, am I right? Also, according to Rowling, this was a country
Wow.
with few amenities.
Okay.
No, tell us what you really think about indigenous peoples, Joanne. Obviously, this feeds into the argument and ignorant opinions of early modern colonizers who, incidentally, Rowling whitewashes as explorers, who argued that uncivilized Native Americans needed saving from themselves. An idea that eventually led to the infamously brutal residential schools, the motto of which was to kill the Indian to save the man, at which a mass grave was discovered very recently. Speaking of schools, let's talk about Ilvermorny. How did it come about? Oh, you're gonna like this. On what used to be called Pottermore, Rowling tells the story of, actually, you know what, I'm just gonna quote from the Salon article that covered this here. It's the 17th century of Iseult Sayre, a magical Irish lass who sails with the Puritans on the Mayflower to land at Plymouth Rock, Massachusetts. Running away to the mountains, she finds an Irish lass. You know what, I'm just gonna quote from the Salon article that covered this here. It's the 17th century of Iseult Sayre, a magical Irish lass who sails with the Puritans on the Mayflower to land at Plymouth Rock, Massachusetts. Running away to the mountains, she finds a magical sidekick, a Pukwudgie she promptly names William, only to stumble across 3 young white colonial settlers in various states of distress and ends up co-founding a magical school with them. Pukwudgie becomes one of the 4 houses at Ilvermorny, each of which is named after a magical totem animal. You can now go into the Pottermore site and take a quiz that will sort you into one of the houses. So no magical human natives in the story, like maybe a couple from the tribe known as the Massachusetts, as in the state of. How about the Wampanoag, who populated the land nearest to Plymouth Colony? Rowling never mentions natives living in the area, let alone the fact that things didn't go so well for them once the colonists stopped being grateful. Indeed, she gives us a Pukwudgie, an anthropomorphic creature from Wampanoag lore, but which in her hands becomes a resentful, English-speaking voluntary bondservant who refuses to tell Iseult his given name, and so she names him William after her father. Together they forge a unique friendship that sounds suspiciously like the Lone Ranger and Tonto with a dash of Herman Friday, precisely because it echoes stereotypes regarding good guide Indians as interlocutors, and specifically the history of Tisquantum or Squanto, an English-speaking Native American of the Pawtuxet tribe who escaped slavery and helped the first pilgrims survive, much in the same way that William the Pukwudgie helps Iseult by showing them how to hunt, fish, gather wild plants, and cultivate domestic seeds. Honestly, this is...
Oh my god.
That's horrible.
Why? Like, why?
The lack of awareness. It's just
Why?
too much.
Like, there's a level of a lack of awareness where it would have to be willful. You just can't possibly be that dumb. Not
Honestly,
organically.
I think that J.K. Rowling's a lol cow, to be completely honest. I don't think she's aware.
What the fuck, Chuck?
Like, I literally think that a certain part of like basically her imagination. Honestly, yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I think that it's that she's bigoted, and especially when it comes to trans people, so much so that she kind of just has this perception that she knows about other people without having to actually understand what it is like to be them, or to even have, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you'd think, like, if nothing else, like, every human being has a theory of mind, right? We all have. You couldn't survive without one, right? How would you navigate a sidewalk without being able to try to guess what the people all around you are going to do just so you don't collide with them? You know, and like, you should have the ability to try to empathize with other human beings. That just seems like a basic human trait.
That's the thing. I think she legitimately hates certain people, and then other people she just thinks she knows enough about to generalize about them.
Shit.
And yeah, 100% Snappy. No excuses at this point. She's a full-on. I mean, to be fair, she could be conservative and not a bigot, but she is a conservative. Well, actually, she isn't even conservative. That's the thing. She's like she's a liberal, but like not like a. Again, liberal doesn't mean leftist.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Liberal, but she's a bigot, regardless of what her politics are.
Yeah, it's weird because I remember when the whole Dumbledore is gay thing came out, and I was like, as a gay man, I didn't need this. Really? Like, it would have been okay if Dumbledore was ambiguous. But I guess now I'm a mascot, so why not?
Yeah, she's a fake liberal. She's liberal. Her people. What? For people, I'm guessing. I'm not sure, but
absolutely wild to me. Rowling uncritically replicates the power structures enacted by British colonialism, claims that magic was chaotic until the white people show up, and appropriates native traditions while erasing native peoples. In short, it misunderstands American culture, geography, and history, and there are so many errors that they undermine the integrity of the story while just plain confusing readers. Oh, and of course, many of the same issues plaguing the African wizard lore also apply here. And then there's the school houses. Oh boy. So there are 4 main houses. Let's go through them, shall we? In traditional Wampanoag culture, Pukwudgie is known for tormenting and murdering the people they lure into the forest. In Rowling's world, this creature of folklore is instead described as a grumbling goblin-esque creature that serve as the Ilvermorny security guards. The horned serpent is considered the symbol for wisdom and divination in the folklore of a number of Native American tribes, specifically from the southeastern woodlands and Great Lakes regions. In Rowling's world, it is essentially a shiny water snake, so it has links to...
No, she literally couldn't even come up with a new scheme. Look, green, red, blue, yellow. Slytherin.
And the green is a snake.
Yep. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. You have the weird little looking thing is Hufflepuff. You have the bird as Ravenclaw. You have the feline as as Gryffindor, and then you have the serpent as Slytherin. It's so freaking lazy.
I'd just like to point out that there's no lions that are indigenous to North America. That's like not a North American animal.
I mean, what about mountain lions?
Yeah, okay, you got me there. Yeah, you're right. Like, it could be a cougar. I looked at it and I just thought it was a lion, and I'm like, no. But you're right, it could be a cougar. All right, I got you.
It's apparently a interesting. It's almost like a lynx. It seems like.
Kinda. Yeah, a little bit.
Tongue and speaks in cryptic rhymes. Oh god, the Thunderbird. Okay, so water security guards. The horned serpent is considered the symbol for wisdom and divination in the folklore of a number of Native American tribes, specifically from the southeastern woodlands and Great Lakes regions. In Rowling's world, it is essentially a shiny water snake, so it has links to Parseltongue and speaks in cryptic rhymes. Oh god, the Thunderbird. Okay, so originally Thunderbirds are representations of strength and majesty in a variety of stories from Ojibwe and Menominee tribes in Algonquin mythology. However, in Rowling's world, the Thunderbird is hardly mentioned beyond being one of the founders of the school, a white boy, remember, his favorite creature. As you may recall from a previous video of mine, there is actually a long history of colonial appropriating of the Thunderbird, and some consider it a kind of cryptid on the same level as Bigfoot or something. The Wampus is a Cherokee myth about a woman who was transformed into a half-cat, half-human monstrosity and now represents the prophetic spirit of death and the earth. And yet, similar to the Thunderbird, the legend is dismissed entirely beyond being the embodiment of the wizard body and the other white boy's favorite creature. Christ, how do you fuck up this bad? The others are just kind of horrifically ignorant and tone-deaf, but not to the same extent, most likely because there's less information about them. They suffer from many of the same issues that plague the two we've just covered, so I'll be brief going over them here so as to avoid repeating myself. The Japanese school, Mahutokoro, covers all of Asia, apparently, though it pulls from pretty much exclusively Japanese culture, and likewise the Brazilian one, Castelo Bruxo, covers all of South America and seems to operate on the principle that South America is just jungles. There's not much more to say about it than that, or at least that hasn't already been said, to be honest. Oh, I guess other than the fact that the name Mahutokoro is composed of the Japanese words maho, meaning magic, witchcraft, or sorcery, and tokoro, meaning place, spot, or site, meaning that it literally translates as magical place or place where magic occurs, and Castelo Bruxo is derived from the Portuguese word castelo, meaning castle, and bruxo, meaning wizard, thus literally translating as wizard castle. Oh, and of course, it being in Portuguese likely means that it was probably started by colonizers. Again, incredibly lazy, to be honest. Like, why isn't Hogwarts called magic school by that?
She explains how it actually was started before the colonizers got there, but it just happens to be called Castelo Bruxo.
Yeah, and he's got a good point. Like, why wouldn't you use like an indigenous language? Like,
Because well, and that's what Snappy's saying. It's on purpose. She thinks it's a part of her world building. She doesn't even get that it's lazy. She's just a terrible writer. It's all fan fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thunderbird is such a big deal here. The most holy Ojibwe spirit. I mean, maybe it's time for Miss Rowling to retire if she's that lazy. There's a ritual site.
It'd be a good thing if she did. Actually, I think we'd all be better off.
Oh wow! So Snappy said there's a ritual site here. I'm guessing in Ottawa that's still in use to the Thunderbird. Over 6,000 years of continuous worship to the Thunderbird. Wow.
Yeah. It's a god. Like it's an actual god. Like so.
Logic. I mean,
so like
the answer is allegedly.
God. Sorry.
Because European and American law gets more effort put into it because the author doesn't give a shit about non-white cultures, but people really don't want to accept that or let go of Harry Potter at all, so this will probably just continue until millennials finally find another book. So basically when we're all gone, I guess.
You're a fucking wizard!
I don't give a fuck, you fat, hairy bastard! I'm not a fucking wizard!
Listen, Harry, you're going to go to Hogwarts and do spells and shit, and you're gonna be fucking pleased about it.
I don't want to do your fucking spells, you basket case! Stick it up your fucking dick hole!
J.K. Rowling, in my opinion, is a bigot and has recently just published a book admitting that she knows that but doesn't care. According to her, anyone who cares or criticizes art through a modern perspective and examines potentially harmful themes or messaging in children's media is a terminally online mentally ill snowflake, and it's ridiculous to claim that...
Wow! Literally what we were talking about before. Listen to this.
That but doesn't care. According to her, anyone who cares or criticizes art through a modern perspective and examines potentially harmful themes or messaging in children's media is a terminally online mentally ill snowflake, and it's ridiculous to claim that something using centuries-old anti-Semitic stereotypes and featuring just one canon Jewish character called Goldstein, whose Jewishness is never alluded to or mentioned within the text, might be a touch problematic. For example, in my opinion, it's important to go back and reevaluate this old media in light of more recent revelations, and when it comes to anti-LGBTQ plus bigotry, well, let's be honest here, it's got a lot of overlap with other forms of prejudice. Transphobes usually end up also dabbling in homophobia, and likewise, homophobes are, by and large, not the biggest fans of non-white people. And of course, as you're almost certainly aware by now, the end result of most bigotry is the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory, which means, of course, anti-Semitism. Generally, such extreme bigotry is the purview of the far right, and as it turns out, many of Rowling's fellow gender-critical people and groups have received a lot of funding and support from mostly American far-right groups like the Anti-Gay, Anti-Abortion Heritage Foundation, and Rowling herself runs a charity with a conservative baroness who openly opposes gay marriage and repeatedly voted against it when it was raised in 2014. Funny how that works, eh?
Yeah, racism sucks. Racism sucks. Racism sucks. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this goddamn shit. Tired of these centuries of motherfucking racism.
It's got a nice beat to it. You know, it's actually pretty danceable.
Yeah.
I think. You know, totally.
So
yeah, you know, I guess like on a lighter note, you know what you should look up? Like type this into the search engine, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna spell the word Horrey, WHORREY, Potter, and the Sorcerer's Balls.
Oh my god.
I'm serious, by the way. I'm being completely serious.
Let's see. Wait, is it 18 seconds?
Huh?
Is it this?
I can't see your screen, dude. No, it's not that. It's not that. I don't know what the hell that is. What is this shit? No, dude, go back up to the search bar and spell it all the way out. Balls, BALLS. Yeah. And it should be like a trailer. Where the fuck is this thing? Dude, like none of these are it. Anyway, It's like a porn parody, and it's in 3D, and they put the trailer for it up on YouTube at one point, but it's been like years since I saw it, so I guess maybe they took it down? I don't know.
Oh wait, maybe it's wait, what's
I don't know what that is. No, maybe you got like a search filter, like sort of a thing in there that filters out anything that's
I don't think so.
okay.
Yeah, maybe we could just find it another time. But
Yeah.
so here, this should be good. This is only 7 minutes.
Well, I was going to ask about. I do feel I have some duty on a personal level as well, because I've always had my own suspicions about this. Dumbledore being gay.
I thought you were going to ask something completely. Yeah, go on.
Dumbledore being gay.
Yeah. Well,
was that something that was just thrown out for the American press to get them stirred up a bit? No.
So it did.
No, it did, which is obviously
Believe you me.
was very funny. But
yeah, I found people's reaction to that really interesting. I knew he was gay. I just knew he was gay.
Okay.
And to me, it was not a big deal.
And why didn't you
He's
write
a
it?
Very old man.
No doubt.
Very terrible job to do. And his gayness is not really. It's not really relevant.
Anyone who is even vaguely a fan of the Harry Potter franchise nowadays knows that J.K. Rowling has been facing criticism for her post-mortem additions to the Harry Potter world. For anyone not aware, it started with Rowling announcing that Dumbledore was gay 3 months after the final book was released in 2007, and has culminated in 2018's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them: The Crimes of Grindelwald, a movie based on a fictional textbook centering around a fictional historical event we already know the result of.
Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945.
And don't even get me started on the play.
I'm sorry. Like, really? They chose to have him defeated in 1945? Like someone else?
Yeah, World War II. Holy crap.
Like,
okay.
She's really lazy in her writing. She can't just take, oh, it happened, in the 40s. It was sometime in the 40s. It literally has to be 45.
Totally.
It's like, oh, this guy's Wizard Hitler, basically.
Okay.
Criticism has been aimed at Rowling on the play.
Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945.
And don't even get me started on the play. A fair amount of the criticism has been aimed at Rowling's complete lack of textual representation of non-straight characters. Every single character ends up single or in a heterosexual relationship. The only real reference to any homosexuality is in the form of a childish insult.
Don't kill Cedric. Who's Cedric? Your boyfriend?
And despite hoisting Dumbledore up like he's the only representation she needs to be considered progressive, Rowling has yet to reveal any other non-straight characters or even tell us anything about Dumbledore's past relationships, beyond the failed relationship with Grindelwald, that is.
Do you remember in the first draft of the script for Half-Blood Prince,
right?
When Harry's at the station and Dumbledore comes to meet him at the station, and in an early draft of that script, Dumbledore said to Harry, "I remember a young woman with eyes of flashing whatever."
Yes.
I read this and I scribbled on my copy of the script, "Steve, Dumbledore is gay." Shoved it up the table, and Steve, oh. So that's why that line didn't make the film.
I fear I may have stolen a wondrous night from you, Harry. She was, truthfully, very pretty. The girl.
While everyone is reeling from the betrayal of their beloved childhood author, I'd like to point something out. Harry Potter has been far from flawless since the beginning, but I want to spend some time talking about a piece of representation who you can't really dismiss as being done in a post-mortem sense. Remus Lupin. Remus Lupin is introduced in the third installment of the series. In 2016, Rowling said in her Pottermore Presents ebooks that his werewolfism or lycanthropy is meant to be a metaphor for illnesses that carry stigma, like HIV and AIDS. She has said, all kinds of superstitions seem to surround bloodborne conditions, probably due to taboos surrounding blood itself. Even though the Harry Potter books are set in the 90s, it makes sense that she would include a character in her stories that mirror the stigma at the time, and the similarities are there. Lupin marries a woman. This is a point many fans of the series found irritating, considering Aid's undeniable connection to the LGBT+ community, which largely fueled the stigma against the virus. But, it's just that Lupin wasn't close to any male characters who just happened to have been rejected from their family and remained single until their death. Yeah, that relationship never happened. Anyway, Lupin is a beloved character. He was dear friends with Harry's father and was described by some students to be one of the best professors they ever had, despite his condition being outed by a spiteful Severus Snape, ultimately resulting in the loss of his job at Hogwarts for fear of student safety. Lupin goes on to father a child before being killed in the final book. He is intelligent, kind, respected by all of the main characters, and is one of Harry's many father figures. Even though it is never explicitly stated what his affliction represents, Remus Lupin serves as a sympathetic representation of those people that children will see and love and remember. Well, that is, until you look at the other werewolf, Fenrir Greyback. Fenrir Greyback is the only other werewolf we encounter in Rowling's books. Greyback is one of Voldemort's followers, who takes pleasure in spreading his affliction and works with the Death Eaters in exchange for more children to bite. In case you are unaware, Death Eaters are followers of Voldemort, whose goal is to rule over those without magic because he believes they are lesser humans than himself.
Are those muggles in their rightful place?
I.e., Death Eaters are magic white supremacists.
Great.
Oh, and you heard me right. Children. He bites children. So, I just threw a lot of information out there. Let me translate the allegories here. Greyback is a werewolf who targets children to bite and works for the Death Eaters. Translation: Greyback is an AIDS carrier who targets children to rape and works for white supremacists. It's not like there was any rhetoric suggesting gay men with AIDS were spreading it on purpose or anything. So close, Joanne.
If we cannot acknowledge and embrace the fact that we all have a certain degree of darkness within us, some more than others perhaps, then I think we will be living in quite a dangerous climate. And I think that's much more damaging for children.
At the moment, something can't be talked about.
Exactly.
The moment it becomes a danger.
Oh, wow. That did not.
And don't even get me started on the inconsistencies with how werewolves look. Just look at it.
Hello everyone, thank you for watching my new essay. I'm really sorry that it's taken nearly a year for me to get another video out to you guys, but life happens. I took a class this semester where I was learning a new editing program, and I convinced the professor that for my final I could edit a new video essay. It's been tweaked and made better, and here we are. You just saw it. It was done. I made one. Thank you again so much for watching. Leave a comment if you have time. I absolutely love reading the comments. Huge shout out to Jeremy Duvall for helping me write. I put a link to his Tumblr down below if you want to follow him, see more of his work. Please subscribe if you liked this video. Maybe I'll do another one this year, but you'll at least be on top of it when it does. Also, sorry for all the jokes. Not funny.
All right, so Snappy said, well, so No Name said, yeah, it's really fucked up. Snappy said, she doesn't realize how much damage AIDS was allowed to do. Government let it kill gay people. So disgusting. She's a monster. Check out Sean's video on Harry Potter, Ariel. Let's see. I'm trying to think how I don't know if you'll be able to put in comments, but here, I'll just search for it. If I can't find it, you could always tell me what.
Totally.
So, let's see. So it's Sean. What's his channel name?
What's the channel name, dudes?
There's just a bit of a delay, so.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, cartoons. Oh, literally just Sean. Okay. Sean.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Hey, all right. I didn't know that it'd be that easy to.
I'm guessing. Oh shoot! Is it the one that's like 2 hours long?
Yeah, that could be a while. And I don't know if I can last another 2 hours, dude. So I got to work in the morning.
Yeah, no worries. Might just see if there.
Hello, everyone.
Dang
Today-
it. Okay, wait, hold on. I can skip to the most watched parts. Let's see. Sir. I'm hoping it's not this one, but definitely went to. Let's see.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'd like to talk about Harry Potter. Now, I could do the standard video essay introduction for Harry Potter. You know, it's a series of books, a series of films, video games, a stage play, a whole bunch of merchandise and all that. But we all know who Harry Potter is, right? It'd be better if I started by explaining why I want to talk about Harry Potter today. And there's a few reasons. Firstly, there was recently another round of discussion about J.K. Rowling's goblins. In recent years, there's a few different types of discourse relating to Harry Potter that come and go on social media. People talk about Rowling's goblins being possibly similar to anti-Semitic stereotypes. People talk about the problematic natural slave race who like their slavery, the queer baiting with characters who were stated by Rowling to be gay but never explicitly depicted as gay, her attempts to retroactively add more diversity to the Harry Potter world than she initially depicted.
Okay, wait, whoa, did you see that?
The Harry Potter world than she
Canon. Brown eyes, frizzy hair, and very clever. White skin was never specified. Rowling loves Black Hermione. Why is she referring to herself in the third person?
You know, when you got a god complex, you know, it's like the whole Queen Victoria, we are not amused thing, you know.
Yeah. Rowling is telling you that we do not agree with what you are saying.
Exactly. You know, it's like, yeah. Usually you've gone full like narcissist by the time that you're referring to yourself in the third person.
Someone lock her up in Azkaban.
Initially depicted, and a whole host of other topics. This drive to re-examine and criticize Harry Potter is undoubtedly fueled to some extent by the actions of the author in recent years. J.K. Rowling is a committed and very vocal opponent of trans rights, and, well, I'm not going to rehash all that here. There are several very vocal opponents of trans.
What's this? J.K. Rowling apologizes after accidentally tweeting fuck up some turfs while responding to a 9-year-old's drawing. I'm telling you, if it wasn't for her already being famous, she would be a lol cow. Like, seriously, and I don't think it's right to harass lol cows. But, like, you have to admit, there are some lol cows who kind of, like, they're asking for it.
There is a point when you're kind of rolling out the red carpet and begging.
Yeah, it's like, here, punch me. Like at the end of the day, if someone's keeping to themselves and like they're being bullied, that's one thing. But if they're outright bullying other people and it just so happens that they're completely unaware of their own actions, like I don't think that I don't know. It's yeah. Snappy said you're right, Ariel. She would be bullied to the extreme, no matter what. And that's the thing. She has enough power and enough privilege to be able to oppress other people. But think about it. Like at the end of the day, everyone who feels bad for lol cows would feel bad for her, except most of those people don't feel bad for her now because she has all this power and influence that she uses to oppress others.
I guess also I look at it as a punching up versus punching down thing, right? Like, I have no problem bagging on Elon Musk. Like, I will bag on that motherfucker all day long because he's got so much goddamn money that it doesn't matter, man, or at least it shouldn't. Like, he shouldn't give a shit what my pathetic little ass thinks of him, right? But, like, I wouldn't do the same thing to somebody that was, like, down on their luck and struggling, you know? Like, or like a 9-year-old, you know? But I'll totally punch up like J.K. Rowling because, I mean, fuck, I mean, she's like the richest person in England, isn't she? So,
I mean, it's also kind of, isn't the royal family more rich than her?
I don't know. They do have an awful lot of money, I'll tell you that. I don't really get like the royal family, to be completely honest. Like, I don't get why they still exist.
But yeah, I think one of the funny things about this is that she's a TERF, so she was saying fuck up some TERF. She retweeted the wrong thing.
Totally.
Snappy says, "Good point, Chat GPT." Chat GPT. I said Chat GPT. She is the richest woman in the UK. Wow, that's just so wild. That like, yeah. I mean, literally, she is a witch if you think about it, and not in a derogatory way. I mean, she's not a nice person, but I mean that she's like she managed to conjure money. She literally created something out of the air, and all of a sudden now people literally are getting lost in the world that she created.
Totally. She is like literally richer than the royal family.
Oh, rich? I said witch, but yeah, rich too.
Yeah, I gotcha. I was thinking of another thing that ends in itch, but
we don't. Let's not.
Totally. I
Right,
gotcha.
Well, I'm not going to rehash all that here. There are several videos on YouTube which thoroughly cover J.K. Rowling's transphobia, and I'll link some of those below. But for our purposes today, all we need to know is that J.K. Rowling's statements on trans rights have put her at odds with a lot of people who previously enjoyed her work. And people naturally want to work that out, right? How could a children's book author who wrote such a beloved series go on to be such a bigot? Perhaps the signs were there all along.
Yep.
Now, whenever it comes time to re-examine the Harry Potter series, I confess I feel very left out. I read the first 3, maybe 4 books as a young lad, but then I guess I got too old for them, or maybe they just got too long. She really got away from the editors at some point. Those later books can be a real slog. But still, I wanted to know, how fair are these criticisms of Harry Potter? Do they hold water? Now, it wouldn't be exactly fair for me to start offering opinions having not read the books, so I went and read the Harry Potter books, I watched the movies,
Sean.
I watched the Fantastic Beasts movies, which were rubbish and weird. I read a whole bunch of Pottermore articles, the short stories from Hogwarts, the script of the stage play. I even read The Casual Vacancy and a few bits here and there of Rowling's detective series. What all this means is I am now a certified Harry Potter expert, and I can get involved in the discourse entirely guilt-free. So I'm going to do my own Harry Potter discourse retrospective today. There's a lot to talk about, and I think it's only fitting that we begin at the beginning. So at the beginning of the first Harry Potter novel, The Philosopher's Stone, we are introduced to Harry's aunt and uncle, the Dursleys, and we follow his uncle Vernon Dursley as he goes about his day, noticing various magical folk celebrating the apparent demise of series' antagonist, Lord Voldemort. Now, what do we learn about Vernon Dursley in the opening chapters of the first
Did you say something?
I said thank you for speeding it up.
Oh, yeah.
Harry Potter book? Well, he's quick to anger, he is narrow-minded, he dislikes anything out of the ordinary or improper, and he's bigoted towards people he sees as being different from himself. He's a conservative, basically. He and his wife are Rowling's liberal skewering of typical conservatives. She even has Vernon reading the Daily Mail in a later book. Vernon is verbally and physically abusive to Harry because Harry is a little magical lad, and Vernon hates magic. He wants the magical and non-magical worlds to stay far apart, and he's willing to go to extremes to keep them that way. We're also introduced to Harry's cousin Dudley, who is a spoiled bully who is also abusive to Harry. Dudley is going to a fancy private school, Smeltings, whereas Harry is going to Stonewall High, the local comprehensive, which Dudley implies is rough and full of bullies. Now, do I think it was intentional that Rowling called the scary school for paws that Harry is worried about attending Stonewall? Probably not, but it is fun.
Wow.
Oh boy.
And see, that's the thing. She's channeling something, even if she's not aware of it.
Yeah, it could be like it's on the edge of her subconscious and she's just letting it slip out. Like Freud called it a parapraxis, which is colloquially called a Freudian slip, Yeah, maybe that's what that is like it's slipping through.
Yeah, wow. Wait, you said something about Abraxas, or did I mishear?
Yeah, it's Sigmund Freud. He called it a parapraxis. Parapraxis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, effectively what it is like if there's something that you think about a lot, but you don't want to say it like out loud. Like, say, for example, I don't know, you're in a room with somebody that just annoys the fuck out of you, right? Like maybe they pick their toenails in public, or they've got some sort of a habit where you're just like, dude, but you don't want to say that to their face, right? So you might make like little comments about toenails, like without meaning to. Like you might be like, in place of another word that you meant to say, and they call that colloquially a Freudian slip.
Yeah, I've heard Freudian slip, but so parapraxis, like para as in like across, and then praxis being practice or action.
Exactly right. It's yeah.
Let's see. So
now, Harry's first contact with the wizarding world, once he's older than a baby, that is Hagrid, who turns up to deliver Harry's invitation to attend Hogwarts. Now, as he's introduced to us here, Hagrid is, in many regards, exactly the same as Vernon Dursley. Now, if any Harry Potter fans are listening, I'm sure you just raised an eyebrow at me comparing lovable old Hagrid to Harry's uncle Vernon, but if we examine their actions and their beliefs, they are in many ways a mirror of each other. Hagrid is quick to anger. He threatens Vernon physically after he insults Albus Dumbledore. Hagrid is physically abusive. He uses magic to disfigure a child because he's having an argument with his father. He gives Dudley a pig's tail, which has to be removed with surgery. Hagrid doesn't like people who are different from him. Muggles. He uses the word muggle not just as a descriptor, but as an insult. It means mundane, dull, and unspecial. Hagrid wants the magical and non-magical worlds to stay far apart, and he's willing to support extremes to keep it that way. When Harry asks why the Ministry...
Wow, never even thought of it that way. Let's see. So, I can watch it later. I'm just gonna try. Yeah. So, we could. I'll share. I'm going to post this in the community tab. So if anyone wants to watch it, I'm just going to skip to the. I'm going to skip to the most watched parts. That way that we can get a bit more, and then we'll probably play a little bit, but probably not for that long. So let's see. So no worries. It's been worth checking out if you have the time. Good night, no name. Yeah. So let's continue with this.
Ministry of Magic works to keep the existence of magic a secret, Hagrid responds, "Blimey, Harry, everyone would be wanting magic solutions to their problems. No, we're best left alone." One of Hagrid's functions in his introduction to Harry here is to serve as comeuppance for the Dursleys, to give them a taste of their own medicine. Hagrid and his magic are divine retribution. Dudley likes to bully people, so he gets bullied by Hagrid. Dudley was going to a fancier school than Harry, now Harry is going to a fancier school than him. Vernon likes to other those different to him, and so he gets othered by Hagrid, made into a muggle. Now, while it might be satisfying from the audience's perspective to watch Dudley, who they know is a bully, be treated the way he treats others, from Hagrid's perspective, he's just disfiguring a child he just met, A similar scene happens in the fourth book, when Fred and George Weasley poison Dudley with a sweet that makes his tongue grow to be a foot long. And then the next chapter opens with Harry and the Weasleys all laughing at Dudley. Now, this is strange. Firstly, the Weasley twins have never met Dudley before, so they poison him off secondhand information, basically. But also it's strange because Rowling forgets to have Dudley do anything bad in the opening of the fourth book. He doesn't do anything to Harry or anyone else. Rowling's just coasting off his previous bad behavior in the earlier books. Well, actually, I tell a lie. Dudley does do one thing that J.K. Rowling considers to be very bad and worthy of punishment, and that is be overweight. Just in Goblet of Fire, for instance, we're treated to descriptions of Dudley being as big as a young killer whale, being wider than he is tall, too fat to hide behind his parents. We hear about his porky hands, his piggy eyes, his massive backside, and the comic relief of the opening chapters is that Dudley is struggling to stay on a diet. Harry even mocks him about this before sneaking off to eat some cakes that he's concealed. This is all why it's funny that Dudley later eats a poisoned sweet, I suppose. This is one of the things that really jumped out at me reading the Harry Potter books, just how much time is devoted early on in each story to making fun of Dudley for being overweight. Rowling just really seems to have it in for fat people, and she gets worse in The Casual Vacancy, published after the Harry Potter books, when one unsympathetic character is introduced in the following way. He was an extravagantly obese man of 64. A great apron of stomach fell so far down in front of his thighs that most people thought instantly of his penis when they first clapped eyes on him, wondering when he had last seen it, how he washed it, how he managed to perform any of the acts for which a penis is designed. Now, I think it's very telling that Rowling would write that most people think things like this when, well, I can only speak for myself here, but if I see an obese guy, I don't immediately start thinking,
Why does her mind go there first, right?
No, and I don't know that I want to.
You have the point. It's probably best if we don't know.
Snappy says it gets worse.
No!
And Neil's watching cats popping. That's not the only thing.
Oh, hi, Neil. How are you? Dude, it's so good to see you.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah. What was this? Who looks at anyone and thinks about it? Well,
now,
think about it.
I gotta tell you,
no,
I look at guys and I think about their cock, right?
Well,
I do, but like I don't write about it.
But think about it. Think about this. Who looks at someone and thinks about their genitals? A turf.
I bet she's really horny. I don't know, man. Like that's...
Honestly, probably the thought of trans women and trans men getting more action than her probably makes her furious.
No doubt, no doubt. Although with that much money, shit, she could buy it if she wanted.
It actually says in it says in the Talmud you shouldn't prostitute out yourself because eventually you'll get so addicted to the sex that when no one wants to sleep with you, you'll start hiring out prostitutes so that you can sleep with them. So Neil just got done doing Greek homework. And then Snappy said, I mean, just random strangers, it's weird. I mean, it really is. And then
It kind of is, yeah. Like, I gotta tell you, there are times when if I see a hot dude, and I will think about his dick, but I won't say that, and I won't write it. I'm not gonna be like, hey, everybody, look.
yeah. But yeah, Neil said that's usually it, jealousy. And then Not Nassar is laughing. So this is interesting. So there's some smoking hot trans women that piss bigot women off. I literally saw this one Twitter influencer. I forget who it is. Let's see. Maybe I can find it. Let's see. Trans girl that looks like J.K. Rowling. Let me see if I can find it. Wait. Dang it. No, it's but basically she posted about how on one hand she's really pissed that some people tell her she looks like J.K. Rowling, but on the other hand she's really happy that that J.K. Rowling, if she knew, would be so pissed that she's being compared to a trans woman. Karens get pissed off about it. Yeah, just being honest. So true, Neil. Yeah, so let's see. I'm going to skip to where are we here? Oh, wait.
Thinking about him washing his penis. But J.K. Rowling does, so we know that now. Rowling has defended her presentation of fat characters by pointing to characters like Molly Weasley, who is overweight, but this is rubbish, honestly. There's a big difference between presenting a disgusting fat character greedily stuffing their piggy face like Dudley, and presenting a jolly, plump character, which is what Molly is. Molly is described as plump. One of the things I much preferred about the way the movies tell the Harry Potter story is that they cut out a lot of the general meanness and cruelty that exist in the books. Rowling doesn't just mock overweight characters. If a character's supposed to be unsympathetic in the books, the things I much preferred about the way the movies tell the Harry Potter story is that they cut out a lot of the general meanness and cruelty that exist in the books. Rowling doesn't just mock overweight characters.
I think they should have kept it in, because think about it. What it does, it sanitizes her work. It literally, how it's written, it's not just Slytherin that are the villains. It's literally everyone.
Yeah, I guess, like, I'm divided on that. On the one hand, like, from the perspective of the person making the film, the books are huge, right? And there's no way you're going to fit everything into 2 hours. Like, unless you want to turn this into a 6-hour ass buster that everybody's going to hate you for, you're going to have to cut some shit out. So why not just cut out the stuff that's not so nice, you know?
Yeah. Wow, it's so true. It's kind of like people who remember slave owners as the, war generals that they were, and not the slave owners that they were. But yeah, wow.
If a character's supposed to be unsympathetic in the books, the gloves come off with regards to physical descriptions. For instance, consider the Slytherin girl who, quote, reminded Harry of a picture he'd seen in Holidays with Hags. She was large and square, and her heavy jaw jutted aggressively. Reporter Rita Skeeter also has hair that contrasts oddly with her heavy-jawed face, and we elsewhere hear about her large, mannish hands. Vernon's sister Marge is, quote, large, beefy, purple-faced, and even had a mustache. If a character is supposed to be bad, then Rowling usually presents them as being physically ugly, and for women, the way she makes them ugly is to make them large and masculine. And if this all sounds misogynistic, it's because it is. Even beyond physical descriptions, the characters themselves, even Harry and his friends, have a real mean streak in the books that was largely excised in the movies. And let's look at one example of this. There's a scene in The Order of the Phoenix where the evil Dolores Umbridge fires the Hogwarts divination teacher, Professor Trelawney, and tries to have her evicted from the school. This scene is depicted rather differently in the book than in the movie. In the movie, Trelawney is more of a sympathetic figure. She's supposed to come across as helpless and frail, someone who it would be especially cruel to bully, to highlight just how awful Umbridge is being. In this scene in the books, Trelawney is ranting, drunk, and waving a sherry bottle around her head, because in the books, she's an alcoholic, because that's funny, isn't it? Alcoholism. The movie has Harry and Hermione looking on all sad at this obvious injustice, whereas in the books, they don't really care. They don't like Trelawney. Hermione even outright states, I don't care if she throws out Trelawney, but she's not taking Hagrid. The movies take the approach that while Trelawney might be annoying and a bit of a fraud, she isn't evil, she isn't a bad person, she doesn't actually deserve to be humiliated. She's still part of Hogwarts, right? The movies understand that the audience will still have sympathy for her if she's treated unfairly, even if she happens to be annoying. In the books, however, Trelawney mostly just pops up whenever J.K. Rowling wants to make fun of alcoholism. Rowling does not expect the audience to have sympathy for Trelawney. She's annoying and a bit of a fraud, so it's open season to be as cruel as you like. Movie Hermione looks like she's about to cry when she sees Trelawney get fired. Book Hermione could watch Professor Trelawney be slowly beaten to death by a bludger, and she wouldn't feel a single thing. Anyway, let's move on by asking a question. Is it wrong, in the Harry Potter series, to make fun of someone for being overweight? Now, the obvious answer, you might think, is no, because Harry makes fun of Dudley for being overweight, Hagrid makes fun of Dudley for being overweight, the narration makes fun of Dudley for being overweight, and this is all played for laughs. It's not presented as the same type of bullying as Dudley's bullying. It's not considered deserving of retribution. However, we also see both Draco Malfoy and Vernon Dursley make fun of Molly Weasley for being overweight, something which outrages Harry and his friends. It's understood that it's wrong to make fun of Molly for being overweight. When Draco insults Molly's weight, it isn't played for laughs. It's used to illustrate how rude and insulting Draco is. So is it wrong to make fun of someone for being overweight? And the answer is, it depends on if you're a good or a bad person, and whether your target is a good or a bad person. But whether you're a good or a bad person is totally divorced from whether or not you mock people for their weight. Now, this is just one example, obviously, but this disconnect is typical for most actions in the Harry Potter stories. What is done isn't so important compared to who is doing it. Outside of extreme examples like murdering a bunch of people, there aren't really good or bad actions in the Harry Potter universe. There are only good and bad teams.
Please do, dude. Like, actually, you know, if I hit the lottery, man, I am going to buy you a studio to make movies, and I'm just going to be like, Neil, just make fucking movies. Yeah.
Shoot, sorry, I thought I was muted. So yeah, definitely. I also feel like we need to write a new fantasy novel to dethrone J.K. Rowling.
Yes.
I've actually got this one idea. Basically, it's a world 200 years in the future that it's based off of the reality we exist in now, just imagining how things develop in the next 200 years. And basically, so like here, I'll actually give an example. And I mean, we can already see the start of it. And it's like, it's literally not what anyone would ever think, but let's see. Fire shoot it. Wait, so here. Check this out. Here, let's see.
Yeah, but didn't they already make that one? It was called Idiocracy, I think.
No, but this imagines it that way, but with high tech. So,
oh shit! Yeah.
So look at this. Tell me if you're able to see. I might have to zoom in more here.
One that shoots real
This is the
fire.
Lumitero Fireball wand. Comes with the ticket. It's the Elder Wand. Okay, let's go try to shoot some fire. All right, now I'm actually ready to go test this.
1 second, I'm going to try to find like a full screen video. Okay, here. Let's see. Here it is. What is this? Oh, wait, here. So, given, you know, this is like.
This looks like a bad idea. If you make this, kids are gonna burn down the fucking house, dude.
No, it's flash paper, so it disintegrates immediately.
Okay.
But yeah, so basically, here, let me noise a little bit. So, given this is a toy, but like imagine what technology could do if it was dressed up in a way to mimic magic.
Totally.
And so basically my idea for a story is a government that manages to take over not through jackbooted, goose-stepping soldiers, but literally by dumbing people down and then controlling them through lack of education, and that only the upper class gets an education. But to the lower class, it basically is just seen as they're wizards and that they have some sort of innate power, when in reality, it's just the innate power is knowledge. It's literally just, something that they learned.
I would say that you're very close to the current situation in that description, except that instead of it being knowledge, it would be money. Because in this culture, as long as you've got a bunch of money, you could do anything you want, and people will treat you as if gold and rainbows shoot out your ass. Just, you know, I mean, it's like when Trump said that he could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and his numbers would only go up.
Yeah, that's a type of magic. It's literally
It is.
persuasion. But yeah, we call it technology now, 100%. But
Totally.
imagine a world where people don't know that for instance, what if someone doesn't know what this is, and all of a sudden
Definitely.
I control fire.
Oh,
So
yeah. If we'd have taken that to the ancient Near East in a time machine, like everybody would think that you were a wizard.
Oh, 100%. So Snappy's idea is basically a kid going through the mysteries, finds a book, and does a spell, and it actually works. Summons the demon Beelzebub, called the occult adventures of Dante and Bubsy. Oh, that's clever. Alchemy, magic, enchanting. We just changed the terminology to tech, medicine.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, enchanting in a lot of ways is really just this idea of. I think in a lot of ways you could even compare it to. Well, so alchemy would probably be like modern chemistry. Then you have magic, which would be probably like imagery and essentially media, and then enchanting, which I would argue would actually be the use of inscription in which to basically create magical formulas. That's basically the motherboards that have precious minerals etched into them, enchanted into them, that cause them to work.
And don't forget modern medicine, dude. Like, it wasn't but 100 years ago that people died of even the most minor infections, and now with antibiotics,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
amazing. And electricity, Neil says electricity would be considered magic in the ancient world, harnessing energy, 100%. And I mean, there are even people who argue that they did in the ancient world. I mean, a lot of it sounds like pandering to me, but who knows? Maybe there is something there. I can't speak to it. So let's see. So, okay.
Sometimes literal good and bad teams. Characters are assigned good or bad as labels, and whether their actions are considered good or bad follows from that. As another example, we could ask, is owning slaves wrong as it's presented to us in the Harry Potter stories? Which again, we have to answer with, it depends. Are you a good slave owner or a bad slave owner? Now, just to head off a potential criticism here, you might say, Sean, what are you expecting here, morality-wise, from the children's book series written for little babies? Aren't you taking this a little bit too seriously? And the answer to that is that I don't really like the assumption that stories are unable to be criticized because they're for children. After all, you can have stories for children that are executed very well and stories for children that are executed very poorly. Also, while the first stories are written for little babies, the later Harry Potter novels are intended for increasingly older audiences. Rowling tried to increase the target reading age of the novels along with the main characters, and she did this in a few ways. Firstly, the novels get more complicated, they get much longer than they have to be. They get much more violent, minors start getting killed. That's minors with an O, not like minors. Beloved characters like Sirius and Dumbledore start getting murdered. Spoiler warning. The main character's cute pet owl gets murdered, and then it explodes. It's rough. The stories also get more sexualized as the characters age through their teens and start experiencing all of those teenage hormones. And it also gets increasingly political. In the early novels, politics is something that children occasionally glimpse adults doing, but it's largely above their ability to influence, because they're 12. Later, however, the politics of the wizarding world become a key component of the stories. The Ministry of Magic becomes an important setting, the Minister of Magic an important character, and the actual non-wizarding Prime Minister is a point of view character in Book 6. So how does this aging up and complicating of the series relate to the presentation of good and evil? Well, when the series starts, things are very simplistic. Basically, all evil in the wizarding world stems from Voldemort. If someone is bad, it's because they're a follower of Voldemort or the child of a follower of Voldemort. Everyone in Slytherin is bad because they're the bad team. Things are very black and white. Now, despite attempting to mature other aspects of the series, Rowling never gets away from this overly simplistic presentation of morality. She makes a few attempts, but they prove to be false starts. She always ends up right back here in the first novel, where all evil stems from Voldemort, who murders people because he's bad. And it makes for rather frustrating reading. Rowling frequently threatens to make the series more interesting, introducing several ideas that seem very much like setups for a later payoff, but then that payoff just never comes. As an example here, let's talk about the fountain in the main hall of the Ministry of Magic. This is introduced in the Order of the Phoenix and described as follows. Halfway down the hall was a fountain. A group of golden statues larger than life-size stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. Now, if you get wizard supremacist vibes from this statue, you're supposed to. This is all a conscious reference to real-world statues that give off white supremacist, colonialist vibes, featuring usually white men in positions of power, lording over their presumed inferiors. So in this statue, you've got a wizard holding up his wand, the symbol of his power, above the lesser races who are forbidden by the Ministry of Magic to use wands themselves. That's an idea introduced in Book 4. The House Elves are a slave race. The Centaurs are classified as beasts and restricted to particular territories. Even the Goblins, who run the wizard banking system, don't have equal rights. This statue is important later on, as it's the site of the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort. The statues either get destroyed or are brought to life to participate in the duel, and Voldemort ends up standing on the statue's plinth. And this is the site of the reveal of Voldemort's return to wider wizarding society, right? So this is a very simple metaphor, you would think. This statue is a literal monument to the hypocrisies and inequalities in the wizarding world. And it's here that Voldemort is revealed to the world because it's from this inequality and hypocrisy that he draws his power. It turns out that not all evil in the world stems from Voldemort. Quite the opposite, in fact. Voldemort's authoritarian violence and desire for control is merely an extension of the systems that already exist in the world. The Ministry has no argument against Voldemort on an ethical level. The wizards own slaves, they run a torture prison, they deny equal rights to non-wizards. There are actually repeated worries in the novels that Voldemort will draw various races of creatures to his side, specifically because he might be able to offer them a better life than what the wizard supremacist ministry is currently imposing upon them. We even learn later that Voldemort was able to literally get away with a murder he committed by framing a house elf, something he knew would not be investigated due to discrimination against house elves. So the systemic inequalities and discrimination in the wizarding world enforced by the Ministry of Magic are providing both the opportunity and ideological groundwork for Voldemort to rise to power. Crucially, Voldemort's ideal world isn't fundamentally different to the one currently enforced by the Ministry. He just wants to extend the persecution to also include muggles and non-pureblood wizards. He wants to discriminate against certain humans, like the wizards as a whole already discriminate against the other races. This is seen when Voldemort gets to redecorate the Ministry in the last novel, and he puts his own statue in place which has a witch and a wizard sitting on a throne of muggles. Unless you think I'm reading into these statues too much, Dumbledore explicitly states after his duel with Voldemort, "The fountain we destroyed tonight told a lie. We wizards have mistreated and abused our fellows for too long, and we are now reaping our reward." Now, having set all of this up, you might expect Rowling to then do something with it. You know, go on to tell a story in which the various systemic problems treated and abused our fellows for too long, and we are now reaping our reward. Now, having set all of this up, you might expect Rowling to then do something with it. You know, go on to tell a story in which the various systemic problems in the wizarding world are resolved or at least addressed in some way. After the addition of all of these elements, the story can't simply be about defeating Voldemort anymore. Defeating Voldemort at this point should mean defeating his supremacist ideology, which by necessity means defeating the supremacist ideology inherent to the wider wizarding world. Merely defeating Voldemort in a contest of power can't be a satisfying ending anymore, because after how horrible the status quo has been made to seem, simply beating Voldemort in a fight and then returning to the status quo must be seen as a...
It's kind of like America after World War II. People act like we suddenly became anti-fascist, but no, we never did.
No, we didn't.
It's really eerie when you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll address. Neil has a really good question a bit. Kind of going on what we were talking about before, but I just want to take a stab real quick.
Totally.
Failure. Anyway, spoiler alert, none of this gets resolved. Voldemort's defeated despite it all, and the final sentence of the novels is all was well. All is well, but yes, we are keeping the slaves. We're the good guys. So you might be asking, why put in all of these elements if they're not going to be utilized? You know, why attempt to complicate your story beyond a simplistic tale of good versus evil if you're just going to unceremoniously drop all that to write an ending that contradicts it all? You know, what is J.K. Rowling doing? One of Rowling's flaws as a writer relates to her not planning ahead, not just with the politics and morality of the series, but with everything. She often introduces elements to her world with apparently no thought as to the later consequences, and for a very fun example of this, let's talk about time turners. So time turners are little portable time machines that enable the user to go back in time. They're introduced in The Prisoner of Azkaban, and Harry and Hermione use one at the climax of the story to save and free Buckbeak the Hippogriff and Harry's godfather Sirius Black, which, you know, is fine in and of itself. However, the potential problem with introducing time travel to your fantasy series is that your fantasy series has time travel in it now. So going forward, you have to account for the fact that characters can travel through time to resolve problems. Otherwise, anytime anything unfortunate happens, everyone will be asking why the characters aren't using their time machine to fix it. One way to do this is to make time travel difficult to accomplish somehow. So thinking ahead, you impose limits on the way the time travel mechanism can be used. So you have a time machine that only works in certain circles.
This is more so about world building, so let's skip ahead to this.
Prior to the fourth book, which is Dobby. Now, Dobby didn't like being enslaved, and he was happy to be freed, which becomes confusing once Rowling tries to...
Oh, right. Yeah, I almost forgot. So, also, so Snappy said, here. So, anything technology that's not understood appears as magic. Definitely. Still can't get over the black character named Shacklebolt.
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Oh
So,
wow.
very basic batteries maybe did exist. There were huge water channels under the pyramids, just not as magical as most claim. 100%, yeah. So Neil asks, I wonder what Ariel thinks about the Elder Scrolls races and if they have a Jewish-inspired race or not. So, kind of. So I think in terms of what you could look to as being maybe connected, I'd say either the Regatta or the Red Guards. And part of this is because you have this idea of exile from the homeland and that there's multiple waves of it, as well as it basically being a parallel to Arabic and Muslim, like Arabic slash, obviously Arabs and Muslims aren't the same thing, but like, you know, Arabesque slash Islamic culture, as well as like North African and even like Central African and like East and West African. Basically all of Africa and all of the Middle East, if that makes any sense. For not exclusively, but I'd say probably there might be some connection there. But the clearest one is probably the what is it? What are they called? What are the night elves called? How am I or not night elves? The dark elves. Dang it! How am I forgetting this? I don't remember. The dark elves, whatever they're called. Dang it! Now it's really bugging me.
The Drow.
No, because this is specifically in
Elder Scrolls. Yeah.
It's not the Dwemer. Let's see. So let's see, where is this? It's weird in Elder Scrolls that they have a race of drug addicted cats with a. I think
really.
Yeah, skooma. It's probably a reference to the moon sugar is probably a reference to catnip, but I do think they're probably like these inserts for like some sort of like Middle Eastern trader group. You know, that moves around. They have accents that sound Middle Eastern too. The cat race. Skooma, they sell skooma, and the Nords and Bretons and Argonians are the addicts. The Elder Scrolls is weird. St. Paul says, I love the Elder Scrolls from the glitches. Oh, I only love Elder Scrolls from the glitches, and then hope you're doing better, Ariel. Yeah. It's not the Dwemer. Dunmer. Thank you. Yeah, it's the Dunmer. And so basically they do an exodus from the from the High Elves, and they end up going to this, far off land. They leave the, their homeland, and then they end up being transformed at a mountain. They make they make like a new pact, a new covenant with new with this god, or like with the and there's the thing in the scheme of things, in the perspective of the I forget what the gods in the Elder Scroll world are called, but basically that the Aedra, that they turn from the Aedra to the Daedra, and in a sense they're like turning their back on their old gods in favor of this new tradition, similar to how you originally had this like polytheism that eventually became just the worship of one god. I mean, and then also you have a character that's kind of like Moses, but the Nerevar or the Nerevarine, I forget how it's called, is definitely a parallel to the idea of a Christ or Messiah. But yeah, let's hear.
Pedal and say, actually, the elves like slavery.
I have to jump
Dobby's
off,
an elf, and he doesn't like slavery.
What?
I'm gonna have to jump off, guys. I hate to call it quits so soon, but I gotta start my day tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.
No worries. Have a good one. Always good talking to you.
Good talking to you too. Good night.
Take care. Yeah, Neil, if you want, Neil or Snappy, if y'all want to hop on, feel free. It's kind of difficult to dialogue, but I'll just watch a bit more and then skip ahead.
And she deals with this by saying that Dobby's just weird. And I want to talk about the scene in which we find out that Dobby is weird for not wanting to be a slave, because it really highlights just how poorly thought out this whole slavery bit is. So Hermione asks Hagrid to join her elf activism group, to which Hagrid responds, it'd be doing them an unkindness, Hermione. It's in their nature to look after humans. That's what they like, see? You'd be making them unhappy to take away their work and insulting them if you tried to pay them. But Harry set Dobby free, and he was over the moon about it, said Hermione. And we hear he's asking for wages now. Yeah, well, you get weirdos in every breed. I'm not saying there isn't the odd elf who'd take freedom, but you'll never persuade most of them to do it.
Wow.
So this is probably my favorite retcon ever. What, you thought Dobby was happy to be freed because slavery's bad? Well, guess what, nerd? Actually, slavery rules, and Dobby's just weird for not liking it. And on the one hand, this is funny, but on the other, it's rather frustrating, right? This scene is set in Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid, Ron, Harry, and Hermione are present. And all of these characters should know what it's like to be discriminated against based on what are assumed to be innate characteristics. Hagrid is half giant and has been persecuted because he's assumed to therefore be violent and dangerous. Hermione is Muggle-born and is subjected to racial abuse because of that. Ron's family is pureblood but is looked down upon for associating with Muggle-borns like Hermione. And Harry not only has his whole chosen one special destiny thing going on, he has a history of being abused by the Dursleys on account of being born a wizard, right? All of the characters should have a point of reference for questioning the logic that the house elves want to be slaves because it's just in their nature. But with the exception of Hermione, they aren't questioning it. Actually, even when it comes to Hermione, there is nothing in the text that directly states she is so invested in campaigning for the elves because of her own experience of suffering racial discrimination. I doubt Rowling would have intended or even noticed that possibility. Hermione is supposed to be functioning here solely as a haughty busybody who is the punchline of a joke. So, as Rowling writes it, we're to understand that it's wrong, for instance, for people to assume Hagrid is violent because he is a giant, because it's wrong to judge him on the basis of his race rather than his actions. But it's okay to assume the house elves, on the basis of their race, want to be slaves, even though some of them, demonstrably, do not want to be. It's in their nature to look after humans, and if they say otherwise, they're just being weird. So, time for an obvious statement here. This assumption that the elves should be naturally subservient because of their race is racist, right? I mean, that's what racism is, isn't it? So are the characters who make that argument just racists? Now, the Harry Potter series has something of a limited understanding of racism, and I don't mean intentionally limited in that it's a series aimed at children and teens and therefore isn't going to be that complicated. No, I mean limited in that the author just doesn't really understand racism. Now, don't get me wrong, Rowling understands that racism is bad, and she often makes her characters who are the bad guys be racists. But where she trips up is when she tries to understand and counter that racism. And to show you what I mean, let's talk through a couple of instances of racism in the books. So Harry's first encounter with racism in the Wizard World is when he meets Malfoy in Diagon Alley in Book 1, and Malfoy states that he thinks Hogwarts shouldn't admit witches and wizards from Muggle families. And upset Harry tells Hagrid about this later, and Hagrid says, "You're not from a Muggle family, you're Harry Potter, everyone knows you belong here." Hagrid is saying basically, don't worry, that racist wasn't talking about you. Now, that's not too great of a reply, obviously, but Hagrid has another up his sleeve. He says,
wait, I don't know where Snappy went, but I was going to say that if you're still listening, thank you so much for sending this video to me. It's like, wow, it's really in-depth.
Anyway, what does he know about it? Some of the best I ever saw were the only ones with magic in them in a long line of muggles. Look at your mum. Look at what she had for a sister. And a similar scene takes place in Book 2 after Hermione is called a mudblood by Malfoy. Ron, explaining what mudblood means, says, there are some wizards, like Malfoy's family, who think they're better than everyone else because they're what people call pure blood. The rest of us know it doesn't make any difference at all. Look at Neville Longbottom. He's pure blood and he can hardly stand the cauldron the right way up. And then Hagrid chimes in saying, and they haven't invented a spell our Hermione can't do. This is Rowling's counter-argument to the racism in her books. Racists are technically incorrect on the facts, which is weak by itself. You see, when racists say they're better than other people, they don't actually mean more skilled. They mean fundamentally better. They are worth more as people by default. To a Wizard World racist, Neville Longbottom is worth more than 1,000 Hermiones because he is pureblood, so he is better. Whatever reasons racists give for their racism are not the actual reasons at all, they're the excuses for their racism. Racism, as presented by the Harry Potter series, is a conscious decision people make. A character will choose to be racist because they believe in some flawed idea. They have an incorrect belief about the world. Racists say Muggleborns are worse at magic, but look, Hermione is really good at magic, and Neville is rubbish. Therefore, racism is wrong. Now, this is a poor counter-argument because it accepts the logic of the racists. It just disagrees with their conclusion. And what does this say to Hermione exactly? You know, if you were bad at magic, Malfoy would be right to be racist about you. It's a good job you do your homework, Hermione. And in fact, when the good characters do agree with the logic of the racism, i.e. house elves are naturally subservient and slavery is the best thing for them, then it's not considered to be racism at all. It's just common sense. In J.K. Rowling's writing, the real bigotry is not, for example, believing in a hierarchical worldview with a natural slave race. Bigotry is more just being rudely incorrect. Racism is first and foremost a bad attitude. And I'd argue that this view of racism, in which it's a thing consciously engaged in with intentional rudeness, is why Rowling is ignorant of her own racism. Now, J.K. Rowling gets to racism not by conscious rude hatred, but by way of arrogant laziness. She writes about groups of people that she doesn't know anything about. She doesn't do any research or talk to anyone who knows more than her, and so she gets herself into trouble. For instance, a few years ago, Rowling came under fire for writing an article about Navajo skinwalkers on the website Pottermore, which was a site owned by J.K. Rowling that published supplementary material and news related to the Harry Potter universe before being rebranded to wizardingworld.com in 2019. Anyway, in this article, Rowling states that the legend of the skinwalker was made up by Native American medicine men in order to demonize real wizards, and this is something that she repeated on Twitter. And Rowling was widely criticized for appropriating a real people's cultural and spiritual traditions to use as props in her wizard stories. And the way she uses them is basically to say that their historical beliefs were made up by people who were jealous of her real wizards. Rowling's laziness really takes center stage in the series of articles introducing the other schools of the wizarding world. For instance, the Japanese school is called Mahuta Koro. Now, that might not sound right to you, but that is the pronunciation guide given on the website. So this name is what you'll get if you used Google to translate the Japanese word for magic and the Japanese word for place, and then combined them with no regard for grammar and then pronounced it wrong. This article starts out, this ancient Japanese school has the smallest student body of the 11 great wizarding schools. But does it? Because that's weird. About twice as many people live in Japan than in the UK, which also has its own wizard school. So why does their school have fewer students? Are Japanese people just genetically less magic than British people in Rowling's world? The South American wizard school is in Brazil, and its name is what you would get if you used Google to translate the Portuguese word for castle and the Portuguese word for wizard, and then combined them with no regard for grammar. The resulting word, castle wizard, sounds less like it's describing a castle for wizards and more as though the castle itself is a wizard. It's also named in Portuguese, despite the school predating the Portuguese colonization of the Americas. So what happened there? All this this might seem nitpicky, but these are the sorts of questions you need to think about if you want to write about other people's cultures and histories. Rowling gets herself into trouble here because she just lazily makes it up as she goes along. Case in point from the Harry Potter series, the Scottish-Chinese character Cho Chang, whose name is made up of 2 Asian surnames, which depending on how you translate them are possibly from different countries even. It'd be like calling a European character Lopez Schneider or something. Now there's been a lot of criticism of Cho Chang and a lot of wondering about how Rowling came up with the name exactly, but I know I can solve that mystery today. You see, Rowling often names things in her books using word association, so she comes up with some words associated with the thing she's trying to name, and then constructs a name out of those. So what do I call this grim old place? Grim old place. Where do the goblins keep the ingots? In Gringotts. Where do the Dursleys live? Well, they're very private, and Dudley is always whinging, so they live in Privet Drive, Little Whinging, right? She also names some of her characters this way. So what do I call the werewolf? Well, Remus, raised by wolves. Lupin, from the Latin for wolf, right? This character is always taking umbrage with things, so I'll just call her Umbridge.
Cringy.
But now here's where it gets awkward. What do I call the black guy? Well, what comes to mind when I think of a black guy? Martin Luther King, a slave in shackles, right? Kingsley Shacklebolt. Now, what do I call the Asian character? What comes to mind when I think of an Asian person? And now, I don't even want to say what I would bet J.K. Rowling thought of here, but she thought the 2-word phrase and then just changed it a little bit to get to Cho Chang. That's how she came up with that name. She used lazy, racist word association. Probably. I mean, I can't prove it. To Rowling, though, because none of this is consciously aggressive, because it isn't intentionally racist, it doesn't really count. And so it goes in the novels with those who support the slavery of the house elves. Hagrid, for instance, can argue in favor of slavery perfectly politely. On the other hand, it's Hermione who is presented as obnoxious and rude. She is the one with the bad attitude. Now, in all of the scenes discussing the slavery of the house elves, readers might note the lack of opinions held by our own point of view character, Harry Potter. The Harry Potter novels are written from a limited third-person perspective that is closely tied to a single point of view character, which is usually Harry Potter, although there are a few chapters written from the point of view of other characters. What this means is that the narration and therefore the reader has access to Harry's inner thoughts and feelings. If Harry is embarrassed, we can just be told he was feeling embarrassed. But if Ron is embarrassed, the narration has to say something like Ron looked embarrassed, because the narration doesn't have direct access to the other character's thoughts and feelings like it does for Harry. I mention this here to highlight how, after his initial surprised outburst about Dobby's slavery in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter doesn't really have any opinions about slavery. In the slavery debates in the books, Harry is mostly just a passive, thoughtless observer. Hermione obviously opposes slavery very strongly, and Ron finds this laughable and mocks her for it, and claims that slavery is acceptable because the elves like it. But Harry, our point of view character, just sits there silently, not thinking anything for the most part. When he does voice an opinion, it's only to wonder when Hermione is going to give up on the activism thing. He doesn't appear to have any strong opinions other than Hermione should stop talking about it. Even when Harry finds out that Professor Slughorn has been using a Hogwarts house elf to test his drinks for deadly poison, this is after one of his drinks was actually poisoned, by the way. Harry's only thought is how outraged Hermione would be if she heard about that. When our hero, Harry Potter, hears that his teacher is testing what is potentially fatal poison on slaves, he just thinks, wow, it's a good job Hermione isn't here, because she'd probably be really annoying about this. Now, the other major house elf character in the books is Kreacher, who Harry inherits after the death of Sirius Black, so our main character becomes a slave owner. That's nice. Kreacher is depicted as miserable and insulting. He's horrible to everyone, and everyone is horrible to him in return. Harry also inherits Sirius's house, 12 Grimmauld Place, which is decorated with decapitated slave heads. And in the novel where this house first appears, The Order of the Phoenix, at Christmas time, our main characters decorate the house for Christmas, which involves putting little Father Christmas hats and beards on the slave heads. So our heroes decide to decorate their decapitated slave heads with little Christmas hats. Now, I'm going to need to hit pause here next to the Christmas slave heads and ask, what is happening right now? Why are the Harry Potter books like this? And we're going to have to go on a few tangents here, but stick with me. So, say you're an author and you want to put slavery as a theme into your children's fantasy series. Now, how do we do that? Well, there's a few ways to go about it. The first is to just make the only slave owners bad people, right? So only the bad characters like the Malfoys own slaves, and all the good characters oppose it. Maybe there's a political effort to free the slaves, but the old racist pureblood families keep using their wealth and power to block it, right? So you've got a very clear good, bad dividing line on the issue of slavery. That's the simplistic, straightforward way to do it. The more complicated way to do it is have slavery be a systemic issue inherent to the whole wizarding society. And at first glance, it seems that this is what Rowling is going for. Characters who are otherwise presented as good people defend slavery. Hagrid argues it's in their nature. Ron says they like being slaves. Molly wishes she had a slave to do the laundry, even though she can do housework by magic, and so on. And this systemic problem is even explicitly tied to the rise of the main antagonist of the series. Now, you might expect the main character of this story to be an outsider, freshly introduced into the wizarding world, who can see through the inequalities that they take for granted, who can introduce a new perspective. But Harry is not given that role. It's given instead to Hermione, and only to mock how silly it is. Now, the real issue comes at the end of this story, because if you want to have a happy ending where your characters triumph, where evil is conquered, where all is well, then the systemic problem of slavery requires a systemic resolution, i.e. the slaves have to be freed, or all is not well, is it? But what we need to understand here is that J.K. Rowling can't free the slaves in her story. This is the reason she has to backpedal slavery into not being that bad, because after she introduces it, she can't fundamentally change it, and she can't do that because of her real-world political beliefs. And to understand those, we need to talk about neoliberalism. Now, whenever the politics of Harry Potter are brought up online, someone will post this screen cap from an image board where the author of the post lays what they see as the failings of the Harry Potter story at the feet of J.K. Rowling being, quote, a liberal, centrist Blairite who doesn't really believe in anything. But is this accurate, and what does it mean exactly? So, very quick. In 1979, Margaret Thatcher came to power in the UK. Yes, sorry, we're doing this. Her government was in power throughout the 80s, but of J.K. Rowling being, quote, online. Someone will post this screen cap from an image board where the author of the post lays what they see as the failings of the Harry Potter story at the feet of J.K. Rowling being, quote, a liberal, centrist Blairite who doesn't really believe in anything. But is this accurate, and what does it mean exactly? So, very quick. In 1979, Margaret Thatcher came to power in the UK. Yes, sorry, we're doing this. Her government was in power throughout the 80s and enforced and oversaw a national political realignment. Previously, in the period after World War II, the UK instituted various welfare reforms paid for by high taxes, a national healthcare service was established, there was wide support for trade unions, and various industries and services were nationalised, that is, brought into public ownership. Now, Thatcher's government can be characterised as a total shift away from all of this. Of humans. These were arguments once.
So yeah, I'm going to skip ahead a bit more. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to skip it. It's just because, you know, I'm trying to get the core points of it, but definitely everyone should watch this in full. This is really interesting. Just trying to get the highlights based on where people watch the most.
made about the supposed dangers of freeing enslaved black people in the United States, for instance. Now, Rowling would argue that the elves in her books are not supposed to be a commentary on any real-world instances of slavery, but my question is, does it matter what the intention was here? And I'd argue no, it doesn't. If the similarities exist, they exist regardless of what the author's intent was. And with that said, I think it's time to talk about Rowling's goblins. Now, Rowling's goblins have been widely criticized as anti-Semitic, appearing as they do similar to anti-Semitic stereotypes of Jewish people. They're greedy, they're untrustworthy, they run the banking system, and the Harry Potter people didn't do themselves any favors in this regard by having a large six-pointed star appear on the floor of Gringotts in the first movie. That was unfortunate, wasn't it? You didn't want to edit that out? No, throw a rug over it or something? Now, of course, many fantasy stories use fantasy races.
That's literally what I said.
I talked in a recent video.
I feel like we're on the same wavelength, 100%.
About the Discworld's dwarves, for instance, being used to both explore LGBT issues and conflicts between the moderately religious and the more hardline religious. Star Trek, as another example, uses fantasy races to comment on particular real-world issues. Think of the alien race who are half white and half black, but still discriminate against one another and are used in a rather heavy-handed way to highlight the absurdity of racism. Star Trek also uses real-world cultures as a basis for many of its races. The Romulans are based on ancient Rome, for example. The Klingons, in their various incarnations, draw from several cultures. The Mongol Empire, there's some ancient Japan, there's some Vikings. But I want to talk about the Ferengi here. I want to compare the Ferengi to Rowling's goblins. Now, the Ferengi are portrayed as a culture driven primarily by material wealth, profit, and exploitation. They are capitalists, basically. They're used to represent and parody us, humans as we exist now, before we became utopian space communists. But it's also not hard to imagine the same criticisms aimed at Rowling's goblins being also aimed at the Ferengi with their oversized facial features and obsessive greed. And indeed, over the years, people have accused the Ferengi of being similar to anti-Semitic stereotypes. So is there a difference here? Now, to start, I should say that it's not my place to say whether or not anyone can or cannot get offended by the way the Ferengi are depicted. That's not up to me. But I think we can use the Ferengi here to show what I'd argue is a big problem with not only Rowling's goblins, but her handling of fantasy races in general. So in their first few appearances on The Next Generation, the Ferengi were used as recurring villains, essentially. They're a contrast to the humans of the Federation in that they're greedy and duplicitous and very misogynistic. And if this is how the Ferengi remained, I'd have nothing more to say here. They would be like Rowling's goblins. What complicates the Ferengi is their later appearances, particularly on the show Deep Space Nine, which introduces several Ferengi characters to the main cast, principal among these being Quark, the owner of the space station's bar. And what we see in this show are Ferengi who grow to differ from their society's expectation of what a good Ferengi should be. We see Quark's nephew Nog insisting he wants to join Starfleet rather than go into business. We see Quark's brother Rom organize a labor strike in protest of how he treats his employees. Even Quark himself occasionally passes up profit in favor of doing the right thing. And we see that wider Ferengi society in protest of how we see Quark's nephew Nog insisting he wants to join Starfleet rather than go into business. We see Quark's brother Rom organize a labor strike in protest of how he treats his employees. Even Quark himself occasionally passes up profit in favor of organize a labor strike in protest of insisting he wants to join Starfleet rather than go into business. We see Quark's brother Rom organize a labor strike in protest of how he treats his employees. Even Quark himself occasionally passes up profit in favor of doing the right thing. And we see of how he treats his employees. Starfleet rather than go into business. We see Quark's brother Rom organize a labor strike in protest of how he treats his employees. Even Quark himself occasionally passes up profit in favor of doing the right thing. And we see that wider Ferengi society is also subject to change. Ferengi women, previously forbidden from even wearing clothes, are granted rights over the course of the series, among other political changes. What this all means is that we now know that though the Ferengi are typically greedy and selfish and opportunistic and sexist, they do not have to be. These traits are the cultural and social traits of a particular society, a society that is alive and is subject to change. Over time, the Ferengi become less arguably a stand-in for any one particular group of humans, and more arguably a representation of how people behave under certain societal and cultural conditions. After we witness the existence of Ferengi who defy societal norms and the flexibility of Ferengi society itself, these traits can no longer be construed as simply racial traits. But J.K. Rowling, as we've seen, cannot write flexible societies, so she cannot give any of this additional characterization to her fantasy races. There is none of the depth to Rowling's goblins like there comes to be for the Ferengi. They simply are the way they are because they are goblins. Their different beliefs and behaviors stem from the fact that they are, as Bill Weasley puts it, a different breed of being. The traits of Rowling's fantasy races are, in the main, racial traits. Now, there's an ongoing conversation about the presentation of fixed racial traits in fantasy races, particularly when it comes to a different breed of being. Their different beliefs and behaviors stem from the fact that they are, as Bill Weasley puts it, a different breed of
Wow, even the use of snake imagery. Harry felt a slight squirm of discomfort as though a small snake had stirred inside him. So interesting. It's like it's so baked in, and I don't know if she really doesn't know it or if it's deliberate.
Of being. The traits of Rowling's fantasy races are, in the main, racial traits. Now, there's an ongoing conversation about the presentation of fixed Rowling's fantasy races are, in the main, racial traits. Now, there's an ongoing conversation about the presentation of fixed racial traits in fantasy races, particularly when it comes to questions of morality, of a race being inherently good or evil. Wizards of the Coast recently removed the racial alignments from the fantasy races of Dungeons & Dragons, for instance, and I agree with that move. I think it's a good one. Not only does it create the opportunity for more interesting stories, a fantasy world having certain races who are just evil by default obviously has some problematic real-world parallels. But back to Rowling's goblins. The principal goblin character in the Harry Potter story is Griphook, who is the goblin from Book 1 who takes Harry to see his giant pile of gold for the first time. And then he returns in the final book to help, who is the goblin from book 1 who takes Harry to see his giant pile of gold for the first time. And then he returns in the final book to help Harry and his friends break into Gringotts in order to retrieve one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Potentially troublesome for this alliance is the history of animosity between wizards and goblins. Goblins are remaining neutral in the conflict with Voldemort. They see it as a wizard matter for wizards to deal with. Griphook and Ron have an argument. Griphook complains about the fact that wizards treat goblins as second-class citizens, and Ron counters that the goblins aren't perfect either, and have metalworking secrets they refuse to share with the wizards or whatever. Also complicating things is that goblins have a different idea about the concept of ownership than wizards do. For goblins, whoever first creates an object is the owner, and subsequent purchases are basically rentals, meaning the goblins see goblin-made objects like the Sword of Gryffindor as belonging to the goblins. So what a tricky situation our heroes find themselves in. However, are they going to convince Griphook to ally with them, considering all their differences and the history of division between goblins and wizards? And the answer is, they don't. Harry gets Griphook to work with them temporarily by promising to give him the Sword of Gryffindor, but intends to betray him and keep the sword until Voldemort is gone. Griphook likewise betrays Harry and steals the sword midway through the mission before abandoning him, and then despite that, Harry and his friends successfully attain the Horcrux and escape anyway. So what was the point, we might wonder, of all that stuff about the division between goblins and wizards? You know, here's a history of racial conflict, some racial differences that prove to be irreconcilable, and then it doesn't matter anyway. It's set up like Harry and his friends are going to have to find some way to navigate this conflict in their world, but then they don't. They fail at that, but then they still succeed at their ultimate goal anyway, so it didn't matter. It's almost like Rowling's in two minds about the politics of the fantasy races in her novels. She clearly wants those elements in there, otherwise they wouldn't be in there, but she doesn't want them to actually mean anything or affect the plot in any significant way. What Harry Potter is really missing is a good old council scene, right? So there's a big evil threat to the world, once fought defeated, but recently resurgent, and to defeat it is going to take unity and cooperation. However, the peoples of the world are divided. They bicker amongst themselves, and their divisions are exploited by the evil antagonist in order to facilitate his return to power. Now, in Lord of the Rings, Sauron is defeated in a strictly mechanical sense by throwing the ring into Mount Doom, but that act is only possible after the story resolves those previous divisions that it set up. So Rohan needs to be saved. Rohan needs to answer Gondor's call for aid. Legolas and Gimli need to become friends. The Alliance needs to mount a last stand to draw Sauron's forces out of Mordor. Only then is it actually possible to defeat Sauron. In Harry Potter, similar elements are set up in their conflict with Voldemort, but then they just don't pay off. The slaves aren't freed, non-human races aren't given equal rights, the goblins remain neutral, Harry and Griphook betray each other, nothing changes in the world, but then they just win anyway. A lot's been said about the disappointing ending of Harry Potter, but like a lot of disappointing endings, it's not that the author was writing a good story and then just messed up at the conclusion. Rather, it's the point at which you're forced to realize that you're never getting a payoff to a lot of what was set up. It's where you have to realize that you've just been reading a disappointing story. There's a scene at the end of the last Harry Potter book after the defeat of Voldemort, which is like a peek into an alternate universe where the story was actually good. McGonagall had replaced the house tables, but nobody was sitting according to house anymore. All were jumbled together, teachers and pupils, ghosts and parents, centaurs and house elves. Now, this could have been a very powerful image. If defeating Voldemort had meant defeating his supremacist ideology and achieving equality, this scene with all the different people and races sitting where they like, unsegregated, would have been a fitting conclusion. But the Harry Potter series we have never earns this ending. None of these themes end up being important at all in Harry's final confrontation with Voldemort. The centaurs join the final battle not because anything has changed for them, but because Hagrid nags them, basically. The house elves join the final battle, led by Kreacher, not because anything has changed for them, but because Harry is just such a nice slave owner. And as for Harry and Voldemort, Rowling has them talking primarily about wand mechanics. You see, Voldemort previously couldn't kill Harry because their wands share a core or something, so he sought out the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in the world, in order to finish Harry off for a cooking. Anything has changed for them, but because Harry is just such a nice slave owner. And as for Harry and Voldemort, Rowling has them talking primarily about wand mechanics. You see, Voldemort previously couldn't kill Harry because their wands share a core or something, so he sought out the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in the world, in order to finish Harry off for good. The problem is the Elder Wand will only obey its master, and that isn't the person who's holding it, that's the person who defeated its previous owner. Voldemort thinks he is the master of the wand because he killed Snape, who killed Dumbledore, who was the previous master of the wand. Harry thinks he is the master of the wand because before Dumbledore was killed, he was disarmed by Draco, who was in turn later disarmed by Harry at Malfoy Manor, an event for which the Elder Wand was not present. So, the question is this: does the Elder Wand somehow know that Harry took Draco's wand from him, even though it wasn't there? And will the Elder Wand therefore not work when Voldemort uses it to try to cast a killing curse at Harry? And the answer is, of course, who cares? Why is this what Harry and Voldemort are talking about in their final showdown? 7 novels of conflict, and their final fight is decided upon by the inscrutable, just introduced mechanics of a sentient magical stick. They may as well have flipped a coin to decide who wins the final fight. So the stick decides in Harry's favour, and Voldemort's spell bounces back at him and kills him. He goes out pretty much the same as Gilderoy Lockhart, trying to use a broken wand that backfires and hits him instead. Harry has no active part in any of this. He's just a prop off which Voldemort bounces a spell, exactly the same as when he was a baby. Now, not only does the Harry Potter series not earn the scene with all the Hogwarts houses and races sitting wherever they please, it actually undermines it in the actual ending of Harry Potter, the epilogue set 19 years in the future, which shows Harry sending his son off to Hogwarts, with his son worrying that he'll be sorted into Slytherin. So, they've kept Slytherin, They've still kept Slytherin there. Now, I know it's an old joke. Why doesn't Hogwarts just get rid of the evil house? But they definitely should have after the fall of Voldemort, when the entirety, all of the Slytherin student body either fled or joined Voldemort. But more than just Slytherin, they've kept the segregation of the school children. The desegregation was just a one-day affair, I guess. And I suppose the house elves got a 15-minute break after Voldemort was killed, and then it was back to work. Actually, the final sentence of the final novel, prior to the epilogue, is Harry wondering if he can get Kreacher, his slave, to bring him a sandwich. Anyway, this epilogue, where all the characters have paired off and had a dozen kids all named after the characters who died in the series, is embarrassing to start. It's worse than the cringiest fan fiction. But it's also depressing, because it reveals to us that nothing has changed in this world. This is presented by Rowling as though it's a good thing, but in reality, the ending of Harry Potter is even more dismal an ending than in 1984. Slavery was not ended. Equality was not achieved. We're still segregating the school children according to supposedly innate characteristics. We learned nothing, basically, but now it's 19 years later, and my scar is not hurting, so all is well. Harry Potter is ultimately not the right character for the story he's in. Harry, as a mostly passive audience point of view, works in the first few novels, but as the series goes on and Rowling fully reveals all the problems inherent to the wizarding world, Harry's passivity becomes an unintentional, tragic flaw. We learn in The Cursed Child that an adult Harry has become the head of magical law enforcement. He is the top cop in the wizarding world. It's now his day job to ensure that nothing changes in his society. And he's friends with Hermione, who is now the Minister for Magic. Hermione did the most homework, which means she gets to be the Prime Minister, because you see, the real magic in Harry Potter is a functional neoliberal meritocracy. Harry Potter is not just a Cinderella fantasy, it's a liberal fantasy, one in which conservatives get bullied, evil defeats itself, and societal change is unnecessary because the slaves like it where they are. Harry Potter asks, what if a hierarchy of wealth and power, but everyone was in their rightful place? Now, before I leave today, there's still one very pressing question that we haven't answered. Why didn't the wizards stop Hitler? Why didn't the wizards use their magic to prevent the various atrocities of World War II? Now, you might say, it doesn't matter. It's a joke question. There is absolutely no reason we need an actual answer to it. But I feel like I know what's been happening inside J.K. Rowling's mind post the main Harry Potter series. You brats keep asking why the wizards didn't stop World War II. Well, I'll show you. So the Fantastic Beasts movies are set in the decade prior to World War II, and one of antagonist Gellert Grindelwald's stated motivations for his actions is to prevent World War II. Not cause it, but prevent it. At a rally, he shows prophecies of images from World War II. We see the Blitz, a nuclear bomb going off, and a column of people marching beside a series of train cars. So, very classy. Thank you, Fantastic Beasts movies. Come for the whimsical magical animals, stay for the grim portrayals of the Holocaust. Now, you might say Grindelwald is being disingenuous in his stated desire to prevent World War II, and is just using it as an excuse to attract people to his cause. But as an audience watching it today, we know that he was right. His prophecies were accurate. These things did happen. And we also know that the wizards didn't stop World War II. And this isn't some dangerous butterfly effect messing about with a time machine stuff. These events are future events for the characters in the story. There's no reason they shouldn't want to prevent this, but the only person who even claims to want to prevent it is the bad guy. Now, what this means is that when Dumbledore and Newt Scamander and their Fantastic Beasts are fighting against Grindelwald, they're fighting to save World War II and make sure that it happens. This is the anti-change ideology of the Harry Potter series taken to its logical endpoint, right? The wizards didn't stop Hitler because stopping Hitler is wrong. Now, I've no idea how close the Fantastic Beasts movies are actually going to get to World War II, but Rowling once stated on Twitter that the series is supposed to end in 1945, which would mean that they cover all of it. Now, I'll end with a plea from me to J.K. Rowling today. So listen, Joanne, please don't. This isn't something we need to see. There's no good answer to the question, why didn't the wizards stop Hitler? You can't write your way out of this. You're not good enough. Just accept it. The best case scenario here is that this series gets cancelled before we see what you're planning. Now, before I go today, I'm going to wrap up with a few clarifications. Firstly, this video is not meant to be an exhaustive list of everything wrong with Harry Potter. There's plenty I didn't mention. For instance, Rowling once stated that her werewolves were supposed to be a metaphor for having HIV, and then she made one of her main werewolf characters a predator who attacks children to purposely infect them with werewolfism. I didn't mention that. Well, I did right now as an example of something I didn't mention, but you know what I mean. I'd also like to make clear that Harry Potter's anti-change problem is by no means unique. Think of all the Hollywood blockbusters in which the good side are those seeking to preserve the status quo, and the antagonists are people with legitimate grievances about the world and a desire to change it, and then they pull a cheap trick and have the antagonists just murder a baby or something so the audience knows that they're the bad guys. This is art produced by the rich, people who have done very well under capitalism, thank you very much, and therefore see all systemic change as inherently evil, no matter how reasonable it might seem on the surface. Next, I'd like to clarify that my criticisms of Harry Potter aren't a moral condemnation of anyone who still finds things to enjoy enjoy about the books. I've compared Harry Potter to a bunch of other stories today, and I'd like to make clear that I'm not saying Harry Potter is the wrong way to do things, and those other stories are the right way, necessarily, because it's more complicated than that. In the specific instances I compared them to Harry Potter, I believe they are better or more interesting, but that obviously doesn't mean they're without problems themselves. Lord of the Rings obviously has issues with its evil fantasy races. Deep Space Nine, while excellent a lot of the time, has also broadcast some of the worst episodes of television ever created, and the Discworld novel Snuff has its own problems. Now, I'd argue it is to a degree aware of some of its problems and does investigate them in the text, but at the end of the day, it still is a story about a powerful white guy turning up and solving a bunch of other people's problems. Now, while that's still very much more satisfying to read than Harry Potter's complete refusal to engage with his society's problems, that's not a trope that is without its harmful aspects. We have had a lot of those stories, haven't we? So yes, if you still like Harry Potter, don't worry, I'm not saying you're a Slytherin. Thanks a lot for watching today, folks, and thank you especially to my supporters over on Patreon, some of whom should be scrolling by right now. Patreon backers get early access to all of my videos, so if you'd like more videos like this one, and also early access to those videos, please check out the Patreon link below. Right, that's all from me today, folks. I'll see you next time.
Wow, yeah, that was really good. Wow. It's fucked up. Like, it really is. I don't know how she could be unaware of that. It's like, there's no way, you know? No way, no how. So, let me just start up, get a few minutes of gameplay and comment on that. And then, yeah. Hopefully this works. I haven't ever actually tried live streaming a game before. So, here goes nothing. How do I do this? Wait, stop sharing. Where is this? Present. Share screen. Where is it? Let's see. It's almost okay. Wait, it's getting started. Then once it's popped up, I'm just going to put on some music in the meantime. Let's see, where's music? Here. Oh yeah, here. Yes. One of my new harvests. Some really purple bud. Alright, is it? Okay, it's finally started. Here, I think. Alright, yeah, here. Present, share screen, window. You're right. It's like she knows enough not to say. All right, so let's see. So yeah, we could talk about the plot, I guess. So the main plot of this game is basically you're supposed to stop a mounting goblin rebellion, and this is understood as something that is just natural and normal, and you're totally in the right to do that. So let's see. Actually, I'll be right back. I need to get something to drink. I have to use the restroom. So enjoy the music, and just remember, the people who made the music are not her. I mean, like, there are people who are making money off of this that aren't her. The only downside is the narratives. Like, if the narrative was turned into a progressive one, that would be one thing, but it's just total propaganda through and through. Okay. All right, so let's get some thoughts in chat so we can get a dialogue going, because holy crap, that's terrifying. And like, so the reason that they throw in this one mention of there's like a, what is it? One of the House Black family servants or house elf slaves, basically. What is it? Even after their servants, or I mean their master's long dead, they still kind of simp for her. But the thing that's really interesting about this whole narrative is that they mention the. Oh shoot! 1 second. Here, okay. Yeah, they mention that although she's dead, this elf still is just completely, like won't do anything that she said not to do. So it's still completely under her sway. What's that? Oh, that's good. So, that's really good. Got some boba. Where is it? Screen's freezing up on me. Are y'all able to see all right, or is it laggy, or what's up? Probably should have loaded it ahead of time, but didn't realize that this would happen. So, let's see. So, Hogwarts Legacy. Let's see the description for this game. Wait, here it is. Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, okay, wait. Plot. Hogwarts Legacy is set in the late 1800s and follows a student starting at Hogwarts in the 5th year. Players take control of a new Hogwarts student, voiced by Sebastian Croft or Amelia Gathing. As the player is starting at the school later than other students, the Ministry of Magic provides them with a wizard field guide, completing sections of this guide through exploration. Okay, wait. Let's see. The player character who holds the key to an ancient secret that threatens to tear the wizarding world apart is capable of manipulating a mysterious ancient magic and will need help to uncover why this forgotten magic has suddenly made a resurgence in the ones that are simultaneously trying to harness it. The new character, Professor Eleazar Fig. It's like Eleazar is not really that common as a non-Jewish name. Like Lazarus, that's one thing, but Eleazar, or wait, is that Eleazar? Eleazar. Yeah, that's Eleazar. But the new character, Professor Fig, acts as a mentor character to the protagonist. Other new characters include Hogwarts student Amit Takar, voiced by Asif Ali, Everett Clopton, Luke Youngblood, and Professors Onai, Candace Kane, and Shaw Som Kapila, Phineas Nigellus Black, Simon Pegg, and Professor Matilda Weasley, Leslie Nichol. During their adventure, the protagonist can build friendships with fellow students Natsai Onai, Poppy Sweeting. Okay, wait. I thought it loaded. Poppy Sweeting and Sebastian Sallow, who accompany them on their adventure, on their journey as companion characters. Antagonists featured in the game include Ranrock, the leader of the Goblin Rebellion, and Victor Rookwood, the leader of a group of dark wizards. So I mean, it's interestingly it actually came out that the head developer of this game originally he got sacked because of this, but he was like a right-wing troll, like a far right-wing troll, and so it makes you wonder how much influence he had on this, even despite not being a member of the team anymore. which we would be able to know if this would, finally start. So, about to start. Any comments? I'm going to have to use my phone to look at. Oh my god! Especially after that nut job in Ireland, did a fake live stream or whatever. But I legitimately can't look at things on my computer, so I'm going to have to look at it on my phone. So if anyone has any comments, just going to be. Let's see. Hello. Anyway, should be ready in like 2 minutes. So, let's see. Yep, let the disappointment commence. Let's enter Joanne's shitty world. What house would y'all be in? I'm choosing Ravenclaw mainly because I don't know. I've always been more into like books than fighting and shit. But at the end of the day, it's clear that none of the houses are actually pure. They're all. Anyway, the idea is within a human context, the only bad ones are Slytherin because they don't like certain humans. But all the other ones, they have no issue with humans for the most part. The issue is with other races. Which race is the problem? So, Hufflepuff. I tend to think that Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are actually the best in that Gryffindor, they just view themselves as the good guys. Whereas the other ones, they don't try to view themselves as like within those moral things. It's just more so like what they're interested in. But again, this is all just the fever dream of the, pseudo-liberal. All right, here we go. Let's see. Wait, where is it? It's finally loaded? Okay, come on. Load. Click. Shoot. Hope it doesn't like time out or something. Maybe I have to manually alt. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Give me a moment. Maybe I have to... Alright, here we go.
Menu reader. Accessibility options.
Let's see. Shoot. What's that? I think it froze. Alright, so let's see. Let's see. Here. just go and try this. If it doesn't work, then I'll always skip this part. Well, it's frozen. Wonderful. Very magical. Shoot. I have no clue what's going on. Oh god, I just put myself in the nose. Shit. I'm not having fun yet. Wait, seriously, what is going on with this? Okay, what? Did it do something? Huh? What's that? What's this? Can you feel the magic yet, Mr. Krabs? What's this? Population quality, what's this? Is there a way that I can... Here. Escape. Benchmark. Wait. Is there even a benchmark option? I'm going to have it as windowed because that should probably make it go a bit faster. Alright. If it won't freeze... Let's see. I thought... Did I not just do it? I swear. Piece of shit game. Shit, I can't even... Well, I can't have it as windowed without it being tiny. Shit. Oh, wait, no, it still is. Okay, sweet. Well, let's see. Let's just put the graphics really low. Let's see, recommended. Let's just try it like this. I could always change it later. Lion, serpent, badger, raven, or eagle, whatever. All right, here we go. I think we're winning now. Darkness. There's nothing but Nyx. Okay, I think I'm stuck in the shadow world. No, what's this? Fingers crossed, come on, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. What's going on? I'm not having fun. What is this? I wonder if it's because I'm streaming. I can't imagine that it's Oh, there we go. All right. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a fifth-year student. Term begins on 1st of September. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's too cringy. Preliminary supplies have been collected for you and will accompany you on your journey to the castle. As you may be aware, the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery prohibits the use of magic by those under the age of 17 outside school. Screw you, I'm 24! However, due to your unique circumstances, the ministry has graciously agreed to allow Professor Eleazar Fig to help you hone your spellcasting before escorting you from London to the castle for the start of term feast and the sorting ceremony. Yours sincerely, Professor M. Weasley, Deputy Headmistress. All right, let's start game. All right. Okay, so let's look for a oh god, my nose. Ow. Oh god, my nose really hurts. Shit. Oh. Also, like, I wish there was like a. What was it? Ow, shit. Someone better meme this. Make some good out of this pain. Alright, so here, let's see. Yeah, it's a good template. So I'm just trying to think. It's like I don't really have a whole lot that I know what to talk about, like, especially as I'm kind of thinking about. This is kind of the reason why it would be nice to have someone else, you know, filling in, but no harm, no foul. Let's see. Wait, is there... Shit, there's not beards. Here, I'm going to see if I can get something in the background. Oh, awesome. Thanks for clipping it. So let's see. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's kind of difficult to use StreamYard like simultaneously. I'll have to figure out what the best method of streaming is, but so this is interesting. Did they? Oh, never mind. So. Let's see, eye color. I wish it would just tell you the colors. Oh, wait, and I have to click. Wait, can I just... Here. Can I zoom in? Really not that helpful. So I don't have purple eyes, don't have green, don't have blue, don't have that color, don't have purple, don't have green, don't have green, don't have green, don't have... What's that, yellow? Yellow. Orange? Blue? Or silver? I don't know. Silver. Nope. No. 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 Well, okay, wait, maybe. Let's see, that's this one here. Let's see what else there is. No, it was that. Dark brown. Eyebrow color. Yeah, so, let's see. Yeah, I mean, if anyone comments, I can respond to that. I just don't really have a whole lot on my mind. It's like I feel kind of pressed to, make to see. Okay, eyebrow shape. It's like I'm looking at myself on my phone, looking at the stream version of myself. That way I can see my face. This is really trippy. Okay, so looks like they're kind of angled, almost like maybe this. Oh no, but I don't have the notch in my brows. Maybe like that. This? No. Oh wait, here maybe. Yeah, that's good. And then pretty dark. I hate that you can't slide it and it like updates it, like how you have to literally just click. It's ridiculous. But again, not as ridiculous as J.K. Rowling being a transphobe. That's the most ridiculous thing out of it all. Okay, let's see. That should be good enough. What's this? Complexion? What's this? Different scars? I don't have different scars. Freckles and moles. Oh wait, I keep forgetting I can't slide. I don't even know. Let's see, do I have? No, I'm pretty clear skinned. I used to have a lot of freckles though. No, I really don't. Those eyes. It feels like my eyes. Definitely not getting it. Well, I am now, but let's see. Either this one or like the fourth. Oh wait, here. So, here. What's the difference between this and? Oh, it's the nose. No, I don't have a red nose. Okay, let's see. What's this? Hairstyles. Hair color. Like brownish red. Either that or that, maybe? No. But shoot, what did it just do? Maybe like this. That looks like it. Okay, go ahead and check comments again, see if there's anything there. Okay, no comments yet. Yeah, so just working on this right now. This music's getting kind of, yeah, let's switch it up. Let's get some let's see. I'm trying to think. How am I going to do this? I have to turn down the audio on 1. Sorry, I'm not used to this slow response time here. Okay, open volume mixer. Okay, bring down Hogwarts Legacy all the way. Let's see, what's a good song for this? Let's see. Okay. What would be good music for this? Yeah, Laisa Goy. It's kind of. Oh. It's really amazing how hair has such an impact on how someone looks. I mean, speaking on the whole thing of it's Friday that they have the show. I'm not sure. I'm not. I might be watching it, so I might not be. Here, and I'll definitely watch. What do I even look like? I swear, I'm probably the one person I know that spends the least time caring about words. I mean, it's like one thing if I'm going out,
عدم الحمام لو يسقى يلقى يحارب ولا يلمدو عدم الحمام לא יסגו ילגו יחרד ולא ילמדו עוד מלחמה לא יסגו ילגו יחרד ולא ילמדו עוד מלחמה ולא ילמדו
All right, so I think we're ready. So let me just turn the audio back on. So it's interesting. I mean, hey, sorry about that. I think my... Oh, wait, did it? Yeah, I need to reload my page. I don't know what happened. So, sorry about the interruption. Yeah, I'll have to... Shit, what's up? I'm turning down Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, it's reloading, so I'm going to hop out and it should hop back in. All right, here we go. Did it work? Oh, shit, yep.